Finally.
So do we know where the Hermetic teachings came from?
Hermes.
Besides Hermes Trismegistus, who this mysterious figure is.
That would be assuming that there was somebody or something before Hermes. I mean, all this time I'm going around thinking that it all started in India with these Vedic texts and whatnot. But apparently,
But see, they had to get their information from somewhere. And there we go.
True.
I know that Dr. Lima Bey, he has a YouTube video out, and he talks about, like, in 500 BC, in, like, Kemet, there was a, like, diaspora. So they left to different places. So basically, like, from Kemet, they went to one of the places would be, like, Indo-Kush Valley. So that could be one of the theories, or some people don't really think it's a theory, but yeah.
So, and then I guess we're saying, because that's why I've always wondered, does the information stem from Egypt and then it went out, or is it from India and went out? You know what I mean? Because everything seems to go back to one of the two.
Yeah.
And, like, that's not to mention, like, Atlantis and Lemuria, if you want to, like, throw those into.
Yeah.
And I try to avoid those. I really do, but
Yeah.
it's like when the question can't be answered, it's Atlantis and Lemuria. But, you know, it'd be really cool if those places existed, and I'm not saying they didn't. It's just, you know, kind of like to back things up if at all possible, you know. Like superpowers that magically appear when you wake up on the 21st.
Wait a minute, where did that even come from?
Do you really want to know?
Twitter did it?
I'm pretty sure it came from this rapper called NLE Chopper or some shit like that.
Oh, so the authority on all things with the conjunction.
Yeah. Him and then these other YouTube dudes, I can't remember their name. People are always like, oh, you got to watch them, man. They're the truth, man. I'm sure somebody in the chat knows what I'm talking about. But, you know.
I thought it was the baby witches.
No, he's talking about like Von Two Cut and all for those retarded those people.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Those people are literally retarded.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
1 minute in one video, I was like, nah, I can't do this.
Yeah. Right.
So you could just look at the thumbnail and be like, yo.
Right.
Exactly.
Because he's trying to apply like alpha, beta information with spirituality. It's like, bro, you're still in the matrix. Like,
you know, I mean, they get like, there's a few things that they touch on that's like, okay. But it's mostly like mainstream hype, you know, the stuff that people want to hear. Yeah. No, with nothing really behind it to back it up other than it sounds cool.
What's up, everybody?
What's going on, Shango?
Hey.
How are you?
All right. What's going on? What up, Trav?
Greetings.
Amar, you were showing us a book when I started on that stupid thing.
Yeah, in the Ancient Future, like Wayne Chandler, he basically breaks all the history down of like the 7 Hermetic principles and all that, like the origins and the war and diaspora, like everything.
Okay, that's on my list. I was wondering about that book because I see it all the time in these circles.
It's definitely a gem. Like the way he presents the information is like just phenomenal.
I just want to reveal a secret that it was actually Amar who started the December 21st rumor.
Come on.
Come on, man.
I just wanted to let everybody know that you know, we are in the presence of the rumor start.
I had a suspicion.
It's fucked up, man. Mainly because...
Hey, Mar, what was the name of that book again?
Ancient Future.
All right, cool.
Wayne Chandler. Yeah.
Ancient future.
It'll definitely be a good like companion book for the Kybalion because it's on the 7 Hermetic Principles. So.
Okay, great, cool.
Hmm.
Oh wow.
That one definitely pops up a lot next to the one that you showed last week, or 2 weeks ago, the Dark Light.
Yeah, those are both from Panic.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, of course, Penny got it from the good brother Bobby Hemmett, who spoke about. He always mentioned Wayne Chandler a lot.
True.
I know
I
Panic
thought
has
that name sounded familiar.
What were you saying?
I was just saying that Panic has not interview, but videos of Wayne Chandler like presentation. It's like a 14-part, like 10 minutes each.
That's one I haven't seen. But speaking of which, you know, these 7 Hermetic Principles are so popular and so important that even even Panic had to.
It's 10:14. It's 10:14 at my time, bro. I just said 14 parts, 10 parts each, 10 minutes each, 14 parts. And I look at the time and it's fucking 10:14.
Oh.
Shit.
It's almost happy birthday time.
Reticular activation.
Yeah, bro.
Yo, that shit, like, what you were talking about, like, since you mentioned, that shit has just been, like, exponentially just going off.
This what the city thing?
Yeah, bro, like, it's shit that if I say, I feel like I'll just sound like batshit crazy, so I it's for me.
I know the feel. That's not.
You know,
Oh,
how
yeah,
crazy, You know how crazy every single genius really sounds to everybody who's not in their peer group.
Exactly.
They all sound crazy. From Einstein to Nostradamus, all of them were all labeled like, man, that freaking guy is nuts, man. Do you hear what he's talking about?
Yeah.
Yep.
But that just goes to show the conditioning of, you know, the world at large. The root social matrix, as magic calls it. There's rules and structures that have to be followed or else.
The root social matrix. That's what you said?
The root social matrix.
Interesting. You know, it makes me think about has anybody heard of John Wycliffe? It just makes me think about how you said the root social matrix. John Wycliffe was the priest like in the 1300s who actually interpreted the Vulgate Bible into language so the common people could actually read it. But John Wycliffe was like excommunicated from like the church because of that. Because they didn't want the common people reading the freaking Bible because they was making money off of that thing. You know what I'm saying? And then they disliked John Wycliffe so much that when he like died, say like freaking 10 years after he died, they thought about him. They dug his bones up and burned his fucking his bones. They were so pissed off at this guy. Man. Remember what John did? Dig him up and burn his bones.
Chongo. Check the synchronicity with what you just said. I did a report on that dude in college when I was in ministry school, bro.
No, man.
I'm dead ass serious. I had a fucking report to do on him. Yeah.
They were pissed at John Wycliffe, wasn't they, man?
They were mad as hell, man. They were mad as hell what he did.
So that just made me think when Trav said that, I was like, yo, that's the fucking magic that those in control do. They control the masses with one thing, and then when some person comes out with the truth, they label you what? A heretic, a lunatic,
a hater.
Send in the Inquisition. We're gonna burn these witches at the stake. We're gonna burn all of the fucking Masons and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Because they're going against the grain. That's what's really great right now, and all of this weird, 21st shit. It's all going against the grain. Me personally, I think that if anything, with the vibrational energy of Jupiter and Saturn, the only people that may vibrate higher with that on that level are those who've been already doing shit. If you've been already working on your inner engineering, then of course you're gonna benefit from this expanded energy of Jupiter and Saturn coming into this conjunction. It's gonna suck. You'll suck it right in, and you're gonna just expand it back out. Anybody else who just playing around with this thing, jacking off with it, dude, you're gonna just stay where you at. So that's the whole superpower. That's made for people who are already super.
Right.
We already wearing fucking capes. You know what I'm saying? We ain't Hollywood Boulevard fucking actors dressed up like Batman and Superman and shit like that. I feel like I'm already super and great.
There you go.
I've been doing it. Everybody here, we already in it.
Already wearing masks.
True.
You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, you know what I'm saying? That's what I think. This whole
But it
thing
makes
is about.
sense.
And then when like I said, the last time I told Trav, I think it's about Bina, I think it's about Chesed, and both of those spheres are water spheres.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's all people who've already been flowing within the fluidity of their path and their workings and their vibrational elevation. You're gonna there it goes. You know what I'm saying? Put your mask on.
Yeah.
You know. Now it's mask off now. That's like the people whoever. Although and don't forget we're still in 2020, so it's the timing of perception. So what's going to happen is it's going to be a clarity of those who are and those who are not. And that's already been happening already. You already see people who are and those who are not. There's nothing hidden anymore. There ain't no, you can't say, oh man, I didn't know that, or it's hard to find that, and I didn't know you could do that. Somebody who's saying that right now is a total dumbo.
Or just lazy.
Or lazy.
Or just totally lazy.
I'm seeing that one a lot.
And then you can take it to the go read the Book of the Living, which they misinterpreted the Book of the Dead. That when you didn't pass the test of the heart and the feather, you was tossed into the mouth of the alligator. You were not found worthy.
Yeah.
So that's the energetic representation of what this really is about. Those who are worthy and those who are found unworthy. It's nothing but a cosmic initiatory pattern. It's an initiation.
Yeah. And what is an initiation other than a process to show, like you said, if you're fit or unfit? That's a lot like what's mentioned in the beginning of the Kybalion, how it talks about this knowledge wasn't just spread around the world just because it was a cool, come join my religion. Like they said, the lips of the master appear when the ears of the student are ready. That's an initiation right there.
Everybody didn't go to Egypt to get fine silks and spices. A lot of them went there specifically to obtain knowledge. The people who traveled brought with them their sages from their nations, so they could come and build with the learned of other nations, so they could confirm what they received in the astral plane as a master worker in those planes. See, a sage is a person who works in the astral realm, who comes back and interprets it in the physical realm. So if you get in this information and there's a high society who has hundreds of people who doing this, then I want to go over there and visit them to make sure, you know, we can let's build, let's dialogue, let's have a commentary on what's going to happen globally. So that's what they was doing, traveling. Some people traveled over there for information, and they just went across the world. That's why the same cultural traditions are found with the Aztecs, as it is with the Egyptians, as with the Mayans, as with the in Peru and the rainforest in Ireland, because they all did the same shit. They traveled to go get information.
Wow. Speaking of that, Travis, I wanted to ask you about, because I know that you mentioned before about an experience, an initiation with spiders. Because I have yeah.
That's interesting that you just said that.
Like spiders and shadows.
Again, interesting you just said that.
Okay, yeah, because I just had like basically, I was like talking to a spider, and it was talking about like basically like a dance of shadows, and how it's like you dance with your shadow, and then through that energetic exchange or whatever, it integrates and fuses.
And that would make sense because, you know, the web has a lot to do with the different connected dimensions of manifestation, if you will. Speaking of spiders, I noticed a tattoo on your arm, Alex.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I've been reading a lot of Michael Ford's books, and I'm going through the Nox Umbra, and he's talking about what's the word? Let me find the word. The Ahrimanic, and he uses a spider imagery, and is talking about these are the images of the night side. Those are the images of the shadows, like those, like, you know, it's he says basically one who's isolated their sight, understanding the spiritual beings within flesh, and is nourished in the shadows. So you just said the spider, and I was like, that's why I said that's very interesting that you brought it up. And then she has a spider tattoo. So that's all we're doing. We're taking what we've been isolating in the shadow of our individual selves, and we're now bringing it forth within to the day. So like the movies, we're basically day walkers. You know what I'm saying? We're like, we operate within the shadows of our workings, but we walk amongst the rest in the daytime. So no one really knows, you know, anybody who's really occult, you're not gonna know they're in the occult. Like, you know what I'm saying? They don't really walk around with like some occult identification card or some shit like that.
Oh, really? They don't? I'm just kidding.
You know what I mean? So that's just really interesting. I find this a very fascinating and very awakening group of individuals that I'm in association with.
Wow.
This is the reawakening of the Order of the Golden Dawn.
Yeah, my initials are also WEB.
Oh boy.
Oh, check it out.
Oh.
Wait a minute, like a few minutes before, before we started, I was just messing around on, I don't know what it was, and I saw, I hate spiders, okay? I do not like spiders. I'm getting used, I know, I'm getting used to the idea.
Just give them a chance.
But
they eat small pests, you know.
I know, but, and I've gotten better. If I find one, I usually try and let it out and not kill it. And I actually was just watching about tarantula molting and watching it, and I was like so fascinated by it right before coming on here. And then I read somebody's post about shadow, and I'm like, what? That's so weird that those two things have been mentioned.
Can't make this stuff up, man.
It's
No,
a city.
Synchronicities is crazy.
It's a city.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you, it's a city.
That shit was on accident. Like I was getting ready for my Tawa Shooty and I knocked over my bottle with water. So I went to go pick it up and I look up and I see the spider. And
Yeah.
that's when all that shit started happening with it.
That's
It's
crazy.
it's like lately when I do see a spider, I notice it and like just times that I shouldn't even see it. Like I just happen to look in a specific spot and bam, there it is. But speaking of, doing this in the dark, and walking in the light, I also think about how, the web that connects everything, the magical practice that we do in private is what brings a lot of things to the forefront in that daylight, that what's done in the shadow kind of sticks and catches and attracts these synchronicities that we talk about.
And most people aren't willing to explore the shadow side, like even of themselves in the first place.
And isn't that how the Bible explains it in the great allegory of the first chapters of Genesis? You know what I mean? Like there was pretty much nothing, and then he said, "Let there be light." Isn't that what we're doing? We're operating this supposed God was somewhere for him to be before he made things become. So it must have been in the darkness, and then he illuminated it. So that's the same thing that we do. We illuminate, we bring forth things that is not normally seen. So that's what I mean about the whole 2020. Everything is becoming seen right now. This was the most spiritual time ever. And it's been building up to it. So you got to go back through the different time periods. Go back to 2015. Do a little research 2015 and see where you was at in 2015 and then up into 2020. 2015, it was an opening of specific energies leading into where we're at right now. It don't matter if we're in the fucking Gregorian calendar and shit like that. That shit don't matter because even the Gregorian calendar still follows the planetary action. We just don't follow the solar aspect of the calendar like we once did. We follow more of a lunar type of calendar with the way they did. Of course, they added in their particular little aspects and shit like that, but it still follows the 365-day pattern that the planets operate in. You know what I mean? So we just have to see the spiritual or the abstract implications that are made manifest within this. That's why the Tree of Life has so many different representations of the spirits, because there's so many different ways you can take this in the abstract definition of things. Those who only vibrate with the material plane, they seek to go to the Oxford Dictionary for their definitions. Those who operate in the astral plane, they go to the Akasha Record Dictionary for the abstract quintessence of the meaning of things.
And how do you get to the abstract other than meditating on symbol?
Hey, L Boogie, can you go get the pizza?
Yes, I can.
L Boogie.
L Boogie dropped the verse.
I think I might get pizza.
You see that right there?
That's what I said. It's on the porch.
Uh-oh.
NLP. She put it right in your brain.
That's like a ultimate.
I like when she puts it in my brain. Hey Tisha, what's up? Oh, don't go to muting now.
Oh shit.
Hey. I thought I was on mute. Sorry. What's up, peeps?
Greetings.
What's up?
Hey.
Hello.
Pizza. We want pizza.
Oh, I wasn't on mute. Sorry.
Hey Trav, your Nakshatra is Audra, right?
One of them, my Mars and my Mercury is Ardra.
Okay. I thought it was your moon. I was gonna say Drake's moon Nakshatra is Ardra. I was looking at different celebrities and just comparing and contrasting this week.
That's a good idea.
Amar, I was trying to send you a video of detailed video of Rahu in the 4th and the 10th, and it deals with like JFK's brother. A lot of high-level people had Rahu in the 4th and in the 10th house axis.
Didn't they have a brother? Like,
JFK and his brother, bro. Huh?
Oh, his brother also has that 4th and 10th house axis?
Yeah, and then when you watch the video, you start realizing, okay, like an over-ambitious person with a Rahu in the 4th house might end up like JFK. They were like comparing and contrasting, and they took multiple celebrities, and it was dope.
Rahu being the head, and if you get over ambitious, you might lose your head.
Mm-hmm. He got shot in the head.
I do my visualizations when Kali cuts my head off.
That's right.
Bro, I had that visualization too. That's crazy. I swear.
Let's see if Chris.
I wonder what's Tupac's chart.
Oh, he's Thuggy. Like Tupac is
I'll check it.
Thuggy is like, so in India, the worshippers of Kali are called Thuggies.
Thuggies, yeah.
They're like they steal and all that shit, but that's like it's for Kali worship.
Hey,
and
when did
that shit added on his chest, like Thug Life, everything, like.
So you just gave the secret to the movie Aladdin, the cartoon version. So Aladdin was actually a Thuggy that nobody really realized that. So the girl was basically Kali.
all like this is what Sri Ramakrishna gets into with like the Kali worship, but all religions are veiled like Kali worship. It's like the origins, like if you like it sounds like masculine, but even behind it, it's a worship of the feminine.
That's basically the bottom line, man. We can't escape it. We can't escape the worship of the cosmic mother.
Yeah,
that's what it is. Cosmic mother worship, which is the womb of the universe. We as men are garbage. We try to spend the majority of our life trying to get back in the womb. I'm gonna keep it real.
Wow. You just said that's the 4th and 10th house access is getting back to the fucking womb.
Getting back to the womb. But if we, of course, if we separate the fleshly, sensual pleasure of it and get back into the actual visualization or worship and vibrating with the cosmic mother essence, then of course we're not just trying to have sex. You're now you're becoming within union. Now you're really doing yoga.
Oh yeah. One of the best moves of my life was when I decided that it wasn't the best idea to constantly be trying to get into a girl's pants.
Exactly. Shiva transcended that. He destroyed lust. And then when you do with Kali Ma, that is why she chops the head off a man and she holds his head, because man he's submitted himself to releasing from the physical pleasure of what's going on. But don't forget, Kali Ma's still giving him some, but it's not for him. It's for her.
Right.
That's why man ain't supposed to be releasing. Only a woman is supposed to release, and a man is only supposed to release when he's gonna have some children. Sperm is for children, not for spraying.
That's not what Pornhub said. That's not what Pornhub said.
Dang it! I thought it was a Nerf gun.
It was a Nerf gun.
Nerf gun.
But I digress. Let me stop.
In the chat, Smooth mentioned how you know, talking about Tupac and Cali and the Thuggies, he was saying how Tupac was enamored with California.
California is
Exactly.
the first 4 words is just it's California, like California.
California.
That's
Why
why.
And it's always on fire.
Yeah, it's all about
And then Los Angeles, the city
I
of
can
Los
see the
Angeles.
fires from my house.
And it's the land of darkness because it's geographically the setting sun.
It's ancient as fuck. Like I could. Oh man.
Wow.
And Los Angeles stands for like angels or whatever.
Lost angels.
Yeah. But Tupac's chart is Rahu in the 5th house and K2 in the 12th house.
City of Compton.
Nasatra.
Slim Jim.
Nasatra is Bhadrapada.
Yeah.
Slim Jims also come in a 2-pack, and they're kind of spicy. So, to pop.
Preach, sister. Preach. Let them know.
That shit all shows. Isn't that amazing? And Tupac's name wasn't just Tupac, it was Amaru.
Oh, Lord.
Don't forget that his name was also Amaru.
Spit some bars, Amar. Let's see if you're really Tupac.
I definitely cannot do that.
Let's just give him our minute because it won't be long before another mind-blowing synchronicity pops up. I'm still blowed that this dude is your brother.
I'm not saying anything because this is just, it's like everything that's being said is like a pertinent synchronicity. So I'm just like, damn, let me just wait.
I mean, and it starts to make sense when you start to think about the energetic nature of the universe, right? We're so conditioned to think that everything starts with the 5 senses, but the 5 senses are just an interpretation of the energetic layer that is above it, so to speak. In other words, everything that we feel and all the thoughts that come to our head is just an interpretation of the energies that are flowing around, right? The web, and we're all parts of this web. When a string is pulled, we all feel it. So these synchronicities is nothing more than the fact that we're all tapped into the same parts of this web, and it's just somebody else may voice it first or think it first, but there's a certain level that we're all connected to and we're all realizing.
No, that I feel that because I was talking to June about his designing and stuff, and then I was just DMing him, and then when I talk in real life, I was talking to someone, I said joint, and I don't say joint.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
that's Junebug right there.
I recognized I said joint. I'm like, yo, like, and I realized like Junebug says joint. I'm like, yo, like, I just like unconsciously just like start saying like talking like you guys in the group. Like, it's weird.
Yeah.
Yes, Amar, have you noticed as well? Your name backwards is Rama.
Oh, shit.
I've noticed that. Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Damn.
Here we go.
That was
Hey, you should just switch your whole name around. Damada Rama.
Damarama.
Damarama.
What the hell?
Look at his face. Shit drop, yo. Look at his face.
Damarama.
It sounds like one of the words in the Bhagavad Gita. Like, that's why I'm like, oh shit.
Man.
Get his handy dandy notebook out.
We're cracking codes right now.
Damarama.
Oh, shit.
Boy, backwards, you're already Indian.
I mean, holy shit. I'm still blowed over Thursday, man. I'm talking about how you've got this city unlocked of the synchronicities, right? And then I start randomly talking about this random person. Oh, that's my brother.
Hey, yo, in that video, I finished watching that video of your brother, right? And he
Oh,
said
yeah, I
that.
sent, the same one you sent me, I sent it to Mike, and I was like, because I'd see it either day. I'm just like, fuck.
He was like, when he fully embraced it, he was like, I'm Indian, but when I fully embrace my Indianness,
yeah,
that just was funny, y'all.
Dude, when I watched that interview, that was my first time seeing him like talk that way. So it's like, cause I've never seen that side of him.
Really?
Like for me, it was always like a older brother side, and like in the house, it's like a weird dynamic because my dad like doesn't fuck with any of this shit, so it had to be like a secret and shit like that. But yeah, that was my first time like hearing him and like that side of him when I seen that interview.
Wow. We got to get him up in here one of these Thursdays or Sundays.
No, Mike, what the?
Uh-oh.
Mike said that shit yesterday, like recorded. Like he said that we should get him on Thursday. I'm gonna put that out there in the universe. Mike said that.
Boy, you gotta sneak up on him though. You gotta just say some random shit, like not even acknowledge he's there and let him figure it out.
Oh,
I think he knows I'm part of the group though.
Oh, okay.
Man. And just how the fact that you were talking about how he got into the Conscious Expo and you got this badge and then you're hearing about this book. And then
yeah, that purple one, the knowledge book. Yeah, I was reading through it and it's like I feel like our discussions on that are gonna be super I don't even know what to say.
Hella.
Wait, what book is that?
It's low-key scary. I'm not even gonna flex. That book is low-key scary.
It's called the knowledge book. It's so they say that the reincarnation of Rumi, like she channeled the whole book. It's like from a Turkish society.
Wow.
That's their thing.
It looks like the cover of the Kybalion a little bit.
If you guys remember in the Instagram group chat, he posted a picture of that, like, looks like a Jesus fish upside down with all that stuff inside of it. It's from that book.
Okay.
Yeah, like, if you guys like hear any of like the Bashar and like, I think we mentioned it like like Abraham Hicks and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
The way they talk, you know how they talk like you guy like
like we.
The way they talk is from like a bird eye point of view. That's what that's what this whole book is like that talk.
Oh wow.
And so they go through it in the introduction, like it's basically supposed to be the next version of like how there's like the Bible, the Quran, and then like this is supposed to be the next one. That's what they say in here, or in the book. That's what they say.
It should be approached with caution, if at all. I'll say that much.
Yeah, that's obviously.
There's quite a few people who don't like the group and the things that surround that book. I'll leave it at that. The lips of wisdom are closed except to the ears of understanding. Just look at what happens when you tell somebody about a Saturn-Jupiter conjunction. Those who do not have ears of understanding start treating life like an anime. But that goes for all of this stuff. If you don't have what did the unfortunate say? Almost how like knowledge is like light, and you can't see light except when it reflects off of the particles. So if you don't have the particles of understanding in your brain, it doesn't matter what kind of light enters in. It's not going to reflect right. It's not going to show up right.
Yeah, I remember her saying as well, one of the concepts of evil. If someone is too far advanced when they try and articulate, it comes across as evil.
Ooh.
Even though in essence, it's the highest good. If it's too far out of your reach, it's perceived as evil.
And that's what Christianity has done for years. Because the priests and the popes, they have a level of understanding, but they don't have that deeper level of understanding for utilization of it. So they label it sinister and sinful, and it's where we don't support that type of activity. But isn't most things still from a planetary aspect? Because no matter that whatever Pluto's orbit is to be, it would never be able to shift close enough to the sun to become hot. It's just too far away to receive the information. That's why when you look at the walls of Egypt, they always had the sun, and it had hands, which were the rays of the sun reaching down, holding the Ankh, because information is life, and life comes from solar radiation. So even though Pluto, so most people will have a Pluto type of consciousness, but they will never be able to fully receive the life-giving rays of the sun so they can cultivate a higher understanding. Higher understanding takes cultivation.
Yes.
Most people are not able to grow any fucking thing.
Right.
You can tell that from their life. Their life is always filled with no life. There's nothing growing. They're not growing. Their relationships are not growing. So how are they going to cultivate growth in them? It's not going to happen. And a lot of people don't want to accept that some people are not, this life, their life cycle is meant to not to fucking grow. That's a part of their emanation here on this planet. They're an example for somebody else of what a lack of growth looks like. Everything has to have a demonstration. It has to have an example so you can know what it is. Darkness had to manifest illumination so we can know that there's an aspect of without physical light, or what we conceive as physical light. Because the longer you stay in darkness, you are eventually going to attune yourself to it's going to become illuminated so you could visually start seeing things. And if it doesn't physically happen, it's going to mentally happen. You're going to mentally start creating a light, and you're going to start having visions of things. Some of them visions are called insanity, which is not insane. It's just a perception of someone else's viewpoint.
Yeah. Sorry, because Vivekananda, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, Vivekananda said, he who has seen one spirit is far more advanced than anyone that's read all the books.
Yeah.
That's just one vision.
Mm-hmm. John D. and all of those guys, them early occulted guys, were all into visions and stuff like that. They always say that it wasn't them. They're not the author of any of their information. They all say they were in contact with something else through a vision, and it gave them the information to write. That's the whole thing. And the only way we get vision is what? See, that's why Travis, I keep saying it, man. Each one of you should really be looking at yourself in a regular mirror or a black mirror and really saying to yourself, oh shit, I'm a modern manifestation of a fucking hermeticist.
That's right.
By us conglomerating, this is a nothing but an emanation, I'm gonna use that word again, of Golden Dawn adepts. Whatever you want to label it, we can call it the Magus. It's just called the Magus Society. Back in them days, it was called the Order of the Golden Dawn. When Aleister Crowley left, he called it the AA. When not Frances Barton, but Dion Fortune was a part of it too. She started her own thing as well. That's how it is. So in 2020, we are nothing. As we know, what Trav can read this the Kybalion, we are nothing but adepts of those systems.
Indeed.
You wouldn't be here if you wasn't. You'd be in fucking church. Look at Amar has like a real culture that he would deal with. He would still be right now. It's 1:53. He'll be fucking doing Dicker some fucking way right now. And you know you would. You know what I'm saying? All day, just fucking counting and turning beads, or you know what I'm saying, the mala beads all day long. Everybody's here because you've been particularly the weird kid growing up that you always was fucking with shit. So you was always a seeker. You was always tinkering with something, and nobody understood you. You felt like you couldn't really talk to your mother. You definitely couldn't talk to your father. You know what I'm saying, about other shit. And your grandmother you couldn't talk to because she going to church every day.
Oh yeah, I was forced to be raised Catholic when I was little, and it just never really clicked for me. Because like if I was still involved with that begrudgingly, I'd be whining to some priest right now, trying to make up something that I did that was bad this week, and flagellating myself essentially, and that doesn't really get you anywhere.
No.
Like guilt-based shit.
Right.
The only thing good about Catholicism is it's one of the only type of religious systems that has that occultic ritual system.
That's true. I was about to mention that.
Chanting, candles. They always dressed in robes. They come out with the fucking centaur of myrrh and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? They're the only ones that still have the occultic paganism, which they'll never tell you that. But
definitely not.
They're kissing shit. They're always kissing something, aren't they?
Yeah. Actually, at the church that I went to when I was little, they had like the founder of that church specifically, they had a piece of his bone inside of like the altar there.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my.
Domini Omnicom. They're always chanting, and they got his fucking bones in the church.
Did they kiss his bone?
Doing exorcisms and shit,
Did they kiss his bone?
I remember when I was getting baptized at the age of 9. I couldn't wait to get baptized for some reason because everybody was doing it. But when it was my turn, I remember going into the water and then like being the only one to like blow everything out of the water. And like people were looking at me like, and I just got up and walked away. Like the water went up my nose, and I was just like, no, I don't like this.
My family was always pissed at me because my grandmother was like the church mother. I came from a big time church family, right? So I would always play with that shit. When I got baptized, I came out. I like looked up and had my hands like spread it like this, and I looked at my grandmother, and I knew she was pissed because she knew that I was playing around. But everybody in church was like, "Hallelujah, the spirit," and all this type of shit like this the whole fucking time. Every time they did communion, I would take it and I would lift my hands like this.
Man,
damn, bro,
that is funny.
I was getting in trouble. I was a horrible church kid. You know what I'm saying? But my mother, my aunt, my grandmother, I'm talking about, my family is all big into church. You know what I'm saying? But I was playing with that thing, man. I was playing with it the whole time. I just never saw any serious. It's just like you could not ask questions.
Right.
That was me. I was the kid who, my first question was, if there was Adam and Eve, and then they had 2 sons, Cain and Abel, and Cain kills Abel, why did God need to put a mark on him so people could know that he was a murderer? If there was nobody else here. And then he goes to the land of Nod, and he finds his wife there. Where did they come from?
Yeah.
The pastor, those are certain things you're just not supposed to. You're not supposed to ask about the Bible. I was done from there when I was 9.
Yikes.
Man, my question was, if they fucked up, why do we have to suffer? That was my first question.
What the heck to do with me?
And I was like, what was before the beginning? Like, why didn't you just decide to start then? Like, what was before the before? Like,
what type of God is jealous? What type of God is jealous?
Yeah, I used to think when I used to go to Catholic church and stuff like that, they would be like kneeling down to Jesus and stuff like that, and I'm like, you guys are kneeling down to an action figure. Like, that's how I used to think. Like, this is an action figure.
Yikes.
I can't take it serious, so I never took it serious. It's like,
Yeah.
I made, like, my family, because of my non-interest, they switched from Catholic to non-denomination Christian, and then they just stopped going to church too.
Damn.
Just, it is, some people can live a beautiful life in religion. They're good people, they're great people, loving, caring. You know what I mean? They just be Christians. I'm not knocking the individuals. I'm knocking the system. The system just doesn't work for me. You know what I'm saying? It's just once I found that, and from Connecticut, there's Catholic churches everywhere. I went to Catholic school as a kid too, and it just didn't make any sense. Nuns are the meanest women you could ever be in contact with.
Holy
there was
shit.
No love. There was no love from these nuns.
Super judgmental. I told you my aunt and my mom lived in Connecticut, and they're Haitian. They went to Catholic school out there. So.
Oh my God.
So
they definitely felt the lash.
Yeah. And the energy is just heavy over there in that area. I'm gonna be 100 with you.
You gotta think, man. This was one of the original 13 colonies. It's a lot of magic over there. What do you think? All of that
voodoo,
Ichabod Crane and Hallows Eve. Nobody says Halloween up there. They call it Hallows Eve. They go back to the old. Ways, because you got to think the Headless Horseman. That whole story is based off of New England, which is New England, Connecticut, and that's the borderline of Once you get to the borderline of New York and Connecticut, there's all kind of witchcraft and quote unquote witchcraft, but there's a lot of folklore that come from up there. Not the Native Americans, the Golden Hill Pawcasauts and the Pequots. A lot of torture, a lot of bloodshed happened up there. The attack of the British. So it's a lot of bloodshed in the original 13 colonies. You got to think that's what George Washington and these guys, those guys who met in the Green Dragon.
So if you ever go inside the old houses, because I used to work for like an HVAC company, and I would build like the sheet metal, basically the stuff that the vents and stuff, and I used to have to go transport it in. We would have to go to like Danbury or Greenwich. Oh yeah, bro, Greenwich, Connecticut, old houses and stuff. Oh my gosh, those houses are so old, and the energy in there is like the haunted houses type stuff. It's crazy.
Where do you think that I learned my occult information from, man? I got it from Anglo-Saxons. I used to hang out with wealthy white kids in Westport, Connecticut, and in Danbury and Fairfield and all of that. These people they had the real libraries in their homes with the real fucking sliding ladder and shit like that. And I would go in there and go look through their books and find all of these books. That's why I like to read the old books from the 1300s. That's where I've always studied my information from. I had to go to the source. When you deal with John Dee, that's where the information for the Golden Dawn came from. Them guys, McMathers and the old authors. But a lot of that information is stored in rare book libraries in Connecticut, man. Yale. Don't forget, Yale is there in New Haven.
Oh yeah, true.
They got all of that kind of stuff. All of that stuff is in Connecticut, man. Big occultic folklore. I met and had the opportunity to talk a couple times to the Warrens, the who they made the haunting in Connecticut, and with that little doll and shit like that they had that had the spirits in it. Them people was all them. Connecticut is nothing but 13 colony occult and shit, man.
But brother, these were not the melanated ones.
Don't have nothing to do with that.
They will be in their next life, brother.
But you know what, though? I'm gonna keep it real. They honored the melanin. I had one guy's father tell me, he told me, you know, the only reason that you're welcomed into my home is because you have a inquisitive mind. He said, but you don't even know the history of your own people. I had to learn young to keep my emotion away from feeling offended by racial shit.
Yeah.
Because I always knew that there was something I can kind of learn. So let me listen to what this motherfucker really saying before I punch him in his face. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when they would say stuff like this, they'll be like, let me show you something. Come look at this picture I got. And I'm talking about, they would have, this one guy had real artwork. So I'm looking at it. He said, what you see? I said, man, I see like, it's like two ladies sitting there that's, you know, eating grapes. He said, no, look at them. And I'm looking at them, and you know what these ladies were? And I think about them, they were mulattoes. He said, you would think they were white, wouldn't you? He said, yeah. He said, well, he said, those are the beginning individuals of Britain and England, where we Anglo-Saxons get our blue blood from. When he told me that, I went in. That's when it started opening to me. Like, I think I need to start reading some other shit.
Mm-hmm.
So they also, how you just made the joke about, you know, but they're not melanated. They know about it. How do you think we got this information?
Exactly.
They were able to globe trot. They are the archaeologists. They're the paleontologists. They're the ones who dig up fucking ancient tombs and shit like that, write books about it, and then now we're in 2020, we're reading about it. So if we was to fucking say, oh man, everybody reading a fucking book and white dude, and we would be dumb as a motherfucker.
Exactly. And some are.
That's when you get stuck into the Bible. See, because the Bible was used to perpetuate separation through whatever means of separation, whether it be racial, religious, spiritual, all of that, gender. That's what religion is. It's for turning you into separation. As we know with the Kybalion, there ain't nothing separate from the all.
Nope. No enemies.
And man is the only created being who has the ultimate ability to reconnect with the all. A dog can't do it. A lion can't. No gazelles. No gorilla, monkeys, nothing. Only us, the walking, thinking beast. Man and woman can reconnect with the indigenous primal source of what's called the all, God, Allah, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You can become that. We the only created creatures that can do that type of shit. But I'm sorry, Trav. I know I'm a rambler.
Oh, Jacob, you good like that? Good. Oh, well, you just said, because in UCR, the college I go to, in the library there, they got like a basement. I went to the basement, and these books they got, I'm like, what the fuck? Like older books, like the ones you're talking about.
Yeah.
And like the information in there, when I went, I had to like this was like a year and a half ago, so I was not at the level to even comprehend what they were saying in there. So I was like, yo, I'm gonna put this book down. But
like Trav knows, and you should know, like when you go read Madame Blavatsky's books. Those books are not even, those books you can't even read them straight through because they're scholarly material where you're gonna have to go figure out what is this Greek writing that she's mixing in. She be having English, then a flip to Greek, then I have Hebrew, and I have other old languages so she can give a broad description of the topic that she was talking about. So now you'll miss out the whole fucking chapter because you can't read this one paragraph that's in Greek that ties the whole rest of the chapter into what she was talking about. So that's the type. That's where, that's how you really gain a deeper understanding of all of this shit like that. You got to really, really dig deep, and it takes a lot of work to fucking do that type of reading.
It's almost as if it's hidden in all the words. But as we've seen, the Vedic stuff is simple.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But profound.
Yeah.
It's because
Vedic information has been interpreted. Huh?
Oh, I was gonna say, I think it's because of how much they've worked on their ability to, like, their Ajna chakra and their mind, how they're able to perceive the information and just give it to you plain. Like, I think that's like, it's basically a form of a siddhi, I think, to be able to, like, relay that type of information so plainly.
I'm gonna tell you something too. That this is how you know that your culture was supposed to be what it is. Because the people tried to enslave your people, but you were no good at that. Because your people are not physically built for strenuous labor. Even though they do labor, they're not built for that. They're more of a thinking individual, a calculating business mindset type of individual, based off of your ancient spiritual system. You still have a deep and always had a connection to that deep spiritual culture, which is a fucking genetic thing. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And it goes to the same thing as the Japanese and the Chinese. They didn't conquer fucking Japan and China and shit like that. They just conquered little particular areas through the fucking stealthiness, because those people are not physically built for no strenuous fucking back-breaking labor. So they're used for their mental and spiritual intelligence, because they have a cultural, spiritual, indigenous system, whether it be sorcery, meditation, and they have their yoga and all of that, and Zen and ninjas and samurai. That's based off of their ancient indigenous spiritual system. So when you look at this thing, that's why you have to really do a god is supposed to have 360 degrees of information, meaning that you can just go around the globe and know every fucking thing that really is bringing people together as a conglomerate of beings on this planet. You have to have knowledge of existence, purpose, reasons. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what it is. Like certain people, and I'm gonna shut up after this because I know
keep on going, bro. Your shit.
But I'm just saying that if you take each individual, that's why it's the knowledge of self. That's why this hermetic information, this occult information, it had to deal with the four elements. It had to deal with the realms of existence, manifestation, the ethers, and because it had to take you away from basically keep looking at someone's racial distinction and being caught in an illusion of that shit. You have to break it down through the elemental compounds of that person that you see in the physical to understand why they operate the way that they fucking operate in. So now when you take each one of us, that's why we're in little boxes on this Zoom meeting, because we're all a cellular representation of each one of us, who represents an extension of how you have cultivated your energies within your family, your race, your blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. So each one of us got to really just study ourselves to understand and be comfortable enough to sit back and be like, I'm here because it was a part of my purpose to be here. I didn't just choose this shit because it's interesting and it stimulated me and it's fun to hang out with TK Trav. You know what I'm saying? No, you were meant. Everybody is purpose. Even those who are in the YouTube shit, you're here because your genetic vibration through the elements, your compensation connects you to the all of existence. That's why you're fucking with that shit. Tatwas and Judy. You know what I'm saying? I come from the Eastern and Bridgeport, Connecticut, which is called the hood. There ain't nobody ever they were talking about no chakra. But the Buddhist monks this was a secret thing about my neighborhood. This is how I know my connection to the deep shit. We had a Buddhist monk sanctuary. These monks came and bought a house in the hood.
Wow.
But it's in Connecticut, but I lived in Long Island Sound, so it kind of you would kind of look like, fucking dude, you lived on the fucking ocean, like, you know what I'm saying? But it wasn't all that. But anyway, they bought a house, made this shit, and I'm about to tell y'all some neighborhood shit we called it the therium. Because none of us could pronounce this 50-word fucking thing, and it started off that. So it started out THEP, but then it went into thepta, lepta, chepta, thepta, thupta. It was a whole bunch of shit up there. But they were real monks. They walked around in robes. You would only see them once in a while, bald heads, rose, all of that shit. The real fucking deal. Shit. And we had that, and that was right around the corner from me. They couldn't speak English, but eventually they started to. So who started asking them questions? Me. What is this? And what are you doing? And blah, 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 and all of this, you know what I'm saying? And the younger ones would talk, but the older ones never talked to nobody. And then eventually you didn't see them. They would only be in there. They had a big garage where they made into a temple. So so all I'm saying, I use that just to say, each individual, if you go through your own individual life, you will see shit that was connecting you to what's going on right now. You might have missed it.
Fuck. Yeah.
Nobody's here by haphazard or just because. And I know all of us came upon Trav's channel on YouTube, whatever at one point, and something made us sit there and we got stuck. And he didn't have a bunch of bells and whistles and blah blah blah. It was just him, and we said, yo, something. You might have didn't say nothing. You just didn't go to no other video because you were supposed to. He was the catalyst, or he was the next chemical that had to be mixed with the elixir of self. So now it led you right where it should be. You know what I'm saying?
Law.
Look, speaking of these elements, one of the things that the Vedic text talked about was that the West focuses so heavily on the four, when in actual truth there's five. The four emanate from the fifth. And by us not really being aware of that fifth element, it's like how we have this medical system that focuses on the effects, but never the cause. So if you guys are able to, if you have the time, if you have the effort, I'd highly suggest investing in this one here. Because even as you were saying about having that well-rounded perspective, understanding that even though the Kybalion says that Hermes Trismegistus just inspired the teachings of the East, as far as I've found so far, and I haven't found everything yet, but as far as I've found, this stuff is some of the earliest. But this gives the best explanation I've ever seen on the five elements and their relation to self and this whole process here. And like I was saying to Mike last week, this ties into the NLP, the functions of mind, ties into the tree of life. It puts it all in great perspective. So it will go along great with the Kybalion here because it gives a pretty good description of different qualities of the all. While the Kybalion is really good at building a perspective if you don't have one. Books like this one here help to go even deeper. But like what you said, Amar, it's very simple. It's not complex. Or was that George that said that?
Yeah, that's what I said. It's funny regarding that. Buddha said, as soon as he found his enlightenment, the first thing he said was, "There is nothing I can say that can even begin to portray it. There is no point even trying to speak about it. Because every word distorts it."
Yeah. Yeah.
So the more words, the greater the distortion.
You're right. You're right, man.
Because we're dealing with the all is unconditioned reality. Unconditioned, which means as soon as you put a condition on it, it's not the all anymore.
Exactly.
That's why when Buddha was asked about nirvana, if you can call whatever you can describe, that's not it.
And you know something about that book? You know, the top was the Vedics, the Indian people based their whole medical system on that, on the elements and how they apply it to yourself. Too much hot, too much cold, too much moist. Their whole Vedic medical system is based off of your connection to the 4 and 5 elements. So think about how off, like that's why people can't fool themselves in the West thinking just because they have access to information.
Oh, I just refuse that.
And they start utilizing it. It's going to take years and years to get rid of or recondition from your westernized mind state.
Yes.
That's why they had to. Aleister Crowley did it all the time. A lot of people haven't read all Aleister Crowley's work. That stuff be so jumbled up to the regular mind. He purposely misspelled words on purpose. He purposely mixed up sentences so it sounds outrageous and dumb. He did that shit on purpose, man.
Yeah. And Vivekananda also said, sorry, yeah, Vivekananda also mentioned about people that do that. If you're telling the truth, one little drop of falsehood negates the whole thing.
Yeah, and that's why Aleister Crowley what? First of all, he called himself the Beast, and then he wrote the Book of Lies, which was actually a book of truth. But as George just said, he purposely mistranslated a lot of shit, so it became a lie. But you had to interpret the truth, because no hermeticist or adept can be taught anything by a teacher. They only just led to this point and be like, you now contemplate this right here.
Yeah.
Pointing.
Yeah.
And once you contemplate it, you get your own enlightenment, then the next guide is on the road and tells you he may expound. They always expound on something, and then they say, now meditate upon this.
And see, that's the nature of guru, right? Guru is not meant to be worship. You don't stop at your guru and fall at his feet and worship all damn day. The guru is meant to be a symbol to help you recognize what's going on inside of you, to help you acclimate and recognize. He's used as a symbol to get to a certain point. Mm-hmm. No matter how long it takes, it may take years, it may take months. And then the next step is to move to the next guru, which doesn't always have to be a physical person. But for most of us,
that's a westernized mind to get caught up in how long something's going to take.
Yeah.
They're always looking. Westernized mind and science is always looking for the origin and ending of something.
Yeah.
When did the universe begin? When will it end? When will a supernova happen on the sun?
Yeah.
It's always looking for the beginning and the ending. That's why that's why I said it may take people. That's an obstacle that people get caught and worried about how long it's going to take. Somebody may be 33, 34 years old and they just now discovering this and they feeling great. We didn't read initiation into hermetics and a mystical Kabbalah, and then Ophiel, and then now Durana Darshan. They've been meditating and shit like that. Them motherfuckers want the Kundalini open tomorrow. When it may take 15 more years just to clean the westernized conditioning of your cellular structure. This shit ain't just about the thinking, it's about cellular structure. Your genetics and DNA have been reprogrammed to follow something that has nothing to do with the internal you. People don't understand. I had to tell my daughters the other day about this, and they didn't understand that you are not Satori. You're like, that's not you. I just labeled you that, and your body is not you. She couldn't get it. I said, because we're sitting in this car, does that make us the car? She was like, no. And then she looked away, and she said, oh, so that means that there's something is inside of me that's really me, and my body is just a car? I said, you got it.
Wow.
So that's
what going back. Oh.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. Going back on what you're saying earlier about people just getting into stuff when they're like 33, 34 or something. I just turned 31 this year, and I hadn't started actually practicing this stuff until much earlier this year, which also reminded me of you talking about 2020 being like an awakening in a way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not trying to rush forward with anything, you know, like I think that I fell into this stuff just at the right time, it seems, because if I tried to get into this before, like I had a lot of other stuff going on in my life, and now things have kind of like simmered down to a way where I can focus more on myself internally rather than having to worry about like rent and bills and all this other stuff. So yeah,
I'm just saying with the age thing, people don't ever let yourself become caught in the obstacle of feeling that, damn, man, I ain't got no more. I don't have another 4 years to sit in meditation before it happens, because it possibly may not happen like that for you. All it asks for you to be a consistent, rigorous practice and demonstration of what you're doing.
Right.
So that means that you are at the very core of yourself, as we say, is our cellular structure as a proton. Look at yourself. You have to generate that nuclear. Basically, what's in the middle is basically nuclear fusion. So you just like that. That dot is the fucking cellular structure. That shit is the proton. So you have to find your internal willpower. Willpower is the generated force, basically what we call chi, to activate that what I do it from myself. I do it from the internal chi power, which is the all. So then once you do that, and in turn on the physical manifestation, it's called belief. I believe in myself. See how it gotta have multiple dimensions. That's the abstract personality. My abstract definition is the cellular self. You have to get it from the proton, but the basic self says, I have belief in myself.
And look,
I speak that into myself. So now, by doing that, you empower the activity of the practice, the Dharana Darshan, the Chakra Shuddhi, and whatever other tool that we're using or technique, that if you're consistent for 3 weeks or 3, 4, 5 days, it may open and happen for you.
Yes.
But as soon as the person thinks, man, I can't do this for another year. I thought I'll be levitating right now.
Wow.
I thought I'll be able to talk about it and don't forget. No, you doubt it. You instantly doubted the self. So doubt goes throughout your whole genetic, physical competence, your whole self.
That in itself, that mode of thinking about trying to get to the beginning and the end, being so temporal, that in itself denotes a level that is, very close to the beginner stages. Because what I'm learning here about consciousness and evolution, spiritual evolution, is that it's almost entirely dependent on what level of perception that you're able to rise to, right? Just like the example they keep using, if you're in a building and you can only see out the first floor, you got a certain perspective. And every floor you go up, you see a little bit more of the landscape. And if you get to the top of the building, the picture looks entirely different. It's not even the same as being on the bottom floor. So there's a combination of adjustment between mind and matter, right? Because scientific studies have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that what's going on in your mental process has a direct effect on your physical body. The gray hairs, the balding, the high blood pressure, etc., are a few things that can happen if you hold on to stress. That's how you react to situations. And when you're able to come to a certain point where you can go within and see from the highest perspective you can, but closer to the perspective of the all, of unconditioned reality, your physical body begins to behave differently, like what you're talking about with this cellular recomposition. And doing these exercises like Tattva Shuddhi or Chakra Shuddhi gives you an experiential understanding, not just an intellectual understanding, right? Because you can read these books, all of them, and you still might not get it. But when you sit down and get that experience, it widens your perspective to such a level that you can see such a broad plateau that you don't react the same to reality as everyone else. So many people are out here scrambling and going through chaos and suffering based on their thoughts, attachments to their identity, and attachments to their cravings and aversions. But when you're able to purify your view, everything hits different.
Perfect draft.
Yo, Trev, you're fucking insane with the Tattva Shuddhi exercises. So like, I think that she leaves some of the so after you dissolve like the fifth, like the Akasha, like when you dissolve it into the ego and then into the great principle and shit.
Yeah.
Like she doesn't tell you where it goes. So like when I was doing it, I was like, wait, where am I supposed to dissolve it? And then like that made me think, just like what you're saying, just like having to think about where I'm supposed to dissolve the ego into. It like what you just like explained. I had an experience with it yesterday because I looked up at the sky like at night, and then I saw like the constellations. I seen like the lines connecting all of them. And before doing the Tattva Shuddhi, I was never like, I just saw stars.
Yeah.
But like now when I look up, I can see the whole fucking constellation. Like it's not just one star. I could write it. I could like draw it out. It's
that's deep, man. Because when you said that, once you get to that particular level of Akashic higher thinking, you said that she didn't say where you go next. She can't say it because you gotta go there. So you define it yourself. She can't. No. That's what I mean about the teaching. That's what I said earlier. They can't teach you that. They can only lead you. They can only give you the tools to apply. Like, here's the techniques. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna set you up with this shop, and you're gonna be a worker. And here's the tools that you're gonna need to become a master carpenter. And you can go and the next step after that, you know how to build a house, but do you know how to draw the floor plans? So now you're gonna have to become an architect or the draftsman. So those are the multiple. So imagine a person who's a draftsman, an architect, and a fucking carpenter. They can, and then he adds plumbing, electrician, and all of this stuff. I mean, you can build your house from beginning to end. So that's when now you got to get into the Temple of Solomon, the temple built without sound of hammer or nail. That's what the fuck. That's why they can't go over there to Jerusalem and they're gonna be like, here's the word Solomon's temple. It wasn't even real. That's just an allegorical story.
Beautiful.
So a lot of this becomes allegory, just to use a word of the Vedic information that we get in. You have to sit back for yourself and be like, and then even for us to try to, how you had asked the question, but then, well, where do I go next? That right there is the Malkuth mind. And that's the westernized thinking of the next step. We're always looking for the next step because we got to what? We got to connect the dots. The dots of what? Of time. We always got to have a time stamp for every fucking thing. So we can do what with this time stamp? Define it. And do what with definition? Encase it in a fucking box.
I mean, think about it. What would happen if, say, we're doing Durana Darshan, we're doing chakra shooting. And if you, being, you know, a Western mind, coming to me and say, okay, well, Trav, what's the next step? I did it, but what's the next step? And I tell you what the next step is. What are you going to do? Instantly jump to that next step. Fuck the mastery of the previous step. You want to know the next hot shit.
Yeah.
Circles.
Exactly.
Circles.
And he said that in the beginning verses of the Durana Darshan, an unconcentrated mind is a weak mind.
Yes.
That's a sign of a weak mind.
I love
a
that
person
line.
who keeps asking, okay, I got this down. What's next, coach?
What's the next one?
That's why
This is it.
That's why there's great sports players, because they don't think for themselves. They are what's next coach player. Now they may look like a great sportsman, athlete. That's only because they're not doing anything but following the goal. Go give me 750 push-ups right now. Blow the whistle, whoop, he falls right down. They don't lead themselves. It's the fucking tournament time.
What gets me is, I graduated college and everything, and like I'm just still working at 7-Eleven, just enjoying my time and all that. And then people will come up to me and be like, all right, what's your next step? Don't let your education go to waste. It's just like, I'm already using it every day. Like I use my education every day. It's just like, what defines your education going to waste? To them,
exactly.
Not having a good career, not doing something big and show offish to other people. And it's just like, I use that every day. I delve deep into studies just for my own sake of study, for my own sake of expansion. That just gets me. It gets me.
That's like a
understand that concept of being able to like study for yourself and like use your education all the time, not just for
work.
one thing.
That's
I had,
it.
like, old people in my classes when I was in college, like people in their 70s, 80s, just taking classes for the sake of doing it. And it's like, they already lived their life. They just want to know more.
And they go home, and those people go home happy. They live to 90 something years old, and then they physically don't exist no more. That's because they have not encapsulated themselves in a fucking box.
Right.
And you ever notice that people who always say that, because it was the same with me, they questioned my education and why didn't you finish school?
That could have been you.
Blah, blah. It could have been, exactly. You know what I'm saying? And they always question, I'd be like, well, this advice is coming from somebody who never even fucking went to community college.
Yikes.
How are you giving me advice about college and you never fucking went further than 12th grade?
Yikes.
A lot of the people I found that say shit like that, they're typically people who are like, who have trapped themselves, like they've trapped themselves into a career that they're miserable with.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, I should have gone to school for something else, and
But they can. When in actuality, they can go to school for something else. So that's
but they won't.
What I said. That's that fucking athlete stuck mentality. That's some motherfuckers just waiting for a person to blow the whistle, boop, and they instantly do what they're told. That's an attaboy. They always want somebody to say, good job, attaboy.
Yeah.
Those are them kind of people. And you know something? The elevated mind says, and they're supposed to be those kind of people.
Exactly. It's perfect.
They should be there.
It's perfect.
So once you disassociate any reaction, because I'm trying not to use the word emotion, because I guess I've been killing that. So now you eliminate your reaction response to what someone else says. It doesn't even fucking matter. They could say that all day to you. Well, you don't let your education run. Like, yeah, I understand. And smile and be cute.
Thank you.
And go right ahead about your business.
Mm-hmm.
You don't got to debate with them. You don't have to offer no rebuttal, no answer.
You don't have to feel bad about it.
You know what? Huh?
You don't have to feel bad about it either.
You don't have to feel nothing. That is to me, in my opinion, that's the ultimate fucking superpower. It's not having a reactionary response to what someone else says or how they feel about me. Or you as an individual, somebody can say something and a lot of people know it begins in the chest and then it begins in the Vishuddha. Well, not the Vishuddha, it begins in the
Anahata.
in your Manipura area. And you start feeling heat from somebody offending you. Or you disliking what they're saying. Once you're able to eliminate that, because they're affecting your chakra systems, your Svadhisthana and your Anahata, causing the disturbance. So now they start doing what? Spinning in fucking reverse. Because the opposite of enlightenment is being unenlightened, meaning that somebody is diminishing your fucking inner light by what they say. So that's the superpower that actually we should be obtaining. Well, I'm gonna say I'll go back to me, making me that I should be seeking to obtain that first before now. I think I'm gonna open some motherfucking Kundalini now. Because once I open this Kundalini, I'm not gonna be wanting to go lay some meat up in some yoni because now I'm already getting sexually activated and shit.
Meat.
So if I've disassociated myself with the sensual energy, that's going to do what? That's going to now be activated in the Muladhara, the Svadhisthana, and the motherfucking Anahata. Now I'm in control of that. I'm using that energy now. I'm Baphomet now. I don't need to go lay something down. That's the superpower. And most people want superpowers tomorrow because they don't feel empowered with anything in their life.
Right. That's exactly why.
It sounded so good. Something's gonna happen. That's what it is. It's the emotion. It's the emotional response system. It's dopamine and serotonin. It feels so fucking good for a day to finally come, and I can be in the realm of ascension.
And look, that's where compassion comes. That's where compassion comes into play. Understanding that, like on the top layer, they talking about superpowers. I agree or I disagree. But when you go just a little bit lower, or should I say a little bit higher in reference to that building perspective, you see that that in itself is an emotional response to people who feel that they don't have control over their lives, who feel like there's situations where they're powerless. And when someone says, hey, you're going to get some power, of course, like you said, it's going to release that serotonin. It's going to feel good. I mean, I make fun of it because it's so easy to make fun of. Like, it doesn't happen this way. This is not fucking anime.
You're in a culture. You have a twist of humor.
But at the same time, I also understand that, this is, in a way, it's a cry for help. In a way, it's an expression of, what's the word? When you feel lower than someone else. Insecurities, inferiority, those type of things. Yeah. It's an expression of those things, and I get it. But at the end of the day, what you put in is what you get out. If you didn't put in no study, no work, no understanding, why is it suddenly going to happen? What planet does this happen on? What dimension does that happen on? Not Malkuth. Damn sure not Asaya. So you can't run away from the work. You can't run away from shadow work.
Have you ever seen an ant doing nothing?
A dead ant.
Ants are always doing some shit. And even you learn in Masonic lore, the Masonic lodge is called a beehive, right? So everything's supposed to work like a beehive. Well, even a beehive has to be operating properly because it can't have too many drones inside of there. Once it has too many drones don't really do a lot. So if you got a lot of drones, They just eating up all the resources. They're taking up all the space and shit like that. So that's how we got to be able to operate this thing. You got to know how to operate with the fucking universal forces. It's just like how you said that, you know, some of these people, we have to have compassion, we have to have mercy. But you know what you just did, you just spoke about the tree of life. Severity, mercy, and balance. You have, sometimes shit's gonna be fucking severe.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then within that severity, there is always gonna be a balance of mercy. The pendulum is gonna swing both ways, but it's how you as an individual respond to the severity, respond to the mercy, respond to the balance. That's the whole thing. My people, like I'm gonna just re-say it again. Most people, they have been suffering. They've been traumatized by things in their life, and nothing brings them joy anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Weed smoking ain't bringing them joy, because now the time you're getting older, the elevation of the vibration is making you mature. No matter if you want to or fucking not, this shit's making you mature. That's the life lesson for everybody. This been a year of maturity. So the only thing, so most people now, the things that they was doing in their immaturity, clubbing, popping bottles, and everybody drinking Ciroc, and it's been balling, and we having a good. That shit is a fucking rap.
Hell, you can't do that. Most people can't do that now.
Most people can't do it. So what have you replaced that with?
Right.
That's what I'm saying about the work that you were supposed to be doing. What did you replace popping bottles with? What you replaced always smoking weed with? What is all the things that made you feel good not making you feel so good anymore? You done been there, you done done that. Now here comes this information that on December 21st, blah, 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 2020, some shit's supposed to happen. Man, I heard that motherfucker's third eye opening. Man, nah, man, I think you're supposed to, all the fallen angels is coming out.
God, not that stuff.
You know what I'm saying? All these different stories. People want something to happen.
Mm-hmm. To free them from what's going on.
They want relief. Donald Trump bugging out. You know what I'm saying? Everybody bugging out. It's all of this trauma, killing people, the police choking people out, live video recording, getting shot. We got the march. White people angry at black people angry at white people, both black and white angry at the government. That everybody don't know what to do. It's been chaos. So now they want Jesus Christ. Well, they're trying to now connect the Christmas. They calling it the Christmas star. The star that the Magi saw. They want that to be the reality. What's going to happen tomorrow? So they wanting Jesus to motherfucker be reborn in the manger and come get their ass out of their misery. Panic wouldn't even say that shit nice like that. He'll be calling them a bunch of miserable motherfuckers.
Yeah.
In one video, this man said, "You lazy motherfucking niggers."
Exactly. Panic doesn't be nice. I'm just trying to be cordial.
Lazy motherfucking niggers.
People are suffering. They're traumatized. They're looking for some way. The trazodone ain't working no more. The fucking psychotropic drugs that they've been given by their therapists don't seem to be holding back. You know how many families have been destroyed by quarantine? They found out they really don't like their husband or their wife.
Mm-hmm.
So
or their kids.
They spend that much time with them. They go to work from 9 to 5 or 12-hour shifts. They come home. They only spend probably 3.5 hours, if that, in the evening with their spouse, and then they go to sleep, wake up the next day, and do it all over again. Now they were forced to spend all day and all night long with people that they never did that before and found out they don't like their children, they don't like their wife, they don't like nobody.
But look, that's an illusion being shattered.
It's an illusion.
It's being.
You don't think they want another illusion to relieve them from this illusion? They want the fucking fallen angels. They want Azazel himself.
Damn.
To come and save them.
Always like something outside of yourself that's gonna come save.
That's what it is.
There you go.
Comfort.
Comfort and joy. Man, I'm spitting on powers, man. I was supposed to wake up and get my powers at work tonight, man. Damn. Shit.
At work, yeah. Well, look, if it's going down, I'm getting.
I'm supposed to snap these bills out the way. Shit.
Yeah, if it's going down, I'm getting the thing on Snap, and I'm using it immediately. At 12.
No need for negotiation, no fancy dialogue, none of that shit.
Some of y'all going back to the all. Some of y'all going back home. Thank me later.
Like, what the fuck?
Damn.
We got to clean this mess up.
I gotta still do tattoo shooting, bro. Don't send it back, bro. I got work to do.
We're gonna snap us. We're gonna wake up. Some of us gonna be having like ghost dancing for Michael Jackson Thriller video.
Oh man.
What the fuck is going on here? Trapped and fucking vanished.
Watching the clock. 11:59. 11:59. 11:59. That's funny.
Mango, I also wanted to just like go back to what you said about the the actual superpower being non-attached. It's in this book, like the Bhagavad Gita book. So like your intellect has the Buddhi's name is Pandu, and he has two wives. One is the power of dispassion, and the power of attachment to dispassion.
Oh wow. Wow.
So it's like these are the actual superpowers are non-attachment, discernment, like all that shit. That's the real power.
Hell yeah.
And they're represented by what gender?
Ha. Some of
the, I told you, the cosmic mother, man.
Some of the coldest folks I know are female.
You gotta. That's why you're not supposed to disrespect women. I don't care if she disrespects her own self.
Uh-oh.
I never disrespected. Like I said, and y'all know I didn't say it more than once. I'm straight from the 90s, crack era, 100%. I wouldn't care how much crack a woman smoke. I'm just not gonna disrespect her like that.
Right.
I will get that money, but I'm not gonna disrespect her because she's disrespecting herself. That's just not me.
Right.
I just feel, and I always know that. That's why it's important that women really get this knowledge, because, and I read it that, you know, saying the best of all worship is the worship of the woman, and that's from the tantric perspective, philosophy.
Indeed.
Ancient written. So that means that for me to be truly an adept and become a master, I'm going to have to submit myself to the power of the feminine energy, point blank, period.
Absolutely.
And through Christianity, you ain't getting that.
No.
Hell.
Oh, no.
Hell no.
Jesus get the juice.
I thought
It's
Jesus
supposed to be woman be silent. That's what they want.
Shango, Jesus is coming tomorrow, man. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, man, you're right.
Well, 50% of y'all won't see it.
I want, and you know something, to be honest with you, I hope he does, so I can look like a fucking fool.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
I'll be back in church.
From the white chariots, I want horses coming from the fucking clouds, and I want all of that shit, man.
Jesus gonna come down like the Bee Gees, dog. The middle dude from the Bee Gees. Nobody.
Hey man, that forgiveness still open? You still forgiving folks?
The Bee Gees had some good hits. He gonna come down singing some smooth weed shit. You know what I'm saying?
Staying alive.
It's funny, my roommate's been listening to them a lot lately. Funny that you bring that up.
You can
I hope
tell
we
by
do,
the
man.
way I
I want to be totally wrong. I want to fucking come outside and look next door at my neighbor house, and this motherfucker is Superman. Like he's lifting his whole. Like, yo, I told you, the fucker was coming. Jesus Christ!
Oh
Yo,
shit.
You know what's the funny thing? Somebody asked me too. Somebody asked me, they're like, do you really feel like we're getting powers? I'm like, with how unresponsible y'all motherfuckers is, you think y'all really deserve powers?
Shit.
It's gonna. They don't even see that. I don't even want to mention that.
Hence the Thanos snap.
Turn into war.
Hence the Thanos snap. It's unnecessary. If all these fools out here got powers, hell no. Hell no.
Exactly. With everything that's said, that's the bottom line. How many chicks who's angry with other chicks, they get some motherfucking powers? Oh my god.
It's gonna be a bunch of bitches running around.
No sir. No man pants.
Decapitated heads.
Exactly. It's gonna be death and destruction everywhere, man. If that was to really happen.
Right. I don't think the all is that irresponsible.
To give everybody superpowers. Like fucking
You get a power. You get a power.
Open the faucet of superpower. Pour it out upon everybody.
Yeah, I was just like, man, fuck it. Let them kill each other.
Yeah.
Then there's that. Yeah, there's that too. Worst plan?
Fuck it. Everyone's Super Saiyan.
Everybody is a
And you know what's crazy though?
Super Saiyan level.
I wish that was the power for real.
Oh,
It's either Super Saiyan or Avatar: The Last Airbender. One of the two.
Yeah.
that should have got me fucking tearing up. That is the reality and the sadness of that. It would be the end. That would be the fucking end.
That'd be a cool way to go out. Yeah.
It would be the manifestation of all of the comic book apocalypse showdowns. It would be so many epic superhero showdowns on the planet. The Earth would shatter off its axis. Somebody would take their superpower and move the fucking Earth too close to the sun, and it would all be over.
Some jackass.
Yeah, because they're just like, oh, can I do this? Hey, why not?
Let me see if I can move the sun, the whole Earth next to the sun, so it can be summer all the time. And scorch us all to fucking action.
Oh, but that shit would fucking happen. If everyone got superpowers, that shit would actually fucking happen.
Or just on a basic level, everybody's third eye is open. There's nothing to get done.
Nope.
I mean, the Earth is over because now everybody's in samadhi now. There's no more activity going on.
Just look at what happened after doing some of these. The first two meditations, like all of my freaking ambition went down to zero because it's like there's no point. Imagine if everyone felt that way instantly.
That's how Buddha felt.
I had to stop for a minute.
Buddhahood.
I didn't want to do
What
shit.
happened to Buddha?
Yeah.
He became disappointed basically with himself as a prince. Like, yo, what's the fucking purpose of going home, man? I'm balling, but now look at everybody else out here. No wonder they had my window closed all the time, so I couldn't see how pitiful. And now you're broken down, and you're like, you know what? I'm not even going back. I give up everything. I'm gonna sit here under this fucking tree.
Hey. Hey, Kristen.
Hey, Travis.
It's been a minute. It's been a while. I haven't seen you in a while. Is everything okay?
It's been a while. Everything's fantastic. I got my tire fixed finally.
Good. Good.
Yeah.
Wait, from like 3 days ago, you finally got it fixed?
Yeah, so what had happened was,
What had happened was.
yeah, my lug nuts are deep set. Yeah, my lug nuts are huge. I got big lug nuts.
Oh my.
So on my Jeep, their deep well socket but it has to be a thin wall, 22-inch, and then at the end it has to grip. That tool was impossible to find. I finally found it at an AutoZone down at different towns. So, and then I had to go get a new tire because my tire is aftermarket tire. It's the wide walls where it sticks out. The back two tires are bigger than the front two, and my Jeep is a two-wheel drive in the back, and it's a different kind of Jeep. It's only 2-door, 5-speed, and all sorts of weird shit. So it's like we had to run all over the place. So, but it's finally done. Thank goodness.
Praise the Lord.
Yes.
Yes, Lord.
Won't he do it?
Won't he? Yeah, won't he do it?
Because you know that's one of the catchphrases. You got to say that. You know what I mean?
I like the Christian catchphrases. I like them. They're cute. Well, God bless and keep you, Deacon.
My group. Because it's Sunday's group time.
Hey, I want to show you guys something. I know we just got past the superpowers, but there's been footage of some people coming online, some people being activated, and I wanted to share one of my favorite activations here. It's just real quick.
Bro, don't do it, dog.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
shit.
This one, yeah, I seen this one.
Oh, you seen this one?
Doing the work, brother.
I just wanted to share this one. One fish, two fish. Red fish, blue fish. All right, check this out. It's pretty funny.
Blood fish, crip fish.
Oh, cheap. I'm fixing the screen on OBS so that YouTube can see it as well. Here we go.
Play.
Pow, pow, pow. So here he is shooting he's shooting the window of this guy in the car.
Shit.
And this guy gets out,
Shit.
runs around the corner. He's going after him with that gun. He's going after him. He hits the corner. What the hell?
Oh shit.
Yeah, this man done spit that clone. He don't know where to go, left or right. What the hell?
What the hell?
That guy
He fell on the ground. That's how. Damn.
Oh shit.
That's a cop.
I gotta show you another one too.
That's a cop. So yeah, the powers are coming online, y'all. We getting activated. Somebody done got the clone jitsu. That's the one I wanted specifically.
Yo, that's what the shit I've been working on, bro.
Uh-oh.
You know how many fucking shadow clones I have doing shit?
Uh-oh.
Fuck.
Oh shit, bro.
I need fucking shadow clone jitsu. Fuck.
That's crazy.
Trav, I'm sending you two crazy ones, bro. They have a girl that shape shifted inside of the movie theater in Mexico, and they have like two different angles. I'm gonna send it to you right now. And also some dude that appeared from the sky and he was green.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Mr. Manhattan. He turned green.
Check your Facebook. I'm sending it to you right now.
We're ready. Hey, Christian, did you hear earlier when Curve mentioned about JFK?
What do you say? I wasn't on. I didn't hear.
Oh, I have a video where I was watching JFK and his brother. They both have Rahu and K2 in the 4th and 10th house axis.
Yep, just like Trump.
But why you walking so far?
Yeah, and then also some other people too. I just don't remember their names.
Yeah, that, like I said before, Trump is the new Kennedy. Trump and Kennedy have tons of links. The red-headed president who's against a so-called establishment, who will communicate with the people in unique ways. Like Trump was like, with his Twitter. Kennedy was also someone who was like reaching out to the people directly, unlike other presidents. He said he would. They did a lot of the same stuff. It's a lot of similar things taking place. Let's hope that the one thing doesn't take place, though.
Yeah.
Fact.
So, but
I don't even think they can operate like that in his plane. I don't. No matter if I disagree with him or not, that kind of action would be absolutely nuts. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that he could get I don't think that he can get Jake.
Well, he's here to finish the mythology that Kennedy wasn't able to finish out. unfortunately, Kennedy had a curse, or what you call a curse, on his chart, where Trump is charmed with his eclipse season, which makes him thrive in such things. Any kind of attacks or darkness, he rises above. Like, it almost fuels him. And people hate him because he just wins. He always wins.
All I do is
Even
win.
if it looks like he's not at first, he's going to. Just give him a minute.
Yeah.
So they say it's because the fact that JFK's Rahu was in his 4th house and he was too ambitious, that's what caused him to die.
Who said that?
I'll send you the video that I was watching.
Oh, somebody in a video said it?
Yeah, because they're comparing like 4 to 5 different celebrity charts. Even Monica Lewinsky, she has a 4th and 10th house axis.
Yeah.
Trav,
So his Rahu's in the 4th, not the 10th.
Who?
His Rahu's in the 4th, not the 10th?
Yeah, they're
okay, so that's different because Trump's is in the 10th. His Rahu's in the 10th, and that is a better. You want that axis. It's a stronger axis for overcoming, and especially in a career and coming out on top in career. Because the obsession runs in the career and in public image and in doing a greater good for the public. Whereas K2 sits in the house of home and mother, which means you'll be moving a lot, or you might never feel like you're at home, or you didn't get the love of the mother, or mother died early, stuff like that. You can have tons of cars and homes, but you might never be able to enjoy them because you're constantly working with Rahu in the 10th. So that's what Trump has, Rahu in the 10th, as opposed to the 4th. So it makes sense that they would literally be the opposite, where Kennedy has it in the 4th.
Did you see the videos?
I received.
No, I haven't.
You just said. You said Rahu in the 10th, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, Alex.
Mine's in the 4th.
Oh shit, she's got one of the
Alex,
Yeah, what's up?
were you able to get your chart? Were you able to write it down?
I still have it pulled up here.
Kitty.
Oh yeah, this is my boy.
He's so pretty. I love Aubrey.
He's a Russian blue.
Yeah, I love him.
Oh yeah. He's way more like a dog actually. He's usually sitting on me somewhere or following me, and
does he wag his tail too?
No,
my cats
but he
wag
comes
their
when I
tails
call
like
him.
dogs. Yeah, that's so crazy. Sometimes I have 2 cats that act like dogs, and my dog acts like a cat. So
That sounds
weird.
great.
They're confused, but yeah.
You know, sometimes you're born into a species that you just don't identify with. You know.
True.
Yeah.
And all my animals seem to be gay. Well, I for whatever reason I only get male animals, except for the mice. But yeah, my one cat likes to rape the other ones. I'm like, stop it.
Oh.
That's his show of dominance.
Yeah, he's definitely doing something. His little lipstick sticks out and stuff. Like,
Lipstick.
Getting too excited.
Red Rocket.
I can't see it. Go in the other room. I can't see that.
Oh yeah. Sometimes when he wakes up from a nap, like it'll be out, and I just like throw paper at him. It's like, I don't want to see that shit. No one asked for that.
Right?
Sounds like a roommate that I had when I was in the Navy.
You were in the Navy?
Oh shit.
That's another link we have. The Navy.
Somebody didn't watch episode 3.
Of what?
You know what? You are blocked. You're blocked.
Missed it.
Blocked and banned. Okay.
What was it? Block and ban.
Block and ban.
Block and ban. I missed it. I came in the end.
Yo, I'm finna head out, y'all. I'll see y'all on Thursday and everything. Y'all keep it going.
Bye, Mike.
Keep it rocking.
Take it easy, man.
All right, now.
Bye.
Peace, Mike.
Let y'all know if my right arm start tingling or something, you know what I'm saying? I'll start levitating and shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna call y'all, you know what I mean? I'll let you know.
Hey, did you get a chance?
You might be having having a full heart attack, you know.
Mike, did you get a chance to go ahead and did you ever start? Last we talked.
I started. I ended up doing like 45 minutes.
Cool.
But my book hasn't come in yet for Tattoo Shooting, so I'm highly interested in that for real.
Okay.
Oh, that shit's gonna change your life, bro.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Doing the meditation in it, that shit just.
I'm reading through it my third time already. I plan on, it's great.
Leaving too?
Oh shit! All right, Junebug.
Peace,
right,
Junebug.
I'll let y'all.
Bye, guys. Take
Peace.
care.
Like, didn't you love the same people,
No. Mike can't go leave early. Not till 4 or 5. Yeah, not till 4 in the morning. My husband says, "Oh yeah, you're not done yet. That group goes on till 4 or 5 in the morning.
Oh.
Try like 8 in the morning, 9, 10."
Grace goes to sleep and comes back, and we're still here.
right?
Okay, Junebug.
Oh, sorry, Junebug. I thought you were leaving.
Yeah, confused. Sorry. That was my cousin's name growing up, Junebug, which is weird because he was not born in June. Like, that's usually what you call people born in June, Junebug, and we called him Buggy or Bug, and I was like, my mom said, yeah, he's not born in June, so I don't know why she calls him Junebug.
No one's ever called me that. But we do have these giant beetles that fly as if they're blind and they smack and everything.
Junebug born in Feb.
Oh yeah. Those things are dumb as hell. I love them.
Those were terrifying as a kid because you never.
Oh yeah.
They seemed to come straight for me. Hell no.
You ever seen that red?
Oh, that's probably why. That makes sense. Okay. Junior, because he's a junior.
And they have like red on them, red spots on them.
Yeah, my cousin's junior, so that makes sense then.
What was that, Kurt?
You ever seen the big old flies? They're like all black, but they got like red spots on them. So like basically in Haiti and like third world countries, they have usually these flies and they sting you like a bee, and they're like the size of like 6'5" and higher thumb.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Flies that sting?
Yeah, they look like their body looks like a black widow.
Ugh, no.
Whoa.
Keep that in a third world country.
It's basically a fucking flying spider, bro.
A flying spider. Ultra nope. Triple nope.
Those aren't even flies. Those are small gargoyles, man.
Gargoyles.
Biting people.
He said it's a fucking gargoyle.
Oh, hell no. We only got invisibility in stock. But yeah, looking at the framework of this Kybalion, the main thing that I pick up from this is that it gives a framework for the logical mind to piece together the abstract workings of the inner world, of the subjective reality. I think that's ultimately the biggest reason why I think that this book is so influential to occult understanding, because it builds a framework for abstract thinking if you previously don't have one. And this is really an introduction to Kabbalistic thinking, as well as some of the things that we get into with this esoteric Vedic scripture. By the way, I finally got my copy of this bad boy. Wasn't it you that recommended it first, Chungo?
Yeah. I saw you unboxing. I said, yeah, you got it right there.
Yeah, y'all kept bringing it up every week. I had to, and so far
you will see how it connects everything with the Arana Dash-Chan. It just really expands on that because that's where they get the information from.
Yeah, that's one of his gurus, isn't it? One of Janu, or not? Oh, I call him Janu. The author of Arana Darshan. I think Satchitananda is
Niranjanananda. Niranjanananda. Shamanananananda.
Janu just flows better, bro. Janu.
It sounds like Ice Ice Baby. The sound that the music makes.
Niranjanananda.
You missed it. Amar's new name is Dharma Rama.
Dharma Rama.
If you look at the way it's spelled backwards.
I actually just got a message from a friend where he was talking about Tupac out of nowhere.
Them cities coming online. See, just being in this group chat, we unlocking cities.
No, but there's something about that, Trav, just being, because you said that how, like, when you're next to your cousin or with your cousin, you get, like, cities come online. So I think there's definitely energetic influences coming together that unlock shit.
And I think that first came, I first realized that, I think, watching Akira. Because if you notice, whenever Tetsuo crashed his motorcycle into one of those espers, it came online. The trauma of being exposed to a person who was already activated. I think you do get a contact high from being around people who are psychically open, especially if it's in you to be that way as well.
What's wrong?
Okay. You just explained why the first time I told you I said I got spiritually drunk and high without even doing it, like when I was 17 through a conversation.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And again, that's the role of a guru, is able to dispense a certain style of communication that's not necessarily just verbal or just physical. There's all, like you said, Amar, that opening of the third eye. There's a transfer of information that can happen that way as well, because ultimately the experience of any of these cities is an experience that's coming from the place of the third eye, the Ajna chakra.
That makes perfect sense to call us cities like that. I like that because it just makes me think how all these like the angelic forces and the demonic forces, they always have subservience, thousands of them. You know what I mean? That means they have to live in some sort of a realm that could be considered a city. You know, that's just whatever their particular city is how they operate. Because it don't be one or two homeboys hanging out with them. They be having, like, this is legions. They each be having their own legionary forces that operate under them. And they all don't exist in the same city.
Interesting. City and city, right? We're talking about these legions of spirits living in a city, and really working with these spirits fluently is can be considered a city.
Yeah.
Interesting.
We are little universes.
As Marilyn Manson said, we're all part of the dope show, man.
All stars.
Be all stars in this dope show.
The cops and the queers make good-looking models.
Think about how they wasn't really ready for that. If he was to come out now at the age he was when he came out, his music would be bigger. Even though he was big, it would be humongously big right now.
Shit.
Yeah.
A lot of music back then, I think, was so just the type that came out and the time period. It really opened up some new things for the world. Like looking at society before Marilyn Manson and after, like mainstream was not prepared for that at all. You had churches outside.
For Madonna when she made her transition.
Yeah. That's a cosmic shift right there. You know, it's not just like, oh, that celebrity is so genius. We're talking about energies that had need to express itself, to change the entire population of the human race. Yeah, it's just a musician. It's just music. Cool. But everyone is a symbol, especially people who have mass appeal. A lot of people looking at this man and looking up to this man, that's a catalyst. That's a cosmic trigger. That's not just somebody doing something with a cool idea. We all manifest energies that are emanating from a place that's beyond our awareness.
I went back and I listened and watched the video of Madonna the other day, Justify My Love. Remember how controversial that video was at that time? Because it showed gay and lesbian and androgynous interaction. That's what I mean. right now, that video would be like whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Back then, it was they banned it. They like banned it off of MTV. It was all over the news. It was controversial.
And her next song too, Erotica, both of those, they were not allowed to be shown.
Then she made a then it was another controversy. Remember, she had the actor. His name is Leon, the black
Like
dude.
a prayer.
He
that was
she had him as Jesus, and then she kisses him. It was full controversy over this thing.
Yeah, she had the burning crosses and everything.
Wow.
Burning crosses in it. It all of that shit nowadays. It means absolutely nothing to us now.
Yeah, Gaga does that like every weekend.
The shock value of stuff back in the early 90s, it's not even shocking nowadays in 2020. It was like, what? That's supposed to be controversial? You know what I'm saying?
And now that there's more general knowledge about various Catholic priests, being pedophiles, like looking back then in the 90s when Sinead O'Connor like ripped up that picture of the Pope on SNL and all the controversy then started. Yeah.
They like totally blackballed her from entertainment from behind that. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Just because she tore a picture of the Pope.
Yeah.
And their most beloved Pope at that, Pope John Paul.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Was it John Paul the second, or was it just John Paul? I can't remember.
Yeah, the second.
Yeah. That was their most beloved modern Pope right there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, now we know a lot more.
Interesting.
Now we know a lot more about them.
But isn't that crazy though, Trav? Because that would be considered. Would that be considered the law of polarity? Wouldn't that go in polarity? But it would fit all of it: causation, rhythm of the time.
Rhythm. I could see the rhythm.
Rhythm Nation.
And even.
Oh yeah. I was just listening to that album the other day.
Holy shit!
You can't say rhythm and causation without saying Rhythm Nation. You just can't.
I saw that tour.
I'm part of a Rhythm Nation.
Now I'm about to do that dance. Gotta play the song now.
That video is amazing.
Yeah, that one, and then that song "If," that choreography, those things.
Oh yeah.
That was my shit.
Definitely.
The youngins in the chat have no idea what we're talking about right now.
They have no idea. No. That was my middle school days.
You know what I'm saying?
What is a Sinead? What is a Sinead? What's a Madonna?
What's a Janet Jackson?
Oh, she said Gaga. I know Gaga.
Yeah.
I know that one.
Oh my God, isn't that hilarious, man?
Strange.
And look, and as far as like you said, polarity and even rhythm. Back then, as a society, we were so conservative. Even still, not as conservative as the 50s, of course, but very conservative to where we've got this fragile self-image that something like a song and a musician can just turn everybody upside down. And then you look at now, you look at today, it's the opposite. We're so open that nothing phases us.
Yeah.
The deaths of children, the abuse of children barely phases us at large, right?
We're desensitized to a lot of stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
Desensitized but triggered like a motherfucker.
Desensitized but triggered over the stupidest shit.
Stupid shit. Yeah.
It's just think about how people got triggered over Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion song WAP.
Mm-hmm.
Which is stupid. I thought it was.
What about 2 Live Crew?
Yeah.
The government went against 2 Live Crew. The fucking Senate made them put for parental discretion stickers on albums because of 2 Live Crew.
Yeah.
Because they was talking about, me so horny and all of that. Put round ass right in your face.
Hey.
What about my neck, my back? That's way worse.
all of that.
Oh yeah.
Yo, so check it out. Check it out. So
Foxy Brown.
if we're talking about these musicians and artists as catalysts and symbols of an energy, right? Because just like with the cities, when one comes into contact with somebody like that, it's opened in them. So we got these people that are in positions of power. They understand these principles as well. What they're trying to do is regulate what type of energies are being activated in the public at large, because certain energies are a bit more difficult to control or predict, especially energies dealing with the sexual kundalini type of fire. That's really hard to control in the individual and at large.
That's why they tried to control the hippies during the 60s with the free love movement and shit like that. So they were dealing with, because the 60s was a big time for an influx of Eastern information was making its way into the America. So that's where they got all of these hippies and stuff like that doing all of their thing in the Vietnam War. So as you see, there was two polarities going on out there. One end of the spectrum was about war, Vietnam. The other one was about peace, love, and hair grease, freedom, and all of that type of shit. So they was dealing with the sexual energy.
Like Tisha just said, also the psychedelics played a role in that too. Not just because it felt good or it was cool, but those psychedelics opened yourself to levels of awareness. Albeit if you didn't have the proper training or understanding, it's not going to really last. But it opened the doorway for those understandings that, being so conservative, we had no idea about. All we knew about was church and Jesus.
You know what's funny is the Beatles, right? If you go back and look at the Beatles prior to them going to the Eastern,
right? Yep.
It's like night and day. It's like they busted through a whole different world of color from the black and white, and it's crazy how different they came back as. You know what I mean? Once
they got into the occult and everything changed.
Exactly. They started reading about Aleister Crowley.
Yeah, Crowley. They realized, oh shit, that's what I need to do to get big. That every single, if like we talked about this before, if that video they sold themselves for rock and roll. If you look, every one of them that they talk about, they were all into Crowley and they were all into the occult and they all blew up. You ever watch that movie, Tenacious D, The Pick of Destiny?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, like I know it's a joke and it's funny, but you know there's truth hidden in all that shit.
Yeah, even one of the new rappers in Kendrick Lamar's crew, TDE, he talks about Aleister Crowley and how he praises Aleister Crowley and he respects him.
Yeah, they all do. You got Jay-Z with that shirt, that interview he did with that shirt, Do Without Will. They all know about it because Aleister Crowley talked about playing music backwards and programming through music.
Yeah.
So a lot of musicians are into that, and then Robert Johnson. You know, all those legends and stuff. It makes things, whether it's really happening or not, it still makes a big fuss about it, and there's an air of mystery around it, and it gets people interested. When all this stuff about the Illuminati started blowing up, you know what happened? People didn't lose record sales. They gained because people wanted to hear what was in the video or see what's in the videos, hear what's in the music, and play them backwards. So it brought in more money.
So check it out. Check it out. So we've got these people who are going to Aleister Crowley because there's magic and it works. Yeah. But what we're finding is that that's not the origin. Aleister Crowley even had to go to India to get his shit from the Vedic text. So this magic that's working, it's not no. I know you know what's going on, but I'm just saying in general. It's not no selling the soul to the devil. What these people don't realize is that the magic that's working is this original art and practice that's coming out of India. All this stuff that's in the European ceremonial magic, it is all taken from the Vedic text. Reading about Tantra, reading about this Tatwashuddhi, I saw the lesser banishing ritual, the pentagram. Right? If you guys ever notice, anyone who's really studied this, you notice there's a discrepancy between, say, someone like Franz Barton's camp or Dion Fortune's camp. On one hand, somebody's got fire and then air and then water, earth. And then somebody's got air, fire, water. And for the longest time, I'm like, well, what's the difference? What's the difference? And whenever I see a stumbling block like that, I never stay there. I just keep going because I know eventually it'll make itself clear. But looking at this Tatwashuddhi and understanding now beyond a shadow of a doubt that all ceremonial magic is being usurped in a way from the Eastern text, the way that they have it is the descent of these elements. If you notice, when you do the lesser banishing ritual of pentagram, you do air, then fire, then water, then earth. That's the way it's supposed to be, because it emanates from Akasha. That's why you do the first part, Ata, Malku. That's why you do it like that. It goes from Akasha, then out of the stillness of Akasha, that first little swirling of movement, that's the air, expansive, directionless. It's just movement. Now, movement, what does it do? It generates heat.
Friction and heat.
Friction. Now you've got fire. Now, because we've got fire, now we've entered into the realm of time, right? Because you can't have heat and movement without time. Since we're in time, what is hot has to eventually slow down and become cold. So when you descend even further, that coldness becomes the fluid element, the water element. Now what's happening is, when in air, all of the particles had places to go. Well, now they're being more confined in that water. It's a fluid, it's cohesive.
Yeah.
As that slows even more, now you've got earth. Now those particles have a specific point that they can only jiggle and vibrate in. That's the earth element. So that's what's happening here with these elements. And what we learned from Ophiel is that that's the process of creation. When you're doing your ritual, you're supposed to go to the highest point, and you're supposed to symbolically bring down your desire through that process. You grab it, you heat it up, you solidify it, you concrete it, right? That's why you have to have a physical anchor to symbolize what you're trying to do. It all makes sense. This shit is not random. Like, it doesn't matter which direction you look, you're going to start to find that this all connects. It's beautiful.
That's in feng shui too. What you just talked about is in feng shui. Exactly how you explained it. That's how you feed one element with the other. What you just said. So all Eastern, it's all connected. So I'm saying we're going to end up going into the feng shui too, because it's just one step further. It's another aspect to it. It's connected right there.
Ready. And
Except they also have a metal.
And that shows you the different realms too of between ancient Egypt or ancient Kemet and the ancient Vedic world of what we call India. That was the physical manifestation of the tools needed to realign yourself. Egypt, their tools were so highly advanced, there ain't no fucking books you can go read about that shit over there. You gotta decipher the symbolism of the hieroglyphs and be like, yo, and after you decipher it, you still can't even really do it because it was so highly advanced that ancient Kemet wasn't operating all I know physical. They shit was straight fucking Akashic.
Ooh.
You see what I'm saying? That's why they can't, like, we have to go, because you guys think it's still dealing with the Nile Indus Valley when it comes to India and stuff like that. So the Nile or Kemet, that was just a different representation of the information.
See, I like that you said that about this the higher science, right? That you can see it, you might even be able to perceive it through those hieroglyphs, but you can't actually do it. That just shows and symbolizes the higher level of magic. A lot of people who don't know any better, and I understand it, they don't think that they're confused about the direction that I'm going here with this meditation and shit, because they're used to, I gotta physically do something. Look at the beginning steps where we summoning demons and we doing this with angels. I got my candlesticks ready. I got my incense. I'm going to light my incense. I'm going to say my ritual. I'm going to put on my robe. I'm going to physically do these things, right? That's where we started. Look at where we've ended up. Sitting still. And it's all going on in that third eye. The highest magic is not done on the physical plane. It's not. It's done in those higher planes of movement because what did I say about the elements?
So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying about Kemet. Their magic is done in where? The land of the fucking dead. That's why all the sarcophaguses have fucking rituals all on them. Their magic don't deal with the physical realm.
You have to do it in the astral.
Exactly.
That shit is in what they call the realm of Amenti.
Yep.
The underworld.
And that's a symbolic too. That's through the meditation. That's why you get quiet and go inward and do the change. Right there is where the change happens. When you try to do it in physical, you're fighting much harder situations. To have it smoothly change without resistance, you need to drop into that state of unconscious to where you don't have that logical brain fucking it up. And when that's changed there, then everything else follows. It has to be done in the spirit first.
Right.
You hear
right.
everyone say that.
The logical brain always trying to find a linear pattern to some shit. It's trying to, like I said earlier, it's trying to define the time frame of this fucking thing.
Exactly.
And even in India gives you that that physical representation of the tools that are supposed to be utilized to take you back into the land of Amenti, the underworld. Mm-hmm. That's why you go in. That's why you go deeper into their religious systems. You start dealing with Shiva. You got dudes that only deal with death over there. They living in, like, I think Amar might have mentioned it before. They covering themselves with ashes. They're fucking drinking.
Yeah, we talked about that last week.
Yeah.
We talked about that on Thursday.
So they're dealing with the underworld science. That's why their magic is misrepresented on a physical plane, because they're guys of the death world.
That's Ardra. Rudra. Rudra, who represents Ardra. And even right now, what we're having with the conjunction, when I talked about before, right now, that's all the destruction and stuff that's coming through. So, and you got Shiva that represents Mula as well, is associated with that. No, Shakti is with Mula. Excuse me. Sorry.
Tonight for my birthday.
Yeah. Think about the crossroads dirt, and graveyard dirt, and how powerful that is.
Yeah.
In ritual, you know what I mean?
Like, I've had a lot of experiences at graveyards that I have to it's definitely basically to me, the energy there is like a portal or a gateway.
Yep. For sure.
And just spending, because I've by now I've spent more than 100 hours, a couple hundred hours at the graveyard. So
what?
How do you know 100 hours? You gotta like a video game timer on it.
No, I've just been going for a couple hours.
Yeah.
For years now.
Yeah. Also, just personally, I kind of see gravestones, etc. As altars in their own way. I mean, people give them offerings, people throw flowers there, and I think that all those altars are also function as portals sometimes.
True that.
Interesting.
You know what's funny, Amar?
It's a tomb.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Amar, with you got Mula, right? Amar?
Yeah. I got Mula in 3, Sun.
Right. I've got Mula, and I also got Ardra, but I also got Mula in my chart. And the fact that you go to graveyards, I played in graveyards, a specific one growing up, and I used to, when I would cut school, I would go to the graveyard. And then later on, which is so weird, I'm thinking about this now, because even later on, when I was using drugs, guess where I did it at? Cemetery. What about symbolism for that one? That's crazy.
Wow.
But yeah, I would do it in the bathroom there.
Yeah, and you said you have Ardra too, right?
Yeah, so I got Ardra and Mula, and I'm always attracted to the cemetery. I knew people that I never knew, but I knew them in death, and I would go visit them and just pay them my respects. This little boy named Cameron, who died at 5, I just became connected, because I felt so I would go visit him just to chill. I don't even know who he was. Yeah, that must be a thing.
Most of my rituals I do is with the dead at the graveyards.
Yeah. See, now I know that's Shiva and Shakti energy. That's funny.
That's one thing about Connecticut too. They've built a lot of buildings are built upon ancient burial grounds, which we would consider cemeteries. That's why there's so much folklore. You got to think that, like I said, with Connecticut and all up there from Connecticut to Massachusetts, you got to think there was a lot of indigenous people. And those indigenous people of the East Coast, they were very spiritual type of Native Americans. They weren't the warrior types of Western Middle America. When you start getting towards the Western Middle America, a lot of them were warrior type of natives. But the ones of the East, the Pequots and Massanutten Pequots and They were more spiritual type of energy. That's why you got that. That's why you have this story with the pilgrims. If they were the warrior type of native, they would have killed the fucking pilgrims with their coming over there with trying to impose upon them. Now you get to the southern state, they never defeated the Seminoles. That's why here in Alachua County, Marion County, and all of that where I live now, these were warrior type of natives. The peaceful type, they see a spiritual implication. We're gonna be peace. We'll help you out. Y'all just landed in the wintertime here. Do y'all know what winters are like here in Massachusetts? You know what I'm saying? So they had to help these religious dumbos who come over here with this agenda. You know what I mean? So that's the whole thing. A lot of these spiritual indigenous people are the ones that got violated, and they built they modernized ancient burial grounds. And that's why so much turmoil goes on, because you cannot disrespect the dead of somebody.
And they did that over here too. In fact, the town I live in is all native. It was all native forest, and it's a whole town now. So yeah, that's common over up here by the lake, by Lake Erie. The Iroquois and the Blackfoot were all over here.
Oh, okay.
So do you guys notice there a symbolism, maybe even a connection between the East being a spiritual thing and the West being a warrior thing? Even globally, the East and the West and Western is war. East is usually spiritual influence. Interesting.
What about the Midwest, where it's a little mix of both?
Shango, that was so interesting what you just said, because where I live in New Jersey, and we have the Lenapes, and they were really, really religious people. And I was just reading something about them, and it was talking about how their belief was in a creator and the 11 lesser gods that reached all aspects of their lives. They believed that all things had souls. They reflected a deep reverence for their natural environment and a concept that they were only a small part of nature's grand scheme.
Exactly. And you can learn, and you can see. Think about Kansas, Wichita, Omaha, Nebraska, and think about those were Comanches, those were Cherokee, those were where they marched them to those areas. They eventually became, well, of course we know what the Trail of Tears. Yeah. They a lot of them natives over there were hostile to outside people. The ones within, like I said, the East Coast weren't necessarily hostile. These were the highly spiritual attuned. That's why you're thinking it has to deal. They dealt with a lot of the nature aspects of rituals, because they had all 4 seasons. That's why in Connecticut we used to have this extra season called what? Indian season.
Yeah, Indian summer.
Indian summer, which we know was supposed to be going towards August and getting towards fall, but it's still hot.
Yeah. Yep.
So that would be called Indian summer.
Weird.
You know what I mean?
So it's funny, because I never even thought about that, how that's not anywhere else but the East Coast.
So when you really do that, that's why, like I said earlier, with the whole this thing get deep when it comes to the elements. So it's just like when you deal with them as an element. The element of Kemet, the element of India, you can say the element of Ethiopia, then you go to the element of the South America, and all of these, even the element of Mexico. Think about these zones, or these realms, or these cities, and think about their indigenous spiritual systems, the type of stuff that they do. Even China, Japan, think about them as an indigenous culture. We go back to samurai and the ninja and all of these Zen practices, things that made you had to become a total still individual, so you could have the ability to gain your super samurai ninja power, so to speak. And that's the thing. Like that's why I love this, man. That's why I love where it's at, because I see where it's reached. That we are, and I'm gonna say it again, no matter if nobody believe it or not, we the modern day ancients, the Titans have woken up in those who've been doing the fucking work.
True that.
Oh, Jay, so we have like 30 miles from my house. There's this place called Ganesha Park. So I went there like a month and a half ago, and they got a plank that says like a dedication about it. And it says, indigenous people once lived near Ganesha Park at an ancient village named Tombingina, which was also a sacred burial site. They migrated thousands of years ago and were part of the Shoshinian linguistic branch. And it goes more into their history. But when I went to the park, oh man, it was like, you could just tell the energy's there. And there was like a tree up. And when I just sat next to the tree, it was just hella, like what you were saying with the burial grounds and all these systems connected there. That's what that reminded me of.
You know the type of, and I'm gonna use the word wickedness. You know the type of wickedness that they did on the East Coast to the native special burial ground. Like my city, they had the areas called Golden Hill. Golden Hill is where these particular natives, that's their sacred ground. So you know what the colonizer did to their areas? Destroyed it and put a courthouse on top of it.
Wow.
That's the kind of wickedness that they did in the original 13 colonies, because they was fighting magic with magic. George Washington and these guys, those guys were occultists. Thomas Jefferson was and Benjamin Franklin, them guys were high operative. They weren't just speculative occultists. They were operative occultists. They did the work. Now think about if you had the birth time of George fucking Washington, what his birth chart must have looked like. Them guys were doing high wizardry that lasted throughout the millennials. You got to think that they wrote something called the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States. They solidified that thing with so much deep magic binding that shit created a country.
Damn.
that we call America. And it came to an act of defiance and warfare, which is what we call what? Chaos magic. Bloodshed. They had to sacrifice a whole bunch of people to establish a fucking nation. All these tribal people, if you think about everybody as tribal individuals, they come from, a lot of people come from the Germanic tribes. The Germanic tribesmen always been a warrior brand of paganized worship. They get what they want through fucking war and bloodshed. They don't sit still in peace. They don't deal with those type of lords. They deal with the lords of chaos. You know what I mean? So,
Eighth house.
Eighth house stuff.
Yep. Eighth house.
Never mind. I'm just kidding.
And 8 deals with creation too. Even though 9 is the completion of or manifestation of the creation, but 8 deals with creation. So he said if that's 8 house stuff, that's why they create the way that they do. It's all created through a realm of fucking chaos.
Speaking of 8,
there's aspects on it too, but I'm just saying eighth house is definitely tied in there with anything of chaotic nature, death and rebirth. That's absolutely eighth house. The birth of a nation, the death of a nation.
I love it.
And then you would even think like they would pull from like 12th house, 3rd, 12th, 8th, and even 10th, like all connection. And even the 4th, like that can all be tied in because you got motherland, which is the 4th, but then you've got writing and which is the 3rd house you're writing, and like even like passing like basic bills and things like that could be up on the third house. The higher learning is the ninth, but your writing of things would be in your third. And then like that's the death and rebirth of a nation, you know, chaos and all that, that's in your eighth. But then the 12th house is the ability to see what is to come, to see the future, to see things that haven't happened yet, to see something that others can't, to pull out of the air and bring in something new. That's your 12th house too. So, and then the 10th house is what you're known for, the reputation and what you lead people. There's a million things. Each one of the houses could tie in really in their own way, but when it comes to the chaos, you're definitely 8th house.
Is there any systems that have 13 houses?
No.
What would a 13 house system represent?
You wouldn't need a 13 house. You're talking about a fucus, right?
But I'm just saying, I'm just thinking about what you're saying, thinking about the original 13 colonies. Did they represent particular astrological houses for the reason why they only had 13? Is this, you know, but then that's why I had to ask, is there some system that I never, you know, maybe I didn't hear about it. I maybe could have used some sort of.
Well, the thing is that there's
definitely worth looking for.
New moons a year. That's the thing. If you were to use a different calendar system, but we still got the specific 12 zodiacs, and even a fucus is just a constellation within it. So it's like a nakshatra. So that's not really a zodiac. A fucus is not. It's not the same. But there are 13 new moons at times in a year, so depending on the year. So that's where the whole 13 comes in. But then you got, you know.
So what about if it's the 13 column was a perverted astrological representation of a whole?
Well, who says that the 13 colonies are a representation of the astrology? I mean, what do you mean?
That just made me think of that, because we know that they dealt with that. You know, we know that they dealt with those systems. So just by, you know, talking about it, it just made me have a thought. Like,
oh yeah.
What did they utilize?
Well, maybe it's with the new moons instead of the zodiacs, per se, like the new moons, because everything. If you really look into things, if you break down the astrology, it's the moon that gives you a lot of the bread and butter. The moon, the lunar mansions, that's what the nakshatras are. It's the moon's placement that tells you when it's best to cut your hair, cut your lawn, what to do. And it's the moon that really tells you your main nakshatra that's going to rule deeply. That's the first most important, is your moon nakshatra. Then your ascendant, then your sun. So the moon is more, people think it's the sun that matters most, that's a tropical idea, but it's actually the moon that is most influential.
Interesting.
It cuts things down. So the sun is like the 12, like the outer, and the moon is the inner, if that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense.
Okay. Yeah.
And here's some Connecticut history, right, that I remember. Paul Revere has supposedly been a full moon when he did the Paul Revere's ride.
The British are coming.
Because they one of the things, I remember this, like I said, they stuffed our brains with all of this stuff. So it says the moon shone bright is something that they wrote in one of the poems of Paul Revere. So you said with this full moon. So that's what I'm saying. Just being from up there, it's just so much cryptic. That's why I always use the word arcane sciences, because that's what it was, arcane information that you get from those areas. That's like when you deal with the Mohegan Sun, and that's all up there in Uncasville in Massachusetts. Those were Native Americans too, but they were a different kind. They became recognized, and they eventually opened up this magnificent casino and stuff like that. But they were very, very, very deep spiritual type of natives. The ones that used the peace pipe and psychedelics and shamanism and So being inside of those hot tents, hot teepees or whatever they call it when you go in there, and it's freaking burning hot inside of there.
The saunas.
Sauna type of rituals and stuff like that.
Yep.
Look at how easy it would
The
be.
sweat houses, the hot houses. That's what you're talking about. Sweat lodges.
Yeah. Sweat lodge.
Yeah.
Just take a moment to consider how easy it was really for these people to establish the country and to create the rituals to strengthen it when you've got an entire country, even like today, of people who don't know anything about any of this stuff, and a select few who did come across or inherit these ancient principles and teachings of how the universe works, how energy works, and how the human mind works, how they're able to come over and structure a nation and a civilization in a perfected manner, in a tried and true manner, right? These people who come over to the Americas with the knowledge of the ancients, and they bring over a country full of people who don't know anything about it. It's so easy to run the show and have the people go around and fill in the blanks. Same process goes today. While we scramble and we get emotionally upset about vaccines or a celebrity, this, that, or a third, while we scramble and dwell on that nonsense, the others who are the earthly architects are very calm and poised.
Neutral.
And allowing their plans to manifest through the hands of the laborers who scramble and worry.
Yep. Yep.
Interesting. Very interesting.
That's the truth.
And we think we're doing something.
That's a very good depiction of the movie A Bug's Life.
Yeah.
Look at how we think that we're doing some real, we're really passionate. Like, yeah, we got to tell the people. We got to let everybody know. Tuskegee experiment is the new vaccine. Like, we're so passionate about our views, and it's genuine passion, but the outlet is misplaced because what are you actually doing other than fear mongering, right? The real work
of too.
The work can only be done to self on the inside.
Yeah. And it's conquering trauma. You have to conquer the trauma. You don't associate trauma with everything. Everything is not depicted or associated with a past trauma. Some things are depicted to be as their own example of a perspective, of a viewpoint. You can't utilize the Tuskegee experiment as an example of you're going to fucking take this vaccine.
Shameful.
and they're not going to vaccinate people by fucking force.
That's the big part.
Do you think that people are, I wouldn't care what race you are. You think that people are going to allow somebody to just come inject some shit in them?
It doesn't work like that.
Without groups of people fighting back?
That didn't even happen in the Tuskegee experiment.
It didn't even happen. They had to use the finesse game.
Right. So don't get mad that it happened in history. Get mad that you are being finessed and do something about it.
Exactly.
So what are we getting upset about if it's a choice?
What be smarter than that.
What are we getting mad about if it's a choice? Just choose not to do it. If that's your prerogative. If you want to do it, then do it. But
everybody has the right as a parent that when your child comes out of the womb, there's legal paperwork that you can fill out to not have your child take any type of shots. But as that is also lawful, it's also lawful that they're not going to allow your child to go to public school. They're not going to allow.
They still let your kid go to school. All you do is write a paper in, because my son was vaccine injured. And after I detoxed him and healed him and all that, and he went back into school, they don't fuck with us. They ask one time, and I tell them nicely, and that's it. I don't have to fight with nobody. I don't have to show any proof, nothing. No one says shit.
Right.
In the beginning, I had back and forth, and this was way before people weren't doing it. So I had, I had to bring out some proof and stuff. But at this, more people have exposed this and everything. If you just keep quiet and do you ain't gonna worry about all that. The
What
more
did you
you
say?
pull in the fuss.
What term did you say? You said vaccine
injured.
Vaccine injured.
Yep.
See, that's like that nurse the other day. I happened to catch a news article on my phone, and a nurse took the vaccine and was about to do like about to say something to the media and completely passed out right after she takes the vaccine.
Yeah, it's done a lot of harm to people.
So you got to be careful. That's what I'm saying. They're not going to force. See, that's the whole fear system. People.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They keep talking about they're going to force it. I'm like, they haven't yet. So stop talking like that. You know what I mean? Stop saying that.
What they're going to do? You think that these American people are going to allow the military force to come in here like the Third Reich Hitler system and march your ass out of their American homes and give
people
you
believe
a
that.
fucking shot?
Right.
They believe that because they're trying to take the guns, and we know that. So they believe that as soon as the guns are taken, they're gonna come knocking at your door, forcing vaccines. This is what they believe.
I live in Florida. One thing I learned by communicating with these Floridians and not being attached to the like how somebody may see them or how they've been put in the media. These goddamn white Floridians are anti-government system. A lot of them don't have nothing to do with no racial militia. They're ex-military people who found out the truth, and they're not. You think these people are going to allow them to come to their neck of the woods and make them take? They would rather die in front of their house in a gunfight than go to somewhere and take a needle. It's just not going to happen, man.
Right, and see, this is my point. My point is that we understand that, but the dichotomy of focus here, the scattered focus, fear is scattered focus. So while those who do things, those who are active, they plan and they follow the plan. Durana Darshan, you see it to the end, right? Those who don't, those who have weak minds, they are scattered on all these different impulses and fears and could be's and what ifs and maybes and oh my God. So it doesn't matter if it's vaccines today, or they're going to take our guns, or they're going to take our jobs, or whatever little thing. It doesn't matter what it's going to be. The thing to realize, the thing to understand is that it's always something. Every single week, month, before one ends, another one is replaced. So instead of following these people who are constantly jumping from one fear to the next fear, because we never had a break, right? We never had a break from ever. Instead of, when you're tired of that roller coaster, at what point are we going to sit down and really pay attention to what needs to be paid attention to? Which is the very thing inside of us which causes us to react.
And those kind of people are dependent.
People like to be scared.
Those people are dependent upon someone or something, the governmental system or corporations, to provide them with a job. They're not individuals who think individually that maybe there's something that I can do with my own talents that I can make money from. They don't think like that. So that's why they said they're going to take our jobs, and Mexicans come over here and they take our jobs, and we don't got no. When did America never? I mean, of course we had down times, but that's how the system flowed. That's how the ebbs and flows. There's highs and there's lows. That doesn't mean there's never nothing. So just as many people that were affected by the lows, which are called the crash of the market, there were people who became millionaires because of the crash of the market.
Right.
It's all a mindset.
It's a mindset. You have those who say, you know what, I'm gonna do this, so I don't have to ever feel like this again.
Exactly.
I'm never gonna allow somebody to take my livelihood from me, that I have to look at my children damn near starve to death, and wait for someone to give me a handout. You got people who say, I'm not rocking with that.
Right.
Then you have others who sit there and starve until somebody brings them something to fucking eat.
What you're just saying right now. So yes, I have somebody who is close to me who is doing that, and crying and upset and doesn't know what to do and is on the verge of losing everything. And I want to say, you have to save you. You have to do something. Stop waiting for something to happen for you. You're losing everything. Shit's getting bad for you, and it will continue to, because the universe is telling you this is not it, sis.
Right. Wow, you talking to somebody in my life right now.
Yeah.
Well, sit there and let it all crumble apart, not realizing, hey, maybe you should change something and do something instead of waiting for handouts. I mean, I get it. It's a hard time right now. It is for everybody. But have you sat down and thought about, what is it that I can possibly do? What can I do? Yeah. And if I don't know, can I learn? Is there something I can look up on the internet in between Chris Brown videos and porn? Is there something I can look at in between that to educate myself, to better myself? It's a mindset.
I was thinking about that the other day, Trav. I was
porn videos and Chris Brown?
No. Sometimes so. But I was using the tree of life as a psychic symbol. And what my inner eye kept being attracted to was Tiferet. It kept going, and I started actually having this fight between me not trying to keep focusing on it, but it kept being drawn to it. So I kept looking at it, and I was like, okay, Magus Yasad Netzach Had, and I looked at them, and I said, if I wanted to go to the next level, I'm gonna have to go through Tiferet. Tiferet is the sphere of the Savior. The Savior is yourself, like you just said. Right. You are the Savior. You have to become the resurrected Christ to defeat all the lower activities of the lower realms. Had, Yasad, and Netzach. I can only save myself. That's the only way I'm gonna get back to Yesed, Gevurah, and Hawkman Bina. Yeah. You have to resurrect your own inner hero, your own inner Heru, to get to where you need to be. So anybody who stays in that, they are in the Malkuth. They have been separated or castrated from the higher realms of a family connection, genetic connection of so to speak, symbolically, the chosen people.
Ouch. So check out the angel of Tiferet. The angel is Raphael, and it's called the healing of God. And one of the very interesting things that I learned this Thursday when I did my presentation on Ashwini is that Ashwini represents the sun. Well, excuse me, Ashwini is kind of like Aries. He's found in the Aries constellation, and he represents healing, rapid healing. He's shown by two horse-headed people on a chariot, and he represents the Ida and the Pingala flow. And we know that the working with the prana of this flow brings about healing, brings about restoration. His father is the sun, and that just shows that the energies, the solar energies, are used to heal Malkuth. But
you know something that's about that when you deal with the elemental polarities of the sphere, Tiferet is an air sphere. Mm-hmm. Basically, the middle pillar, all of those except for Malkuth, all of those are air spheres. Well, which goes back to what you said, the pranayama. That's the Shishumna. Mm-hmm. So the middle pillar of and I'm looking at one of the charts. I go the middle pillar, sphere 9, 6, and 1, air. Dealing with Had, Gevurah, and Bina. Those spheres, that's water, fire, and water. and the other side, when you're dealing with Netzach, Chesed, and Hawkma, that's fire, water, and fire. So just that air. I had just thought about that, and that's basically that's like the path that we're on. And when you deal with those paths and some descriptions, the Shashumna path is the path of the mystic.
Yeah. Interesting you mentioned that.
I'm gonna get going, you guys. Got some stuff I gotta do.
Okay.
All right.
Bye,
Thanks.
sweetie.
Thanks for joining
Bye.
us.
See you guys next week.
See you next week. I'm looking at the tree and I'm seeing again that now that you mention that there are 4 elements on that middle pillar, with Malkuth being earth, Yesod being water, Tifreth being air, and of course Kether being the fire. But that goes right along with the 4 worlds.
Mm-hmm.
The fire of Kether as Atziluth.
And you can't get away from what we're supposed to be doing. We're dealing with the Kybalion. That's dealing with the elemental realms as well, because you start off the Kybalion talking about the all, the mind. That would be the Ein. That's the quintessence of what we call elements. That's all the elements. That's the source of what becomes air, fire, water, and earth. That's the ether. The mind is the etheric element.
Interesting. Amar mentioned about during the talk with shooting exercise, after going above the crown area, it's kind of difficult to know what happens next. For me, when I was doing that meditation, I also didn't realize until that point, but I noticed I just kept pushing upward. That's all that I knew to do, was to push upward. And I did kind of visualize the triple blackness, the Ein Sof, Ein Sofar. I didn't know what it would look like or anything like that, but I just had the concept of just upward and more of it, Intellectually, logically, I couldn't put it together, but just the abstract concept of more of upness.
You went into the heavens.
Oh, what are you saying, Django?
I said that's going into the heavens.
And it was okay. I wasn't hung up on the fact that I didn't know what to expect or, how do I visualize it? Like, I wasn't really hung up by it. I just continued the practice, So I try my best not to let anything hang me up, especially during practice, because when you do that, that kind of stops the flow.
Yeah, one thing that changed my practices is when you said just set the intention and just go in. Now so like now it's like I don't think about or try to intellectualize how it's supposed to be. Did I draw the symbol right or anything? I just, all right, cool, this is what it is. I know that it's gonna happen, but I just gotta keep going. So
yeah, that's important.
I read that the other day.
That's really important. Think of how many people, and you can see it like in the Facebook group, how many people stop there when there's something that they, I just got to get it all right, all planned out. What if? No, set the intent and go. If you're doing this as a daily thing or a continual practice, the answers will reveal themselves to you. You don't have to know it all right now. But if you set that intent, the seed bears fruit of what the seed was.
Goes back to the whole pure heart and what Django was talking about earlier, like being devoted and like doing it like just pure heart with.
Massively important.
That's the verse you're supposed to. That's the verse, as Trav, you got the book now, the Patanjali says in verse 14, but this is attained on the firm basis of a continuous, reverential, sustained practice, which is executed for a long time.
That's not like the Ronald Darshan.
in case a practice is the persistent endeavor to cultivate the lack of interest. The whole thing is what you're doing as you were doing your chakra shuddhi and the tattva shuddhi meditation. It goes into verse 12 where it says that non-operation of the vibrational modes is achieved by effective practice and not having an interest in the very same operations. You eventually you don't have anything invested as you continuously go higher into the higher realms. So it becomes the non-operation. So at first, your interest was to gain entrance into the knowing of the Vedic knowledge, and now you're doing the tools and you're getting there. But as you go higher, you even have to lose that interest that you had in it.
Mm-hmm.
It becomes what? Nothing. That's why we could sit on these chats for 50 fucking hours and it would never, no one would ever give the definitive definition of what it is we're fucking exactly doing. You could buy every single book written in India and have them lay it out on your build a house out of the fucking books that you bought, and none of them will ever give you the true definition of what it is that you really, really, as an individual, trying to fucking do.
You can't get that from a book. You can't get that from a book at all, anyways.
You can't even get that from a book at all.
You gotta get that from yourself.
Exactly. You gotta go into it yourself. You gotta be the one doing Kaya Stratum,
a japa jop,
chakra shuddhi, all the japa jop. You gotta be the one doing all of that. Then you will get and obtain what it is, basically your payment.
You know what I love about these names that they use? They sound so childlike, you know, pure, like.
Shooty.
What was the other one? Adabada?
Adabada.
Yabba-dabba-doo.
They do.
Yeah.
Japa japa.
So pure, man.
Yeah.
And we thought it was a japa japa.
A japa.
And the A is silent.
The way it comes off your tongue makes sense. Like it sounds like an action, like a bounce. You know what I mean?
Whoa, because that's what it is. Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah,
wow.
I was just about to say that. Because in the Sanskrit, you have to say these things with the three zones of your tongue.
Jop.
They have that concept in Arabic too. There's like words that when you connect them, they bounce.
Yeah.
It's like in Sanskrit they have the same concept too. Like in the language, like when you recite it, there's like a special way to recite it and all these rules. Like you either bounce the letter, you stay silent. It's like between the combinations of the words tells you like what like rule will come next. But they have that in Arabic too, like Arabic, Sanskrit, Hebrew.
Yeah, it makes a frequency. That's why in the 72 names of God, the way you pronounce that prayer, that Kabbalistic prayer, matters. You get different things out of it when you say it different ways. But when it's said supposedly the right way, that's a very powerful prayer. The most powerful prayer I've ever used.
It's like chakra programming. That's why I had to these like tattva shuddhis and all these shuddhis. For me, it helped with like releasing the ego-ness out of it and like me blaming religion and Islam, because I learned so much like from Islam that now taking the ego-ness out of it, like it's like really good information.
And you know what makes sense with the whole this hermetic principles of Hermes Trismegistus. The Hermes, as Trav said earlier, is the Greek term for Tahuti. So when you look at Tahuti, who is sphere 2 on the Kemetic tree of life, he's called the mouthpiece of Asar. Asar is the first sphere on the tree of life. So Tahuti deals with wisdom and oracles. He's the power to know all things. So he's the one who gives you, basically, he would be the quintessence of communication. He's the reason we're able to communicate. So without the proper form of communication or vibratory pattern of communication, you're not going to be able to communicate in the realm of Asar, who's the first ancestor of the true power, or the power of one with all things. So that's why Tahuti, or the what we're calling the Hermetic, or Hermes, is basically Tahuti, like I said, the mouthpiece of God. That's why these indigenous languages are so powerful. Hebrew, Sanskrit, and they tried to use, and even Latin has a particular vibratory pattern within it too. That's why I said earlier, the Catholic Church kind of had a, they do have magic. The Catholic Church do have
absolutely.
power.
Yes.
Because they use their indigenous language of vibratory pattern is Latin.
Yeah.
In
they do
ancient
rituals.
Egypt-
All that's ritual in that church. I grew up in the Catholic Church. It's all rituals.
In ancient future, Wayne Chandler says that you can fit Hebrew, Sanskrit, and Arabic into a three-dimensional, like 64-grid hexagram. If you like project light through the like sigils of those alphabets, they fit perfectly into that cube.
Mm-hmm. And that's what each lotus of the chakras represent. They're actually the physical visualization of the vibratory pattern of the Bij mantra. So as you're saying, the Muladhara Bij mantra is Lam. As you say that, if you was, you know how they put salt on top of those vibration pads and they turn them on and make these geometrical shapes.
Yeah.
As you're saying Lam, that image that you would see as a lotus or called a padmi, that vibration is what makes that happen.
I was saying last call or the call before that, like I was doing a meditation and that's when I realized like the binaural beats that we listen to, when I do these certain chants, you can hear the binaural beats in it, you know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's how Kanye West says he makes music. He doesn't make music by sound, he makes it by color. He says he sees each note in the vibration of color.
Yeah, that's an actual. It's called something like Crimonia or something like that. It's a supposed to be some kind of condition, but I can't remember what it's called exactly. Where you see, you taste colors, or you music is a color for you. You hear it as a color.
So now everybody should look at Lucifer differently, because he was supposed, as in the folklore, he was an angel of polymorphic being. They said he was created of fire, but he was created of that type of light that you would see through a prism. So his image would be like a fucking rainbow, but he wouldn't necessarily be color. He would be the angel of sound, because in the folklore he was the head of the heavenly choir. The angels that they always supposedly sing at the throne of God. Lucifer was basically the what they call it, the music minister for God. And so he said, "Man, this shit is some bullshit. I need to see what else is going on." So he was able to speak his own existence.
Or what if he still is? What if he still holds his position? It's just that from this lower perspective that we find ourselves in, we see it as some type of discord or some type of war or some type of disconnect.
Or what it really is, Trav, as you said, discord, a discord. What he did was change his sound to another note. That to the lower thinking mind may be like a piano. You have the white keys, which represents the higher notes, or then you hit the black keys that represent the off notes. So he just now plays black keys instead of white keys. That's why
Synesthesia.
music is so
Synesthesia. Synesthesia. Yeah.
That's the word when
Yeah.
the color is the sound.
Basil
Yeah.
Ether in the chat says that. Thank you, Basil.
Yeah, I said that.
So
You guys didn't hear me.
So the whole thing is that means if a person, that means that the rainbow. When we look at the rainbow, we're actually seeing the sound of whatever, of that phenomenon.
Oh, I can't.
Synesthesia. That's some, isn't that? See,
Yeah.
man, this is, you can't make this stuff up, man.
Yeah, you can. It could be mixed all different kinds of ways, where you hear, where you see music in color, or you taste music, or taste sound, or you things like that. It's like mixes of your senses are mixed up.
And you know who shows that? The purity of children. No, the purity of children. When they eat something good, they start moving. They start humming songs. That means that shows you what that food tastes like to them.
I still do that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Children are the pure essence of before the world taints them with its stink.
Truth.
But I love it, man. You can balance. It's just great. See that those who didn't have the stamina to keep up to where you was going with this thing, Trav, or where you're still going, they're missing out on so much. They're missing out on the connections. All of this is, you never changed anything. It's still the same shit.
Right. These preconceived notions, I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
Man, I don't know what Trav doing, man. I think he going into Buddhism or something, man. I don't know.
I want to hear more about demons, damn it.
You know what I'm saying?
Where the demons at?
But like I told you in the message, that is being more empowered by taking it through this way. That's why Aleister Crowley and all of them had to do what? They had to rock with Shooty. They had to mess with Darana Darshan, then go back over there and go read the Goesha and the Necronomicon and the Legamatan and all of that type of stuff. That's when they said, okay, now I can really bring forth. Then they became the organizations. Yes. They couldn't become it with just them manuscripts that they had in Europe. They had to go back to India.
Darana's in the curriculum. It's in the curriculum.
So that right there tells you everything, man.
It does. And if you just, I don't know if y'all still do any of the old like rituals, but if you do, for me, a lot of the stuff kind of goes by habit. A lot of stuff I kind of just do. But if you sit down in that awareness while you're doing your older rituals and just pay attention, you can start to connect some of these dots to the older stuff. Like I said, I always do LBRP. And I just did it recently, and I saw the tot was all up in there.
I went back and I started reading Michael Ford's books, the all about the vampiric. It's all about meditation. He didn't mention anything about India. He didn't mention tot. Well, he not using none of the terms. But as I'm reading the Luciferian words and all of that, all I'm hearing, I'm like, this dude has did nothing but change the words of the Dharana and the Vedic information and made it Luciferian and this and that and that.
It started a whole new religion.
It's a whole new religion that he started. Wow. That's why I tell you that text. I said, I said I've been really it's been really sparking my interest to go back and revisit all of this vampiric and the dark energy stuff. I'm like, yo, these guys didn't do anything but take what we're studying now, perfect that to a particular point, because it doesn't mean you have to change your whole lifestyle to become Swami Janananda. You ain't got to become that, but you can use the techniques and tools that you got from them, and now take it back and go be a Goetic priest if that's what you want to be.
That's what you want to do.
Go back and only deal with the 72 angels of magic. You increase the power.
So I have a question. Would you say Aleister Crowley was the balance or the other polarity of that guy that said, "Why fix my throat when I could just focus on God"?
It was kind of like that, but you got to think that Aleister Crowley got his information from other people, so that's why you got to go back to those who he was a vibrational pattern for his time. There's always someone who's going to vibrate for the times of when it was needed. It needed an individual like Aleister Crowley because the Beatles would have never had that opportunity to gain what they needed to gain to put it on a global scale.
Right.
Without the Beatles, nobody would fucking know about Aleister Crowley.
Right. Kind of hard to say now.
They the ones who brought the image of Aleister Crowley to the fucking Americas. Nobody wasn't fucking showing pictures, and if they wouldn't have had it, we would have had to wait all the way until the internet to now give us the imagery of this person, Aleister Crowley. We would have had some of us would have stumbled upon his books and certain stuff like that, but he came about through the fucking Beatles. There was no other outlet. He was a vibration, like as you asked, he was needed for that particular time of resonance. And then through him came I forgot the other guy's name, but there's a lot of Crawleyites.
Like when I asked that, I mean like based off of ego. You know how he went and did his own thing after that? Mm-hmm. Would you say that's more ego or just?
Of course it is. No. Of course it is, but that's not meaning that what he did out of ego is a bad thing. He did as thou willed.
Yeah.
He did what he was supposed to do as a magi. Be his own Lord over his own kingdom, and through that kingdom, he had adepts. He had those who followed him. He did exactly what he was supposed to do, and it was right and exact for him to do it. I totally support it.
That's kind of why I brought up about.
No different than any of us. We can. Trav said on his post that you can basically cling on to him to get the information. He didn't say you got to follow him, but he knows that he's delivering a particular vibratory essence of information that you could utilize to perfect yourself, and then you can do as thy will.
What are you gonna say, Trav?
I was gonna say that's why I made that distinction about the country. Like, you've got a country full of people who don't know jack shit about jack shit, and then a few who do know. It's the same process here. It's the same process that Crowley did, or Michael W. Ford, right? Michael W. Ford knows what he's doing, and then there's a whole bunch of people up under him who don't. He's teaching it, yeah. But only those who are really digging, like us, are gonna see what's going on, and that's how this game goes. There's only one truth, right? Now you got a bunch of people that's gonna remix it, you know what I'm saying, Kanye style, but there's only one truth. And unless you're after that one truth, you're not gonna see it in its clarity. You know, like say for example, I'm not me, but I'm in this group. If I'm not after the truth, I'm gonna get stuck somewhere. Point blank period. Yeah. It might be the demon level, it might be at worship and trav level, it might be at the meditation level. But if I'm not after truth, I'm gonna get stuck somewhere. That's how it goes. Yep.
You know what's funny, Trav? I gotta tell you something. This is weird. I had a pause. I was talking to my husband right now about what you just said. Literally.
How did you know?
Yeah, that's just weird because yeah, I'll go into it later. But yeah, literally almost the same thing you just said.
We have this.
If you're not really if you're not looking for, it's not about show me, let me tell you what I know, let me just show you what I know. I'm cool, I know this stuff, versus I don't give a fuck about that. I want to know the truth. I
Right.
want to really know. You can tell the difference between someone who knows and who is interested in really knowing and doesn't
Right.
care about all the fluff. You know what I mean? The fluff gets boring when it's just repeated and regurgitated. You know what I mean?
It's
I want
amazing.
to get to the truth.
The truth is the truth is infinite. I'll put it that way. It's infinite.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're fluffing and bullshitting, that's limited. You'd think that bullshitting
Yes.
could go on forever, but you can only bullshit as much as your conscious mind, as much as you got up in here. But when you focus on that light, there's no need for me to scheme or scam or nothing.
Nope.
I don't have to. This shit speaks for itself.
Exactly. Ugh, exactly.
I love it.
Exactly.
You know, you got people who someone's like, oh, he's an Archon. Suddenly the followers stop because they're scared of the Archonness. They were never there for the truth. They was there for some, I don't know, some Messiah shit.
Some fluff.
If I'm following the truth, I don't care if this person is an Archon. I'm here for the truth.
Right.
I don't care if it's Oprah. I don't care if it's who do people hate right now? Who's canceled? I don't care who it is.
Oh, Jeffree Star.
If it's Jeffree Star, if he's got the light, I'm coming to get it.
Yeah. True.
Makeup and all. Overpriced makeup and all.
Jeffree.
I remember the Hollywood Undead days. What y'all know about that?
What y'all know about that?
They came out from around where you are, Omar.
Yeah. Basically, my friend, I'm doing her, I'm helping her out with her chart, and she was hella into Hollywood Undead. Cause I've known her since we were 12 or 13, and back in those days, she was hella. That's the only reason why I know about it.
Damn.
But
was it a MySpace thing?
Oh yeah. That was around the era when I came up with the name TK Trav.
Wow, that's funny.
They were
that vibe with their music is it gets you going.
Yeah.
Don't you miss MySpace? The creative aspect of it, the freedom that you had.
Yeah, man.
I remember it vaguely
Oh my God.
because I used to have music playing when you would come onto my page, but I literally got on the internet and started using the internet for the very first time in 2000 and the internet 2007 maybe. I never did anything before that except for Encyclopedia Britannica. I never did the internet. When I found out you can look anything up, I was hooked. But yeah, I didn't start it until when YouTube was even different, where you can message people on YouTube and everything.
Man, I just have some cringy, embarrassing ass memories from that. Fuck. Shit.
I'm glad I didn't tape none of my shit. Record, tape, whatever you want to call it.
Cringy.
That's how old I am. I say tape.
Tape.
Tape. Stop taping me.
Everything's perfect, though. Somebody made a good point. I say everything's perfect a lot, but one thing to remember, perfect doesn't always mean good or pleasant. Sometimes it don't feel good, but everything is perfect.
Everything is as it should be.
If something broke, if you lost something, if something hurts, it don't feel good, but it's perfect. It's supposed to be like. If it wasn't, it wouldn't have happened in the first place.
Yeah. Yep.
But that's that linear thinking. That linear thinking that you were talking about earlier, Shango, about what's next. Well, how long do I have to do this? What's the goal? What's the outcome? It's thinking in this linear way. It's very stuck. When the opposite of that linear thinking is that central thinking of just being here right now. And that's what the Eastern philosophies talk about, being here now. You're not worried about this or that or a third. And the same goes with really juicing these concepts, being here with them, not trying to use it to get to the next level, the next power, or whatever. Not that's why they keep saying these texts. It's not about you will definitely unlock cities working with some of these practices. And Tot Washuti, she says you will absolutely unlock cities when you do this practice, beyond a shadow of a doubt. But she said they always say it's not about the cities. They're gonna come, but it's not about them. Don't if you focus on them, that's where you're gonna get stuck. You gotta be about that light, or you will get stuck. I hope y'all hear me in that chat.
Trying to lose weight, you gotta be about health, not about losing weight.
Yeah.
It's about being healthy, and then the weight comes off.
And if you're about being healthy, you're not necessarily gonna be checking that scale every day, every 5 minutes.
See, because being healthy is a mind state.
Right.
The action of living in health are the things you do. You work out, you eat right, but the drive is a healthy mind state. Everything begins in the mind. Well, I guess we could say everything ends and begins in a person's mind. Because they can have a thought to do something and then think themselves right out of that thought. Overthinking.
Right.
Miss the whole opportunity.
And that's where the true shadow work is. That's where the work, period, is in how you perceive and conceptualize this world. It doesn't matter about anything external. It all starts and ends with how you perceive it.
And everybody defines their own truth. There's universal truths that can't be changed.
Right.
Like these laws in the Hermetic text. Those laws cannot be changed. You can't change any law, but the truth is your internal aspect from your perception and viewpoint.
Yes.
Nobody can give you the truth. They can speak truthfully to you about things, but the truth of what's being spoken got to be defined by your individual self.
And that goes back to the ultimate reality, the ultimate awareness, nirvana, the absolute, Kathar, all that, the all. It's unconditioned. It's unconditioned. But you can only perceive it in a certain way. Even the highest level of human perception stops at Shiva Shakti. So that, like you said, there's everyone has their own truth. That doesn't mean, you know what I'm saying? I just believe that all women are gods and men are the scum of the earth. That's my truth. No, that's not what I mean. I mean, you're going to perceive how you're going to be able to relay it and interpret it. There's things that I've experienced that can't come out in words, but the best way that you can express that one truth, everyone has that because that's the best way they can express it. That doesn't mean you just believe in some funky shit because you emotionally attach to it. A lot of that's why that phrase is so obnoxious. I'm just speaking my truth. No, you're speaking your opinion. There's a difference.
See, this is the thing about the esoteric nature of the Bible, right? Every time Jesus spoke, he never gave you nothing direct. He had to give you some example.
Yes.
These people were farmers and stuff like that, so he had to give you the parable of sowing the seed. It was always a parable. Even some of the people in the Bible questioned them, why you always speak in parables.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because it's only going to be understood by a particular part of people. He told him, he said, I'm only sent to the lost tribe of Israel. So if he says that already lets you know, like, yo, dude, maybe I'm not sent for you, my nigga.
Yeah.
That's why you don't get it. I ain't speaking your language.
Right. That's where it comes to a certain point. You know what I'm saying? There's really no real point to debate, but you can tell when some people are when you're in a conversation and it's like, all right, there's a disconnect here and it's time to cut my losses. You don't have to beat people across the head with this stuff. If it's the truth and they're ready for it, it's going to be an acceptance. Not a blind acceptance, but it's going to be, okay, let me hear this out. Let me test it. Let me try it. But if you got this little roadblock here, maybe it's not time for this one.
That's that Kenny Rogers. You got to know when to fold them, know when to hold them. You know what I'm saying?
For your own mental well-being, your own
For
emotional
your own
well-being.
mental well-being.
You ain't got to save these people. That's why let your family believe what they want. Let your friends and your co-workers, let them all do what they want to do. It's not your responsibility to save any of them.
I heard that, I was relieved.
Yeah, tell me about it. I got to tell the people. No, you don't. We got to. No, we don't. There's no we. We got to. That is the funniest. That's the funniest thing. We got to tell the people. We as a people doesn't exist. It's perfect though.
Every time I hear somebody talk like that, it sounds like Morpheus when he was giving that speech. Hey, sit there, armies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Come on, man. You wasting your breath.
444.
444.
Exactly.
That's that
And
444.
right after he gives a speech, they do a complete sex ritual in the cave. You know, everybody starts doing a dance in there.
Orgy. They.
Ew.
But Trav, were you gonna read some of that? The Kybalion?
As far as audiobook?
No, just from the book. Were you gonna like read it?
Excerpts and whatnot. Yeah, I got some stuff highlighted. From this one, I thought one of the most curious points that stood out. I kind of mentioned it like immediately to Amar, but it was about let me find it. Yeah, where he talked about even the most ancient teachings of India undoubtedly have their roots in the original Hermetic teaching. I thought that was a pretty standout line.
And that's like I said, that's what that they can trace their knowledge back to Kemet.
Mm-hmm.
But they weren't writing books like that. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have no guru or no particular individual that was gonna lay this library. They say they couldn't. We burned the library of Alexandria. That was a more modern Egypt. That wasn't ancient fucking Egypt. You understand what I'm saying? So the whole thing is they got it. You can trace the Kybalion Hermeticism back to ancient Egypt because, like I said, the Hermes is only a Greek name for Tahuti, whose Greek name is Thoth.
That kind of reconciles it a little bit in my mind because, you know, I've been indoctrinated through the conscious community that, it all came out of Africa. It all came out of Kemet. It all came out of Kemet.
Yeah.
But in my research, I keep seeing the Vedic. I keep seeing the Indian.
Yes.
But that would make sense if there was a certain period where things weren't notated and written down profusely, or it was, you know, I guess burned, destroyed, or whatever manner.
Yeah. And they say the oldest that you can find at all is all from the Vedas.
Right.
All of them. Yeah.
The oldest that you can find.
Nobody ever destroyed their written works. So even if the book...
Well, they had stuff pillaged. They had their stuff pillaged and destroyed during... Hold on a second.
Well, I guess he means it wasn't destroyed completely.
Yeah. Right.
It wasn't like wiped off the whole face of the earth. Like you can't even discover it. You can discover every aspect of the Vedic or the Ayurvedian culture.
Yeah, the Ayurveda.
But we know that at least historically, shit, we don't know anything. I really hate to say we know. I don't know shit. I'm not going to sit here and claim I know anything, but from what I've seen, the Kybalion culture far precedes Indian culture. So the fact that it's been there long enough, and then we've got this next culture with writing, I mean, it would only make sense to deduce that what came before would have to have what the next culture has, especially considering there's nothing new under the sun.
No, it's all repeating information anyways.
And we can still find traces in Sumeria, Mesopotamia, all of that. And I didn't mean the Ayurvedic, I meant the Dravidians. The Dravidian culture is pretty much the root of the Vedic culture.
Yeah.
You know, I know that the Dravidians are what they would call the ancient or the indigenous of India. You know, they didn't wipe that culture out, but when it comes to, you know, specific cultures, the conqueror wipes their information out or seizes it and puts it in archives it. Then it becomes a part of the traveling show of the British Museum and shit like that, or it sits in someone's private collection, like multiple manuscripts.
Well, that makes me wonder a bit, you know, if we talk about the Kemetic culture and that culture's writings and the only thing that was preserved really was the structures and the temples and the statues. So there's also talk of Atlantis and Lemuria. So I mean, that if we have statues from Kemet, we don't have jack shit from Atlantis and Lemuria.
Right.
But then again, you know
what we do have though, we have the psychic symbols. That's what they are. That's what Kemet represents. They represent psychic symbols.
Yeah.
It's not the written word.
Right. That's what you were getting at before when you talked about how they were operating on a different plane.
On another level, yeah.
And maybe it wasn't supposed to have an, oh my God, yeah. Somebody asked.
It wasn't supposed to have a verbalized depiction of it. It's only a inner, that's why I said they only dealt with the underworld, which we know is a comparison to what? The subconscious mind.
Right.
It's like a higher form of communication. No words would be a more sophisticated form of communication.
Right. That's what we're really getting to.
Telepathy.
So see, we're talking about this magic in the occult in this West. That's why they call it low magic, right? They're talking about this low magic, which is demons and the ceremony and the ritual and everything these people on the internet are talking about. It's low magic. That's what it's called. That's what they call it. And then high magic is stuff dealing with Tiferet and above, right? That's very difficult to explain. It's not about I'm better than you or you're less talented than me. No, it's a level of perception. It's nothing physical.
You're going to the realm of where the low magic originates from.
The source. You're closer to Akash, to Kether. The stream is more pure. Ooh.
Where there's no verbal definition. The Egyptians, when they walk up to your ass, you automatically. That's why they use that in that movie, The Gods of Egypt. Where they made them where they their bodies transformed into like this golden shielded figure flying around. That's kind of how they're gonna step to your ass. Where you gonna automatically be like, yo, this is a whole nother. They be like, well, what did he look like? Like, yeah, I don't know if he was gold or if he looked like the rain or somebody else be like, no, I think he was glass.
Yo.
I saw right through it. Be like, no, he was golden. Nobody could, because everybody you see it from your own viewpoint, but you can't verbalize what it is that you saw.
Man, I had an experience with one of them dudes on my last mushroom trip. It was a specific entity. It wasn't no imagination. Like, I'm sitting having a conversation with this thing that I could barely make out. It was like rainbow with clouds around it and light. I couldn't make any physical thing out, but I knew it was there. And it hijacked my vocal cords to talk to me. Look. It's something to it. Ascended masters.
What type of shrooms George Lucas was on?
About colors as representations of them.
Oh my goodness.
What do you say about?
Oh, I was saying in mystical Kabbalah, that's like when she talks about the ascended masters. She talks about them being represented as colors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because you go beyond this realm of perception. I only see you the way I see you because this is your vibratory pattern upon this plane of existence. Once I start being able to see in another realm, I'm not gonna see the same because I'm not gonna what? I'm not gonna use my two eyeballs that I got to wear glasses to fucking see clearly.
Because that ain't real.
Because it's not really real. So how are you going to explain that to somebody who's never studied any fucking thing except a couple of words that they Googled on fucking basically Google?
My research is
How are you
Google.
going to explain the unexplainable to somebody who doesn't even want to research what does it mean unexplainable?
You got very limited examples, and you trying to sit up here and argue with me.
A person who can't even think or articulate from an abstract perspective.
Yikes. So that's what we're talking about with high magic and low magic. With the low magic, it's a process you go through to build your vocabulary of experience as well as concepts, right? I don't remember which of these Bihar School of Yoga books it was, but they damn near got back to, they said the origin of evolution or of spiritual evolution is the two aspects of study and practice. She used different, no, it was Raja Yoga. I believe it was Raja Yoga. But basically said the whole process of this involves study and practice. Both. Ain't just one. So when we say, you know, I don't need the books or whatever, or the books aren't going to show you, you're exactly right. But it's a combination of building that vocabulary and also using that vocabulary to get an experience to illuminate those words that you study. So I'm not pointing you out. We can't neglect the study. You can't neglect that. That's being lazy. That's being intellectually lazy.
Exactly.
You got to build that as well as that experience to back it up. Not just because if you got all the book knowledge and no experience, you sound just as goofy as if you got all this I just took a bunch of shrooms, but I don't know what the fuck I saw. You sound equally goofy. You got to have them both. Even the Chaos Magic books say that.
Is really a word? It's long, va. Those are not even really words. Though they had to put it. See, what's written is really for those who cannot read in the vibratory pattern. So they have to ingest it from the level that they are. So that's why you have to accept yourself in the present. Presently, I'm not capable of going into the akasha or meditating that deeply where I'm getting the information direct fucking download.
Didn't you say
have to read Dharana Darshan?
You knew a girl who knew how to do that though?
Yeah, she supposedly went straight to the motherfucking Quasimodo.
Quasimodo.
She went to the Quasimodo. You think in these Facebook comments these people know all about that stuff, but yeah.
But that's the whole thing, man. That's the only way that I could really see it. That's how I'm when I sit in the silence. That's the only way that I see it, and that's how I explain it. That, you know what I mean, between India and Kemet, it's kind of like the difference between the unspoken and the spoken. Once you get to those realms where you going above, once you get to Kepler, there is no more verbalization. There is no more exemplifying or dumbing down to Malkuth's level of definition. It doesn't work there. If it did work there, then it would be no need to have ever emanated to the realm of Kepler.
True.
We wouldn't need Hod. We wouldn't need Chesed. We would need none of them to represent the next phase of emanation from the original source of undifferentiated allness.
Boom.
Reading on the vibratory level.
Brother?
I need to drop my cash app for that wisdom I just put on this universe right there. Let's go ahead and can we have the ushers come forth, please, and bring the baskets with his tithes and offering. But everybody here know that's what we got, man. That's what we did. That's what you dealing with, Trav. That's so you gotta sometimes, whether you would say it or not, I say to you, yo, you gotta toot your own horn, man. You motherfucking, you bringing in, you ushering in this vibratory pattern of demonstration of hermetic, esoteric, Kybalion, arcane, whatever you want to call it. That's what you're doing. You bringing it in, no different than all of these other people who did it. Somebody got to do it.
True. True.
And it's been taking too fucking long.
Yes.
Like when I was going to the library and all of this, and this professor saw me and he was like, "Why do you always read it? Why are you always reading these long-haired books?" He's like, "These books are 5,000 pages and all of that. That stuff takes too long, so it only follows. It evolves into what? This type of the internet. And just because we use the internet doesn't mean we have to use Google for our research and study.
Right.
And there's other levels of Google. You got Google Scholar. And let's go deeper. I don't even hardly use Google a lot of times for researching or looking into stuff because there's other search engines.
Mm-hmm. And you get different results on other search engines.
Yeah, you can look for anything in your biased question type way and get a result that proves what you think is true. I can go on both sides and give proof of both sides being accurate. It's so biased, and we know Google is censored the house. So, I mean, some things are okay for Google, like they're things that are not going to be influenced by bias. Some things are great, like a quick look up for how to spell some shit.
Non-controversial stuff. Yeah. Absolutely.
Basic.
I use DuckDuckGo.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, because DuckDuckGo, my son told me to put it on my computer too, or my phone.
Kristen, that's actually a great point that I think a lot of people might not realize they're doing this. Sometimes when we want to research something, Google's actually very intuitive. It answers your questions based on how you ask it. It's not just like a dumbass machine. Like, it's very intelligent. If you know how to work Google, you can pull whatever you want out of it. Neutrality is the best way to get the answer. But a lot of people, I can say, don't notice that they're asking questions in a biased way, right?
Exactly.
Like, how evil are the Archons? You're asking a question in a biased way. You're going to get a biased answer. Instead of what is Archon? What is the origin, right? If you're asking things without your emotional filter, you're going to get a pure answer. But if you go into something researching with your own bias already on it, what you expect you're going to get. And if you get something that's opposing your bias, you're not even going to accept it.
Nope, you ignore it and go on to the next one.
Right, to prove and validate what you already have convinced yourself of. That's not research.
How many other people have put in those very same exact words that you Googled, that you put no thought into researching? So you just put, what is blah, blah, blah. It's going to put you right in that same peer group because the computer is intelligent enough to realize that this is not an advanced question.
Oh, we got a basic one. Wow.
We got a winner here.
This person in VPK.
Wow. Yeah, there's no point in me showing him the works of Plato or Plotinus. Let's just give him some of this,
Yes.
Love and light. Yeah, let's give him some love and light. Hocus pocus.
Hocus pocus, exactly.
Wow, I didn't think of it like that.
Yeah, like people were like, why is the earth not flat?
Yeah, that type of shit.
Why are the flat earthers wrong? Like, why are vaccines safe?
Right.
Why are they effective?
Right. That's not research.
What's the ingredients on this vaccine.
You're looking for something to back up your arguments with people on Facebook.
Yes.
And you know what that is? That's the difference between writing in high school and writing on a college level. And then it's different in a college level. Whether you have to write differently when you're going for your master's degree, and then you have to articulate differently when you're going for your doctorate's degree. So you can't use the same type of words or verbiage or definitions that a fucking 11th grader is gonna fucking use. And a lot of people, they're not. That's why I said they're not going to understand anything because they're still on a 10th grade understanding.
10th grade understanding.
If that, you're lucky if they're really on a 10th grade. They're on a 5th grade. Most people are.
So how are they going to now graduate to what's called abstract quantum thought? Wow. Come on.
Yo, it blows my mind when I think of it like that because it's right in front of your eyes daily.
Okay, so what you're talking about, it's intuitive and all that. So the same that like your Ajna chakra, it will give you what you're tuned to, as in like if you come with all your like chakras in disbalance and all that, when you go into your meditations or whatever, or like if you take shrooms, you'll see fucked up shit because you haven't cleansed or gotten rid of those biases.
Yes.
You're seeing waste. You're seeing the distribution. It's like becoming septic. When you're like go to the hospital, you get sick, and then you get some sickness in your blood, and it flows throughout your whole body. So a person who goes into a psychedelic realm with toxicity, you opening up neural pathways with toxic fucking blood flowing through your body and expecting not to see your ass.
The spirits behind that. Yeah.
Tigers and
Look, the practice of Tattva Shuddhi should eventually become a part of your daily discipline as a cleansing process. Just as you bathe and brush your teeth every day as a necessary routine for physical hygiene, Tattva Shuddhi sadhana should become a routine procedure for mental, psychic, and spiritual hygiene. Your physical body collects dirt and filth if it is not cleaned every day, and, in the same way, the subtler levels of your being accumulate dross in the form of samskaras. If they're not taken care of, they'll affect the entire structure of your life.
Even after doing a couple of Tattva Shuddhis, you can feel like
yes.
I can't really put words to it because those are almost subtle aspects, but it's
that's what I meant when I put in our chat. Don't you feel the power?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's power.
I felt it when you said that.
You have to be in control of that because you can become maniacal.
Yeah.
You can become an egomaniac. There's nothing wrong with the ego. You need the ego. But an egomaniac is one who's lost control of his ego. Everything is about self-control.
That's when Rahu takes over and tricks you and gets you believe in your own hype. That's what happened to Aleister Crowley. His Rahu took him to very high heights. But then what happens with Rahu if K2 is not activated and honored is it becomes the trickster. It becomes your own worst enemy. It tells you a lie. Either it tells you ain't the shit or you are the shit. And like the dancer, Bob Fosse, his Rahu told him he wasn't good enough. So he kept going. He died believing he still wasn't great. And he's a great dancer. He was one of the greats, but he never believed he was. He never had that satisfaction that, yeah, I'm pretty good. Never. But Aleister Crowley is the opposite. He believed I am the beast and I will, I'm going to be this dark messiah type thing. I'm going to all this. And people abandoned him at the end because he went too far. He believed his own hype and they thought he was so ego driven because now he's going to make his own tarot. And so there's a thin line there. And that's what Rahu does is it will bring you to great heights. But, Kanye has the same issue. Great heights where you just don't ever lose because you don't believe you ever can, but you go so far where people are like you're getting weird now, and you go from fame to infamy, or you fall from grace in some ways. So that's what K2 comes in to say, all right, let's anchor this back down to get some grounded here. Let's get you level headed because you're a nutcase.
My K2's in Libra. Balance.
Balance. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. You're very welcome.
My Aries is Rahu.
See? The head.
Right,
and
right.
Aries is the head.
Right,
so,
right.
Yeah.
It's Bharani, though, not...
Rahu.
Rahu, yeah. Rahu.
Rahu and Ketu.
Oh my gosh, this is powerful stuff, guys.
Yeah, and that's why
please.
they took that away. And now I'm gonna have to touch base on people and the racial distinction of the human being. That's what they kind of did to us as called black people. That they took away the indigenous cultural aspects that we originally had from wherever our geographical origins come from. The people who chose to utilize us, like I said, there were other people who weren't capable of hard work and can go through a lot of high stress and not fucking die and still work at a fucking peak level. That was us kind of people. But they took us, so us kind of people had spiritual intelligence and also physical presence. So it was kind of that the thing. So the whole thing is that they had to take away the mental, they had to take the mind away to control the fucking body.
That sounds familiar. That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
What's that called?
Yeah.
There's that paper. What's that paper?
You know what it is.
That Willie Lynch.
The Willie Lynch. So that's what I'm saying. So they took that. So they had to capture the culture of the people. They didn't have to go so far as to totally destroy like they did the indigenous natives here. Like, yo, we're gonna never get rid of the spiritual system if we don't just kill the whole 125,000 of these people. And that's what they did. They eliminated the whole population of these fucking people. So that's what I'm saying. When they take away the spiritual and cultural aspect of a group of people's, that's your wealth. It's not that's why you go to like the Africa, they're wearing big gold crowns and think about all the shit come from Africa. They've been digging for diamonds. They ain't run out of diamonds yet over that motherfucker. How much?
They're not rare over it.
Damn.
You understand what I'm saying?
Damn.
The gold, all kind of jewels. But that stuff didn't mean anything. It was just like, yo, we just walk around on it. Like it's a rock. I mean, of course I can you see me blinging, but that shit don't really mean nothing. Because the great source of the gold comes from blah, blah, blah. And it is said that flows through our blood. And that's what they had to kill that shit. A person's connection to the all. Like, yo, they just don't fucking worship the all. They actually become the all. They all are the all. And they people at the same fucking time. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when they do that, all they've done is they just push back the inevitable. So that's why now we as these people, we can culturally, because we really don't have a culture like that. Like Amar has a culture, you know, like as he comes from a country, he has a flag, he has a language, he has a land.
Right.
Us as a people, we got fucking America. Now, a person can say you come from Africa, but Africa, you can fit America in Africa.
Right.
So what part are you coming from over that motherfucker?
Right.
Well, I have no clue. Take your ass to Africa and go drink some water and see if your stomach don't fucking bubble open from your American weak ass digestive system and your calcified water that we drink every day over here. So we can't claim nothing over there, but we can claim multiple spiritual systems because that's always been a part of who we are. And everybody's main thing. So now coming back to a global family, that's basically the connection that all people have, is because the all is all and nothing is separate from the fucking all. The only thing that makes it separate is you and the way you think about other fucking people.
Right. Right.
You still got the same elemental composition.
Mm-hmm.
It's just formulated in differences because what's called the all is all things, and that means that the physical representation of it is diversity. Multiple different fucking living species. It ain't the same fish in the fucking ocean. And you got coral, you got seaweed and fucking sea moss.
And
you got different types of algae in the ocean. It ain't just sea moss. It has to be a specific type and species of sea moss. Just saying sea moss doesn't define it as the species.
Right.
So that's the whole thing. That's what I mean. That's what I said earlier. We have to begin to think on a higher level, such as that, so you dispel all fucking falsehood. When somebody try to come with some fucking Darwinism or some other scientific bullshit that's trying to date your ass, you can dispel that by going straight to cosmic information.
Yeah.
Like that shit, what you talking about is elementary, man.
I love it.
Elementary. I like that. Ella.
That's elementary, bro. That's elementary, bro.
Ella. Hey, I got a question, Trev.
You sure?
So, when are we going to have a group field trip?
Ooh.
Hey.
You mean a physical one?
Yeah, physical one.
I was thinking about putting one together here in Florida, man.
Maybe somewhere where we all, depending on where we all live, we can maybe find a center meeting place where it's not so far for some, like maybe, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, Florida.
Some of us are up in Ohio.
I mean, that's close to me.
But I would like Florida. I wouldn't mind it. Florida's really not far from us.
Who doesn't like Florida and beaches? And there's one particular beach you can actually put tents on the beach and stay the night. It's one of the. It's like one of the.
That's slick. I got a camper too.
And you can rent it, because what I was gonna do is actually we can all rent an Airbnb like on the beach. They got like 10 bedrooms, nice luxury ones.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
That type of shit.
That'd be cool.
Fuck yeah. They got one in Ohio here. It's got 18 beds. It's a huge cabin on the Ohio Falls. It's got a heated waterfall. You can be in it in the winter. But it but it's like it was pretty expensive, so we'd all have to maybe spend $1,000, but you're allowed to be there for like 2 weeks, I think.
Wow.
Yo, a Magus meeting
fucking
in person?
Gorgeous up here in Ohio, but I would rather do it in the summer up here because you can do more things, you know, if you're stuck in the
definitely in the summertime in Ohio.
Yeah, for sure. But they got the heated waterfall.
I was gonna say the same thing about Florida. That if you come down here in the summertime, you're not gonna want to be too much on that beach. Don't let the TV fool your ass. Think people laying on that beach for hours, unless you want to turn to ashes.
Right.
I mean, it's beautiful. You can get in the water. It's not like that. But Florida is, as everybody knows, it's the sunshine state.
I love that, man.
Bro, when I lived in Florida, the minute you could take a shower in 50-degree water. The minute you step outside, you bust in a sweat. 95 degrees humidity, bro.
That's what it is. I call it, bro.
If you smoke, if you smoke, your breathing will be hard. It'll be hard for you to breathe. Type stuff.
Yeah, I don't smoke, so
I hate it when I have to take the bus to school, man.
Sucks. Yeah, we get humid up here in Ohio. Very humid in the summer. Very well, all the time. But my husband, who lives in Arizona, it's more dry there. But the humidity here is just killer, man. So I can imagine in Florida.
The desert heat is, bro. Okay, it's not as bad as Florida, but when that sun touches your skin,
Yeah,
It's
right?
like, damn, where the clouds at?
Hey, when you're outside, I always say it's like the devil is just like, and it's windy. If it's windy outside, it's like 100 degrees. It's like the devil is just talking to you, bro. It's like, shut
It's
up.
blowing hot air on your ass.
Exactly.
Some people are into that.
The sun just more burns. The sun just more burns.
Good, doesn't it? Georgia got nice places too, though. Georgia's very diverse with its environment.
And they got a big paranormal community for like haunted houses and like bed and breakfast things. That would be awesome. I love that.
I live near, in some parts, not where I'm around. I'm around the beach too.
Okay.
In Savannah, I live close to Savannah.
Georgia, they shutting the state down.
Savannah, what, hon?
I live close to Savannah. They have like a haunted house tour like year round.
Hell yeah. I want to go.
Savannah's a very mystical part of the United States too.
Yep.
A lot of pain, suffering, and greatness and stuff happened in Savannah.
Mm-hmm.
I've always loved the old plantation houses and just beautiful.
Oh, you would say that. Oh, I see how. Oh, okay.
Oh, see, I know it.
You know what? You know what? See, one thing about y'all, you people.
Always got to talk about
you people.
You people.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you mean, you people?
But you know, Kristen, that would actually be a really cool experience. I think it would.
Yeah.
If my, well, I should say when my Jupiter blows up the way that you've shown me.
Said it with. Yes.
We'll definitely make that a twice a year kind of event.
That would be awesome.
One in the south, or one on the East Coast, one on the West Coast.
Yeah. Oh my God, I am all game.
I think that's a good call. But I went to San Diego about 2 years ago. California's awesome, man.
Yeah.
And I actually been.
My husband's from Cali.
The people are different. It's like you really. It was really different in Cal. It's really different in California.
Yeah, my husband's from California.
And weed is legal.
Yeah.
I got a free joint by just going into one of the dispensaries, and they said, "Where you from?" And I said, "Oh, I'm from Florida." Man, hey, but try this. You know, that's the welcome I got into California.
Wow. Abundance right there.
It was beautiful. But I think I did the ultimate. I think I mentioned that I smoked a blunt with Snoop Dogg, but that was it. But that was in Georgia, at the Up and Smoke tour. I was going to school to be a emergency medical tech when I lived in Atlanta. So the instructor told us that, he says, you know, as a part of your curriculum, you could volunteer for any of the concerts that we have here so you can learn what EMTs do at concerts. I was like, oh, okay. I said, yeah. I said, so what concerts are coming up? He mentioned a couple. I was like, eh. And he was like, well, they got some. So you probably like there's a rap one. It's Snoop Dogg. I said, I'll take it. Everybody was there. Snoop Dogg, Eminem, Dr. Dre. It was the fucking Up tour.
Yeah.
I was there full EMT regalia behind stage, smoking blunts with all of those people.
Nice.
That I talked about. Yo, they thought it was hilarious, man. I was back there drinking Henny. It was off the chain, man.
Nice.
Isn't it weird how short?
It would have been so corny for me because I was back there. I just happened to, because I was able to go anywhere. I was an EMT student. I had a special badge. I was able to walk everywhere. So I went straight backstage. And when I went back, and I was like, oh, shit, looking around and shit like a kid. And I was like, damn, ain't nobody hurt, right? I was like, no. Man, Snoop walked over there and went like this with the blunt. I went, and it would have been corny for me not to smoke a blunt offered to me by Snoop Dogg, man.
Yeah, that's
mandatory. The Snoop offers you a blunt.
I hit a blunt that Snoop rolled up.
Hell, I would have hit it.
It was awesome. That type of shit. It was fucking awesome. I don't know how I got on that story, but it was I love telling it. Cause I smoked a blunt. Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, Eminem, Tella. Everybody was back there, man. It was the most incredible time I ever seen in my life. I had in my life, man.
Has everybody in this?
California love.
What'd you say?
No.
And rest in peace to Nate Dogg was there too. So I saw Nate Dogg.
Oh, he's a legend.
It was crazy. They all was there, and I was looking. I told Snoop to his face. I said, "Yo, you really look like Snoop too." Like I didn't know what else to say. He looked so. It was like how you're so used to seeing people on TV, and I saw him in real life. That's what came out. I was high then. I looked at him. I said, "Yo, you really look like Snoop." and we all just laughed. You know what I'm saying?
Like
oh shoot, this is like. But really, what I was saying, oh shit, this is really fucking Snoop Dogg, and I'm high as a motherfucker with him. we was totally blasted, man.
You ever stop to analyze the process that your mind is going through once you do smoke and you reach that level? Like to try to objectively analyze the difference of your perception in that state versus normal state, and maybe try to you do that?
It's childlike.
It's childlike, because like you said, to look at Snoop and be like, damn, you really look like Snoop. That's not something you would say in your normal state. So like what has shifted? You know, this is just some of the things that I do. I don't really smoke, but if I were to, I know that this process will start happening. Like, I wonder, where does it take you? What are you saying?
I've heard, I don't know if you know, on YouTube, his name is Dolo. He says that when you smoke, it's a suspension of your sun sign, and you go more into your moon sign. So for me, my sign of the moon is the same. So
mine too.
Yeah, that's weird. It's for me. I overanalyze, and then I feel anxiety a little bit, and then I'm nervous that I'm not in complete. I feel like I'm not in complete mental control. Like I'm in physical control, but it just doesn't feel like I'm sharp enough, and I don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
But creative-wise, I mean, it's amazing, and I get into deep thoughts and everything. But the action I want to do won't let me. It won't let me write the shit down that I want to think about. I'll just think about it and see it, but I go, okay, now write that shit down.
Oh, the creativity is crazy. I know I'll have way more ideas than I can literally do. Yeah. That when that creativity kicks in, like, and then I can see like so far out, like, oh, I'm gonna do this, and if I did this, I can do this, and then I do this too, and then this. But like, it's way too much to even do any of it.
And then you want to write it down and everything, and it's just.
It kind of slows down the opposite. Like all the thoughts that I do have regular when I was blowing a lot. Now I smoke CBD, so I'm not smoking THC, but the THC kind of slowed it kind of brought everything together, kind of like a puzzle. Like it locked everything into play. So now I'm able to more contemplate on a more slowed down level than I was always having to be so swift in the activity of contemplating and executing. Now I can be more of a shamanistic type of thing. You know what I mean? More me since I smoked weed, it always been more of a ritualistic type of thing. It always felt like that I really didn't blow for recreation. It was more of like this
introspective.
It was like that. Like this type of thing ain't just. And I used to always talk about your weed ain't just supposed to be everybody 12 heads on one blunt passing. I never got into that.
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying?
On the daily,
I wasn't into that. I had to do something. And I'm that kind of person that I have to do something before I feel like I can pay myself for doing it. So I'm not gonna. I was never the individual that's gonna wake up and I gotta hit that blunt in the morning. Not that I haven't done it, but when I did do that kind of thing, it was a wrap.
Yeah.
Were you very productive when you did that? Were you very productive at all when you did that?
When I woke up and hit and smoked the blunt?
Yeah.
Definitely was not very productive. It was the total opposite.
Exactly.
That's kind of what I found with it too.
Whole day. It wasn't like it was gonna wear off and then all of a sudden I'm gonna be like, okay, now I can get stuff. No, the whole day was done.
Exactly.
Gone. Yeah,
Yeah.
Chalk said it. Yeah, I
Well,
had to
that's
get
what
to
I
a
mean.
point where it was like, if I had something to do, it was like, you got to take care of business first. Almost like start treating it almost like a reward, because it's like as soon as you go
That's what I
in,
meant.
it's done. That's one of the things that I was saying the other day that I was struggling with. Like, I enjoy smoking, but I do notice that I'm not productive, not as productive. I can still get some stuff done, no doubt, but I spend more time contemplating different things than actually, doing something physically.
Yeah,
So,
that's
yeah,
exactly
Great
what
for
I
I
mean.
mean,
sex.
What, Trav?
I said great for sex.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, hell no.
Well, see, I don't really smoke very much, but those few times were pretty damn cool.
I don't know. I don't like it.
Because
you may
cannabis
say
is
y'all
because
put two
cannabis
in.
is an aphrodisiac.
Not for me, it ain't. That shit is a no. I'd rather do something fast. If I'm gonna do anything, I want to go fast.
Fast like a light.
Higher. Yeah, speedier, or like I did like opiates, but like when it came to anything sexual, it was like Molly, ecstasy, cocaine.
That sounds like a rap song.
You
Yeah.
was partying. Boo,
Yeah. But I
Dude, it was a
definitely,
real party going on.
I know weed I don't like weed. I just don't like it. I know people like it, but I don't like the way it makes me feel. It's just too slow. I don't like it.
Because don't forget it's a plant, so it does communicate with you. So some people it's just not their like I said, it's just not some people's communication. It's no different than the mushroom. The mushroom communicates.
I like mushrooms.
And it's gonna communicate with you differently than if you hit some cocaine. Cocaine is a communicator, but it's destructive because it has to be manufactured into powder. It's not.
You can
natural.
even use a coca plant, a coca leaf.
You can get some coca leaves. You can chew coca leaves. That's what they use to go up in the high atmosphere to the mountain. For 1,000 over plus years they've been doing it. The whole thing is
chew on that.
Cannabis communicates you with on a whole different type of level to some people. Yeah, once I hit it.
What happened when I was a kid? I was like 16, and I went to weed was okay up until this point for me. I went to a Halloween party and this girl there, she spiked my drink with something. We still don't know what it was, but that's the same night that I had a bunch of weed, and she had spiked it with something, and it kept, I call it fading in and out. Like the lights would go dark, and my eyesight would go, and I would be blacked out, and then I would come back. It would happen all night long, like I was dying and rebirth over and over again. So ever since then, when it comes to any kind of weed, it pulls that experience back out, and it's full of anxiety, and it's like, what did you say?
It traumatized you.
Yeah, absolutely.
That became a part of your samskara. That's grooved into you. So the whole thing is, you would either, like you said, don't smoke weed, or if you do, you smoke weed, and it will only be for the purpose of eliminating that samskara from your.
Yeah, I've done that since. Yeah, I've done that since. I would do it in oil, never smoking it. They say not to burn the plant. So I did it in oils and stuff like that, pressing, all different kinds of things. Mm-hmm. They said not to inhale it through smoke and everything. And it's different. When you take it through the oil, it's different than when you smoke it. But once I started doing it through the oil, a whole different experience. I don't get that experience anymore. I don't like to smoke it, but I would take it in oil in a small amount. I got a huge jar of weed oil, massive jar. You just take a toothpick, stick it in, stick the toothpick underneath your tongue, and you're done.
Yes, that's medicinal.
Yes, yeah. It's a whole different animal. It's not the same. Whenever I would smoke, even though I am allergic to any kind of smoke, usually, like cigarette smoke, I got, it affects my lungs bad. So when I would smoke weed, my lungs would I couldn't breathe all night long. My back would start hurting. My nose would be stuffed. So the smoke was a problem for me. But once I like I said, did the oil, it was a whole different thing. So
Really,
I could do the oil.
It's stronger. It's
Yeah.
stronger than smoking the plant.
Yeah, when you don't burn it, there's you know, you get that entourage effect.
Yeah.
And yeah, and it's a whole different thing.
I grew a nice plant and I was drinking it in tea. I only smoked it. I only smoked it maybe 2 times, but I was taking it and I was boiling it in the tea.
Yeah.
The way it made me feel it was amazing.
Yeah.
The difference between
Definitely. Yeah, when you ingest it like food wise, like oil or tea, it's something different about it. And it what was weird is when I took it as an oil, my friend was like, I'm telling you, try this. It's helping everybody come off of heroin. Da, da, da. I'm like, bullshit. Unless it's an opiate, no, it's not. He goes, I promise it takes pain away for people that have opiate addiction. I'm like, all right, well, I've been long clean. So I was like, all right, let me try. So I tried it and nothing happened at first, right? I'm like, this it's just typical weed. Ain't nothing happening. And then like an hour goes by and I get this rush that comes down my head, down my spine. I'm like, bullshit that this is not an opiate. He goes, no, it's just nano enhanced CBD. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, there's no way that this isn't an opiate. And he's like, no, I promise it's not.
Because that's the communication.
Yeah, it communicates in the same receptors.
You have a past of heroin use.
Yeah.
So that right there, for you to have been to that level, you already was seeking what you now get from the cannabis oil. Whatever level of your experience it brings you on, and you feel that was called euphoria or comfort, or it takes stuff away. Because I can say I know the world of heroin. That's an ugly world. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When I was a kid, I was anyway. It's an ugly fucking world, and the majority of those who use were highly artistic people who got disappointed with something in their life, and it dropped them to that type of level. But what I'm saying is that cannabis oil, because all of them used to smoke. Those who do in between of not being able to get it, or they ain't have the money to come get it, they'll be always smoking weed. And
I couldn't do that because it would make me feel sicker.
That's the only thing that keep them from getting sick.
Yeah, never me. It always made me sicker. I never understood when people said that. I'm like, how are you? That doesn't make sense. It's not an opiate. It doesn't go to your opiate receptors. But when you do have the oil,
though.
It what?
It's just the way it communicate with them.
Well, I mean, if you're in a dope sickness, nothing but an opiate's going to take you out of that.
Yeah, that's horrible. That's a horrible scene.
Yeah, been there. But now, after you're no longer dope sick, but you're still having the normal pains that come and go, that's where it can come in, where it can stop your cravings. But if you're in full-blown dope sickness, no fucking weed or alcohol is going to do shit. You need dope or
they would never seek to stop it once it started. They would always be, before, because like I say, in the world of the heroin user operates on the schedule of that sickness. They can go a certain amount of time without getting sick. So if they already know that they ain't gonna have no money to cop, then they gonna already be doing something to sedate themselves because they know what it comes. So a lot of them, I knew they would always be smoking weed. When they couldn't afford the heroin, they're gonna come get a nickel bag of weed.
Yeah, no, see, that's wasting the money in my mind. You save that money and then hold it till you get more to go get that dope. But that's the thing for me in my time and my people. You don't waste it on alcohol and smokes and weed because you need every bit for dope.
That's a whole nother world right there.
Yeah.
It's just about the communication of all of this stuff. That's all. That's the only way I can describe it is just communication. That some people are gonna smoke weed. Yeah. They're gonna get a full anxiety attack. But I just feel that that's something that's a memory And that's what the communication may need to have communicated with them. You need to face this. It may not be great, but the memory of what it's causing, you may need to face that type. And I'm not saying you personally. I'm just saying
right.
Django, what you're saying, it seems like the communication with the weed or whatever, it goes into the samskaras and it's able to make those samskaras like float back up that you had forgotten or that your conscious mind has suppressed. Those samskaras are able to like come back up.
What it do is like a you know what I looked at? I saw this vision. It's like a beehive, and each cell in the hive is where the samskara is at, and then they just put they cap it off with the wax. You know what I'm saying? So when you take something, or even you chakra shooty, you clean your chakras, or you do any particular thing that kind of melts off the wax covering those memories, because you cannot purify or clean yourself or open up your neural passageways with particular stuff and think that nothing negative is going to come up from your memory, because cleaning is cleaning. So you gotta face the things that you forgot, the things that you hid away. Hidden away is only that it's stored it, and because your brain has different, because we know different particular areas of storage. So some things are stored in the memory that is able to be accessed when needed multiple times to make you never forget the memory, and then others, they've been put in a deeper storage, deep memory, like a computer. It goes into the deep memory where it's capped over by whatever veil, and that's only going to be opened by traumatic incidents. You didn't bang the computer and fucked up the operating system, and now all the files are corrupted and open. That's kind of what the communication of whatever it is you do does it. It may corrupt it, or mean transforming the system to operate differently, so all the memories are opened at once. But Durana Darshan, these techniques stop that process if you're able to do it consistently, from accessing all the negative parts of yourself at one fucking time.
I mean, this is terrible. The point is that whatever negative experience it was.
But that's what a lot of people do. They experience, they take something, they take the too much shrooms without just saying, maybe I can get a little bit, because you rather start small and have a reaction than start big and have a major reaction where it opens up all your fucking samskaras at once. So the inner vision that you get of yourself is that scared punk ass kid that you once was, that you don't want nobody to know you was as you an adult. Now you take too much mushrooms and all of that shit open up, and the punk ass kid come out while you shroomed out, and now you crying in the physical world. Whoever you getting shroomed up with, they get to see you. You fucking all kind of dumb shit because you didn't open it up too fast.
Yeah, that's what I wasn't crying with mine, but I took like probably like 5 grams my first time, and that's when I realized that I was still. This is like 4 years ago. I was probably like 20, and I realized that I was still like when my one of my first traumas was like my grandmother getting hit by a car, and I realized that I was still that operating at like my 8-year-old was still operating my like 20-year-old body, basically. And like since then, like that, it showed me it it hit me like a fucking truck. Like I literally like stopped, and I was like, oh fuck, like I'm still fucking 8.
Mm-hmm.
And then
a lot of people are operating. A lot of people are operating from that every day for years and years and years without ever getting to a point of obtaining some different tools and ways of how to change that shit, man. It's just like you now have ways to change it. We all have different ways. That's why we laugh. We like look like, yo, man, a lot of these systems that we, whether it be Israeli Rigaldi, Michael Ford, Chandler, Mystical Kabbalah, who was it, Dion Fortune, and all of them have touched this Vedic information that we dealing with, and through those practices of what everybody loves, yoga, that shows you that that's a system that they've been using because everybody wants to do yoga, even though it's only the one limb of it. They still dealing with it. So that shows you that right there is the system that activates your fucking superpowers, which is called siddhis.
Yeah. No, I think that pattern recognition is one of the other ones, because that's like I can see, like when I look out, it's like I could like see the operating of my subconscious like map out and pattern like 100 miles of land, but it's like I'm like watching it do it. That's what I've been getting after doing these practices.
Mentioned the 8 limbs of yoga, or 1 limb of yoga. We talked about spiders earlier also, and it came to me about 8 limbs of yoga. I think there might be something there as well.
Yeah, that's
spider. The 8 limbs. 8 is an octagon too, isn't it?
Hella late making this coffee 6 hours ago. I don't know if it was one of you guys, but somebody mentioned a book that actually listed out a lot of the different cities, a lot of the most popular ones. Does anybody recall anything like that? I might have just found it on my own.
What was it about?
A book that was listing the different cities that can be attained. I don't think it had cities in the title, but I don't know if I found this independently or somebody mentioned it. But there's a book that exists that talks about a lot of the...
Your mic is covered or something.
Your mic is covered.
Oh, your mic is covered.
Tell me some shit like that. What's wrong with you? Hold on, I'm heading back downstairs.
Ah, okay. You're in transit, huh?
Yeah, speaking of transit, I got Jupiter in my first house in Capricorn.
In your poop house?
Listen here, woman.
I thought that's what he said.
I didn't say no poop house.
I got Saturn in my poop house.
You said it's in your 4th house, though?
I got Pluto in my poop house.
In your poop house? Pluto in the poop house.
I got Uranus in the poop house. No, I was saying I guess yeah, just one thing about the learning process that I've noticed is that I gather and gather and gather information, and it doesn't always click until a bit later. But I just decided to go back and kind of look into my chart, because I was I finally broke down and got curious about the conjunction, and I don't know anything about transits or any of that shit. So I decided to teach myself. I started to kind of teach myself just to get an awareness of it. I looked at, I don't know if I did it right, but I did something. I looked at my, where Jupiter was. It's in my 1st house. It's in my ascendant. It's in Capricorn. Right. And, you know, Saturn is somewhere else. It's in my 10th house. But I decided to get my chart, map it out, and then look at what the chart was going to be for the 21st. And I guess I looked at and compared what was going on. For example, if Jupiter's going to be in Capricorn now, that means that it's conjunct my birth chart. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, where is Jupiter? Jupiter's in Capricorn in your birth chart, right?
Right. It's in Capricorn.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Okay, so that...
And your transits are based on your ascendant.
Yeah. I guess I'm just trying to make it simple because, like I said, I'm just...
Yeah.
I knew the basics of astrology, but this is new to me. Essentially, when I'm doing my transits, I'm comparing my birth chart to what is happening now. And I guess I'm comparing the different aspects of what's going on. Is that right?
Well, yeah, but what I mean by to find out where it's transiting, all you need to know is, so for Libra, it would be transiting in a certain house. For Capricorn ascendant, it would be a certain house, each planet, okay? So that's how you find out your transits for that day or that time. That's how you find out where they're at. And then, yes, to find out the meaning and aspecting and like the deeper read, that's how you would do. You connect it with your birth chart and what's happening at that moment.
Sounds like that's what I said, but okay. Now I think I'll get with you a little bit later just to kind of iron out the kinks of it, because it was a lot of fun. Because what I looked at, it didn't seem incorrect. I was going back into my astrology book.
I'm not saying you're incorrect at all. I'm just saying how you find the transit is based on your ascendant.
Well, all that to say, I just wanted to kind of verify what you told me initially. I was starting to see that myself play out in my chart as I really looked into the meanings myself. So, not that I thought you were blowing smoke up my ass. It's just really cool to see it for myself. Very exciting. But Jupiter's in a good place for me. So, if anyone's getting superpowers, I'm definitely getting some.
Yeah, I told you it was coming, especially towards the end of the year, because where your Jupiter in your first house and being Capricorn, and that's where the conjunction, I mean, that's huge. So
that's what she
said. I
said.
said you're going to be greatly affected by it.
Yeah, awesome. It was really nice, nice talking to you and nice getting you in this group and involved. I think it's been a pleasure for everyone. I think it's really really added on to what we were doing. So feel good about that.
Awesome. I'm glad. Can help.
Maybe not more glad than me. Guys, this is great. There's nothing I would rather be doing than studying and talking about this subject matter. Because we could be talking about a lot of different shit, but this is really the only shit that's important. And hopefully people down the line will come back to these videos and really get something beneficial out of these talks. I know there's only so many people in the chat, but I know these things on the internet usually last for a very long time. So yeah, I'm grateful for all of you guys. I'm just pointing out Kristen because, you know, we've got some astrological shit going on, but Amar, you're fucking awesome, dude. Shango, you're awesome. Everybody here. You know, if I go off naming people, I'm going to forget somebody, but I appreciate all you guys.
Absolutely.
We appreciate you, Trav.
Do you know?
Oh my goodness. Hey George, do you remember you were the very first person to come to one of these meetings? I think I already brought this up, but I was like terrified. I don't know what to expect, what to do. I'm like, oh man, this guy took Panic's class. He's gonna think that I don't know what I'm talking about. I was nervous as hell. It was just like me and you sitting here on this video chat. I didn't know what the fuck to talk about, what to do, but man, it has certainly come a long way.
Yeah, I remember.
You remember that?
Yeah, I remember. We were talking about astrology then.
We were. Hell yeah, we were.
Wow.
Astrology and Lucifer.
Full circle.
Yes.
And Veronica. Most definitely.
Poetic spirits and the deities.
Veronica, you were here from day one also. Like, I remember, I think one night it was just me and you, and like, I had to go walk out somewhere because I didn't have a car. Well, my car broke down at the time.
We did talk about the signs.
Yeah. And you were Sagittarius. And right when you told me that, I looked down and there was somebody like spray painted that symbol on the freaking sidewalk. You remember that night?
Yeah, I remember that.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. 955.
Amazing. But just to say, I'm grateful for you guys. I really am. I really am.
Yeah, I'm grateful for you. I think the key thing is just which books to really focus on. I think that's groundbreaking.
Yeah.
Rather than hopping between like 5-10 books, really going deep into a few, the most important ones. But having your judgment on what the most important ones are.
Yeah, for a reason, not just my opinion, you know, because this is all like, it all strings together, and that just makes it a curriculum. It makes it an actual education. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just, oh, this book was cool. This book was cool. Nah, all this shit ties together and it adds to the understanding. One day.
Isn't today a good numerical lineup day? December 20th, 2020. Why isn't that being hyped up?
I was gonna ask about this stuff too.
and 8 o'clock is what? What's 8 o'clock in military time?
Isn't it 20? It's 20. 20 hours.
20. So shouldn't that be like a deeper thing than, you know what I'm saying? Tomorrow we can do it in the December 20th, 2020 at 8 p.m., which is 2000 hours and blah blah blah. Maybe people missed it.
What if it actually is?
That's more like man's numbers versus.
Oh, here you go with the man's.
People love man's.
Oh, but it's technically the Gregorian calendar.
They love it. They love those numbers to be alive. Didn't we just have something like that? You know, like
11-11.
I'm just trying to see. Don't they always line up the numbers? What is?
Yeah, they do.
555.
Why weren't we hearing about December 21st?
555.
Last year. Why wasn't this always something that was been floating around the quote unquote so-called conscious community?
Well, it was in the astrology community.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so that I was in the wrong community then.
Yeah.
But it just became like public notice to a lot of us this year. It really got pumped. It basically only started getting pumped like 2 weeks ago, really.
Well, that's because
Right.
Go ahead, sorry.
I was gonna say that's when it really just kicked in.
I mean, some of us.
Well, anyone that's not like involved deeply in the astrology or whatever, they hear it from their astrology friends or they see it on Facebook, and that's why it gets big. But the people that do astrology for a living, this is something that we've been knowing has been coming. We know ahead of time, at least 5 years ahead of time, 2 years ahead of time. It's best to go no further than 2 years at a time, unless you really are trying to map something out specific, so you can get into detail. You know what I mean? So, but the people that are into the astrology, they've known it's been coming. Just like you can map the next conjunctions coming, the next big rare conjunctions coming in the next 20 years. You can go ahead and map them out now, and then you can say in 20 years, I knew this shit 20 years ago.
No, I'm going to ask a question. Are you speaking from a Vedic astrologer or a Western astrologer or just an astrologer in general?
Both. They both could, whether it's Vedic or Western. They can go up 20 years.
And I ask that because I see like astrologers, even, wherever it's not just some, hocus pocus astrologer or whatever. Some people I thought were pretty profound. None of them never even mentioned anything about the
conjunction.
They never mentioned anything about December 24th.
Maybe they were Western instead of.
That's why I asked the question. So would they have to have been messing with the
Vedic?
the Vedic astrology.
They don't have to. No, they don't have to. They just need to be good astrologers. Like, look ahead a little bit. You can also the Western. They're seeing it in Aquarius, and they're completely confused about the age of Aquarius.
Oh, they're seeing it in Aquarius?
For the tropical, yeah, which is it's not the true placement, but it's the
Oh shit! Wow. No wonder I was getting confused.
This is one of the things that
it's actually happening in Capricorn. I'm sorry, what was that?
Wow.
Yeah, the whole Western astrology thing. I have an app called Night Sky or Stellarium, and you can check where the planets are when you were born, and they're not in the Western placements.
No.
I have one, and it shows that Saturn and Jupiter is in Aquarius.
Yeah, that's not right. That's your tropical. That's why it's actually in Capricorn.
Oh, wait a minute. What?
Yes. That's remember Vedic is the true placements. Vedic is 24 degrees separate from tropical. Vedic, the sidereal moves constantly, and as it continues to move backwards, the precession of the equinox, it moves away from the fixed tropical. Right now we're at 24 degrees of separation. It will continue to move back and back and back and wider and wider and wider. At one point they were at the same point when Western first started. They were with sidereal, but because they stayed fixed, sidereal moved. That's the thing. How Trav says you can either stay stuck and not move or keep moving. Which one moves? Sidereal. The Western doesn't move.
Ooh, trap,
so that's
locked.
Symbolic.
Locked in place.
One way.
Locked in
Right.
Yeah.
Keep you moving, but not really moving.
Yeah. So, and how you can tell where the age is by where the spring equinox happens. When spring happens in February, or when it happens in Aquarius, then it is the age of Aquarius. I had someone she was confused. She goes, "Oh yeah, it's going to happen next spring." I said, "No, not next spring. when the fucking spring equinox happens in the sign of Aquarius, which is still like 400 years away at least. So 432 at least. So, but we are in the 11th house, which is ruled by Aquarius. So there's a lot of Aquarian energy happening, but we're still not in the age of Aquarius yet.
Oh shit. And everybody's talking about the age of Aquarius.
Yeah, right. People run with shit. They run with the song, and they run with someone. Half the people that are, I'm surprised because some of them are astrologers. And it's like, have you looked into what an age is?
Put it out.
I'm confused why you're saying it because that's not accurate.
Get them.
Get them. I try not to be, I try to be nice with the information.
Nah, don't be nice. Let it out.
If they ask, but sometimes they don't want to hear you. They don't want to hear at all. So,
and like I said earlier, them the ones who ain't made for them. It's not made for them to hear it.
Right. It's that bias thing versus looking for the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you say it's Capricorn.
Yes, it's in 6 degrees of Capricorn, in the nakshatra Uttara Ashada, actually Abdihit within Uttara Ashada. So it's in the victorious one.
Hell yeah.
Which is very profound and powerful and magnificent. And instead of fearing this, for tomorrow, I would do anything that you're wanting to have an amazing outcome of.
Ooh.
I would work with Jupiter and Saturn and the nakshatra Abdihit and focus on that and meditate and fast or whatever, and whatever you want to work out, you know what I mean? Because the victorious one, the one who never fails, that's what's happening tomorrow.
I'm finally going to pop the question. I'm going to propose.
There you go.
So how long are we in the 11th house for?
Well, that depends. I have to look back at my notes on that. I haven't looked deep enough into that with the houses, but it's more like, it's long. It's not like a fast movement. So it's a longer movement. I have to pull up my notes on that. We could talk about that next time. But it's longer moving. It's, you know, it's just like a clock. As we move through the nakshatras and the zodiac and all that, we're also moving through the houses. All of it. All of it overlaps onto everything. And the age is just another marker of time. That's all. It's not like a symbolic rising of Christ. It's literally a marker, like a week is a marker, or a month is a marker, and a year is a marker, and a decade. That's, then you know, it's just another marker of time.
What she's saying is that that's just been another form of wizard illusion placed upon
the song,
just placed upon the people. It was a planned attack on the mind. It was mind manipulation. It was NLP at its greatest.
Yeah.
Premature ejaculation. Literally premature.
It was all of that. Prematurity, immaturity, astrological immaturity with people. Like I said, I didn't see in a couple. I would hate to even say just one name of them. I didn't. Yeah. They didn't speak anything about this December thing months ago.
Yeah.
They're just now talking about it within the past couple of days.
I heard
they might just been learning about it just now, or they
from somebody who's into Vedic.
Yes.
See, I first heard of this from you.
Yeah, I see a lot of people that read other people's stuff and repost it, or they go to other things.
You know about that, Shango?
Post update on for people, so sometimes they're not like a legit researching astrologer. They're just following with the information, so they kind of like regurgitate it for other people. But I don't know who you're talking about, so maybe it's that kind of person, maybe not. But some people focus on different things, and the reason maybe why they didn't talk about it yet is because now it's happening. Instead of telling them months ago, they were telling them months ago what was happening months ago. So, but this whole year, Jupiter and Saturn and Pluto have been coming. What'd you say?
I was just laughing and saying that's the whole reason why people look to the astrologer. Right. Tell them future events. Like, yo, give me a full lineup of this thing here.
Well, maybe they were just sticking with only a couple, like a month ahead or a couple weeks ahead. But this Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto have been coming together this whole entire year, and they will next year too. For 2 years, they're going to be playing this dance.
Yeah.
The great conjunction is about to happen tomorrow. So.
Surrounded by.
So you saying that tomorrow they getting ready to do the room?
Tomorrow, Jupiter and Saturn will become one. Tomorrow, Jupiter and Saturn will become one.
So Shiva Shakti happens tomorrow.
Yeah, so they're at the resonance. Basically, if you think of these as two frequencies, and when you merge them together, now a new one is made. And if you shine that frequency from a certain angle or whatever, then you get influences from other. That's what aspects are. If you think of it as a bunch of lights literally up in the sky, and each light is a frequency. And then when you aspect each other and you're shining lights on each other and you're merging with each other, you get a new pattern that's made and a resonance. And this is the influence that creates what we feel down here. So this resonance tomorrow that Jupiter and Saturn are going to make will be profound. And they'll be almost like one. And not just that, it's happening in an amazingly powerful nakshatra. And then you also have the power of Pluto right there. Still, Pluto is power. Boom, you know what I mean? Chiron went direct. Mars and Uranus is conjunct. It's going to be conjunct. And Uranus is about to bring out some crazy stuff. But Mercury's combust. We got a lot of stuff happening.
Mercury's going to bust.
Mercury's combust. So we've got a lot of strong energy happening. Once in a lifetime energy. It's not like it doesn't happen, but it's once in a, like, we're not going to see this happening again in our lifetime, not this one. We'll see other things that are rare, but this specific is just amazing. It's pretty cool to be here to see it.
Okay, so I'm just now reading. It says that this, as you said, the great
Conjunction. Yes.
He said it would be the closest since 1623 and the closest observable since 1226.
Yes. Yeah.
A long
And
time ago.
yeah, absolutely. And then we also had the conjunction in we had this conjunction in Capricorn, I think it was. But we had this conjunction in the beginning of Babylon, when Babylon was created. So this is a true birthing of something. But we have Mula's influence and both Bhadrapadas, which is Shiva. So that's the destroyer. So there's a birthing of a destroyer who's victorious coming on this day. Not just with a nation or a people, but a child. You know what I mean? There's going to be, and the children that are born of this day will all be part of it too. They'll all have some strong influences. But the ones that are born, when that conjunction happens directly, I mean, I'm excited. Well, I don't know if we'll even know. You know, they're not gonna be like, hey, we just birthed an Antichrist or whatever. But that's the type of energy.
I'm coming tomorrow.
Is. Not a Christ, but an Antichrist, destroyer.
Oh, the Antichrist.
Well, isn't that your perception? Why does it have to be an Antichrist? Why can't it just be a regular Christ?
Yeah, well, Christianity. Maybe this is what
the Christian. I'm saying from the Christian idea of what a Christ is,
right?
Instead of it being like the foo. But even in the Bible, it says when he comes back, he won't be coming back like that. He'll come back as the destroyer. So
Shiva with the third eye.
What'd you say?
Now, can I
Shiva
ask you
with the third eye.
guys?
Yeah.
Can I ask you something? Now that we're talking about all these planets binding together, does anybody knows exactly the time, like the time that will happen?
Yeah, you can find it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, just hold on.
My thing is, just like all of the other astrological combinations, it's not like something's gonna smack tomorrow at a specific point. This is something that it gradually rises. Whatever's gonna happen, we have seen today, right now, in the past couple of days and weeks, we've seen it rise. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. It's just bizarre. We're waiting
There'll be a climax.
There's gonna be a climax,
where it happens.
but there's a rising of
right.
it.
It goes up and then it wanes down. So it's like it's like an arch. There is a climax, but there's
What I'm pointing out is that it's not a surprise. It's getting closer, which means it should be observable by now what is in your life that's going to be changing in this aspect.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to see it, at least. You know, how can it be superpowers if nothing to that degree has been rising in your life already? Some of us in here have been having something like that rise. You know what I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, I know what you're saying.
We've been working on this.
About the age of Aquarius too. It's not gonna just boom. Oh, the age of Aquarius. Here's some amazing technology. No, you're gonna be able to tell at least 50 years at least beforehand that it's coming. You're gonna see some different, changing, crazy off the wall technologies merging of man and machine. That hasn't happened yet.
When I first heard of this conjunction from your posts on Facebook, and that was before I started the study group. And part of the reason I started the study group with some of these book selections in mind was because of a post you made, Kristen.
Really?
And yeah, in my mind, it was like, okay, so what if some major life-changing, world-changing event happened? What would be the most important books that I would hope and wish that people were to read before that time? So I picked Mystical Kabbalah and Initiation into Hermetics. And I was like, all right, so if we can just get that wrapped up before December 21st, and even with my videos that I did recently, the three bigger ones, all that was done as a response to a post you made about December 21st. So really, all this right here was because of that.
Wow, that's crazy. That's awesome. Comes full circle. Everything happens as it should, right?
Exactly.
we already know that the synchronicities that are happening in this group, and then just with me and you, are freaky. Like what?
I don't be saying all the shit, but I say some of it.
Yeah, I'm not. I won't say all the details, but it's amazing, and it feels fantastic to finally find your tribe. You know what I mean?
Hell
Find
yeah.
the people that you connect with for real. No bullshit.
This is perfect.
But you know that you can, just to think about something when it was asked what time will it actually happen, it can be dated to a
Yeah,
time.
you have the time. They have the time.
So you have the angular
Yeah, the time is there. It's between.
So there's yeah.
Yeah, the time is there. It's at 13 UTC, and then between 13 and 16 will be your peak. But it's an all-day thing. It starts early in the morning and ends late afternoon. So
You be watching it now.
well, I mean, you can watch it now. You won't see it yet, but it's gonna look close. But you're gonna like starting. I would watch around noon.
I feel it. I already feel it.
Yeah. Well, that that would be noon Eastern time, whatever. So 16 UTC.
So noon tomorrow?
Yeah.
Are you ready, Veronica?
Yeah, I'm writing it down. I do. I'm writing it down right now.
Noon.
So we're doing I'm gonna be doing a noontime Jupiter Saturn ritual.
That's exactly what I'm working, because Jupiter is it's my planning for the Sagi, but
yeah,
I do wanna get some empowering with Saturn itself too. So
yeah. Jupiter, Saturn, and Abjihit Uttara Ishada. Now, it says 1330 Universal Time. 1330 Universal Time to 16 Universal Time, but then it says noon. So, what's 1330 again? What time is that?
1:30.
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, right? 1:30.
1:30.
Yeah. So we want to really be paying attention by noon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask for nudes so I can complete my
The
ritual.
problem is you're not gonna. Yeah, at noon you're not gonna see it in the daytime.
But you know who's having a live stream of it?
Who that? NASA.
One of those telescopes that's owned by the Vatican.
Oh yeah, Lucifer. The Lucifer.
They're gonna be live streaming it, I think.
Nice. Yeah, that's cool. The Lucifer telescope in Arizona. That's awesome. And then
once they match up, you know, each planet usually twinkles at nighttime.
Right.
So I guess that's but when Jupiter and Saturn combines together, it's going to be a constant light. It's not going to be a twinkle.
Exactly. It's going to be very strong, bright light. It's literally just like similar to the Christmas story.
And Lucifer together.
Aww, together again.
Well, Lucifer is Venus, but yeah.
Well, technically, if you want to be technical about it, isn't the solstice tomorrow also? Thank you, Framestar Films.
Yes.
Taking all the shame away, taking all the shine away from the solstice. Right? What about the solstice? Who's celebrating the solstice?
No, it's supposed to happen. That's a good thing that happens on the solstice. That's a good thing that happens on the solstice. That's the other thing about the 25th. It's supposed to be the 21st, not the 25th.
Yeah, because the signs always change on the 20th. Oh, so tomorrow's a new sign. Amar, you're a cusp? Oh,
He's a tropical cusp, remember?
Oh, man. Okay, so I gotta keep that in mind. The Vedic charts and the Western chart, there are more differences than just the nakshatras. The dates are different because it's not a strict block.
The days are different, yeah. Okay.
I need to write
I
that
would
down.
pull them up and have the list of both so that you can get familiar. I still have to pull it up because the ones that are Western are the ones that we are familiar with most. So you got to reprogram yourself with the vetted, but it's good to know both because you're going to have people constantly asking you about both. It's good to still know both.
Yeah, and what a comprehensive chart you could give, a reading you can give yourself or anyone else if you know both.
Yes.
Same sky.
Absolutely.
Just a different operating. It's like using Mac and Windows. This is really cool. I love this.
My daughter's birthday is Wednesday.
Awesome. It's cool.
Okay.
You can see how you can see that's why this science is such a good add-on to the life, because you can map out everything that you want to do with Vedic astrology and the other technologies, whether it's Dharana Darshan or Japa Jap. You can live a full holistic system with this.
Exactly.
Along with your other practices.
They're two parts of a puzzle.
So we could really create a new belief system, but honestly, we're getting closer to the original because we're combining these different elements that used to be separate.
Yeah.
I guess it's inevitable. We're going to have to officialize this mystery school.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There it is.
It would be our divine responsibility to the human race.
That's why it's presenting itself.
Actually, you can do it tomorrow because it's the shot.
Holy shit! Amar.
What?
Amar. Wow.
Ordain it tomorrow.
Whoa.
Right.
Whoa.
On the winter solstice.
Whoa.
So our anniversary date will always be on the first day of the winter solstice.
Yes. I love it.
Yo.
And the next time we'll have our grand celebration will be in the year 2080. For the next Saturn grand conjunction. So the future members can have something to look forward to in the year 2080.
Yeah, that's cool.
Wow. Well, then people are going to be saying I'm going to reincarnate in that date.
Yeah, they will. Travis is gonna come
Travis
back
will
on
reincarnate.
They are now that you to put it out in the ethers, absolutely.
Yeah, it's gonna be an advocacy thing.
The great leader. will reincarnate.
Oh man.
That's epic, legendary status right there, man.
And see, we're here joking, and they'll be like, "See what they said? They said it was gonna happen."
Oh man.
The founding fathers, that will be the founding mothers and fathers, and they'll be looking at videos like, see, they were all gods in their time, encapsulated within their own cellular structures.
Wow. That's hilarious.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Even though we're laughing, Trav, I think you really got to do it because there's too much dope shit involved with that. So now we've made December 21st dope.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. We've claimed its power.
We're the ones that they're waiting for we're the superpowers, man.
We are the superpowers, like the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
I mean, look at it. You've got these cities going on. You get these synchronicities, this telepathy. There's all kind of wild stuff going on right here.
There really is.
Yeah. Trav, you got a lot of work to do tonight, man. You're going to have to figure it now. You're going to have to do it. Got to do it tomorrow. Tomorrow's the official, what do they call it? Like, when you...
Grand opening?
We're laying the cornerstone tomorrow.
Oh, boy. Wow. This is really fucking cool.
Yeah.
This is really cool. And I like the way that it came together. Nobody can stake claim to it. It just came together. That is fucking cool.
It did.
Wow. And it's Amar's birthday, so yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
He'll be the great messiah of the group.
Great messiah.
Damarama. You got Damarama. Damarama.
The resurrected.
The great Damarama.
I think I'm gonna change I'm gonna do Damarama now.
Holy shit, Damarama. This is great, man. This is epic, legendary.
That's gonna be his YouTube channel.
Damarama. Look, you gonna have to
Big mama.
get that Basma. Get that Bamsa powder across your forehead and the 3 marks. Well, excuse me, 2 this way and then with the thumb this way.
The Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi.
The Wi-Fi. Get that Wi-Fi.
The next 3 years, he's gonna sound like Sean Groove. It's right, yes. It's right, yes.
Get your little scarf. Get your scarf. Drape it around your shoulder.
Yep. Yeah. And talk in song all the time. Sing everything you say.
Exactly. Don't talk right. Everything you speak is beige mantra.
Yep. Everything is in a song. Everything.
Yum.
Yeah.
No. Hum. Damn. What is it? Is it hum? Yum. Rom.
Rom-com.
Vom. Lum. This is so cool. We the ones. We the ones.
Looking forward to tomorrow, right? So what we got? So you have to do some kind of video or something. You gotta make it grandiose. It's the opening of the lodge.
Hey, we can all get on live at noon and just announce it. Just announce it. Don't have to be nothing special. We don't have to talk. Just announce it. Hereby, in the presence.
Announce it to the ethers, literally, with all of us. We've all spoken it to the ethers, and then boom. Yeah, that's cool.
It's not a
molded bee.
So
you know what's lit? I was looking into my chart. I was looking into my chart, and it was saying like I would invest into these type of stuff. Invest so that take my money to invest in it. So that's really dope.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
There's the financial secretary right there.
Hey, I trade. This is what I want to do with my money.
Oh damn. Oh well.
Yeah, and then on the other business that I just did, I just hit a new level of income. So perfect timing. Let's get it.
So now you need merch on the Travis Major.
Definitely.
Oh.
We definitely. I was thinking about that too. I'll talk to you about that. Because you got so many things you say that would be perfect. I'm like, he needs a t-shirt. I want to wear it. That says that.
Maintain your frame, sweat tops.
Maintain your frame. That's the one.
Amari,
Yep. Maintain your frame, sweat tops. Maintain your frame booties. Maintain your frame sneakers. Maintain your frame. What's it called? Them shoes niggas be wearing with socks and sandals.
Flip flops.
Yeah.
Flip flops.
That's me. I do that shit.
I want to maintain your frame book bag.
Unicorn.
Listen.
Make like a unicorn hoodie with like a bedazzled frame.
Hey.
Nah, but on the unicorn hoodie, you remember that black one that we saw on that plush pillow that you showed us? You take that design, you put it on like an all black hoodie with like black bedazzled eyes would look dope. You put some bedazzled eyes in it, that would look dope.
You need a neon unicorn on some black.
Yes.
I love that.
I like that one.
Doesn't Night Creatrix make?
Oh, Major Smith.
They made this one for me.
Oh, look at that unicorn. I want that. What?
It's so nice.
Where'd it come from?
I remember.
They made it for me.
Where's that from?
Specifically.
Hey, instead of a polo horse, you got the unicorn.
That's
right.
Amazing. I want that. I love unicorns.
You don't
You
say.
gotta have a
Creatures.
You got it from Killstar.
Killstar. Write it down. They'll make one that you design?
Well, no, they make a bunch of occult plushes like Baphomet and shit, and they just came out with one that's they came out with a unicorn that was called Magus, and I'm like, come on.
Hey,
now.
drop the link in the chat, Trav.
You're kidding. They did not.
They came out with a unicorn that's called Magus, so I'm like, all right, I know what time it is. I see y'all see me, I see y'all. Shout out to Killstar.
Yeah.
They're not gonna give me credit for it because they, you know.
Name drop.
Yeah, they name drop.
Oh yeah, they probably did.
I'm dead serious.
Wait a minute.
I'm dead serious.
That might be who you need to.
Intellectual property.
It says
You might need to get in contact with them.
Major Smith invoke the cuteness. Yeah, I know what time it is.
Shit. You know what time it is.
You know how they do when you can become what they call it, a product ambassador for creatures, man.
That's what they should have done. Maybe I'll message him.
Oh, shit about a unicorn.
Yeah. Shalabada. She coming in a Honda unicorn.
Shit about a Honda.
Oh, she coming in a Honda.
Coming in a Honda. Shit about a Honda.
Please.
Do you want to see what just came across my dash? It said a day for unicorns.
Oh
From
boy.
Wish. That's what I just got across my phone. They listen to us. Creepy.
Yo, so one time on Snapchat, I think they've got these little Bitmoji stories, and I'm telling you, when we were doing the do any of you guys have a Bitmoji stories thing? I don't have it, but basically it's like a little cartoon of you, and it like makes little comics of your day. One of the early meetings that we had, it showed a bunch of people in like these occult robes, and they're like, "All right, it's time to get down to chapter 5," and they pulled out this unicorn book, and we were studying chapter 5 that day from Mystical Kabbalah.
Oh my God.
And only a few people got that. And a lot of the people who sent it to me were people that were in the Major Society group. Look, man, something to it.
Crazy.
They watching. They watching.
Boogie.
Hey, I just thought about something stupid funny. Somebody's going to ask Amar in the future, how did you get your name, the Great Damarama? Oh, I just thought it works.
Damarama. Rama. Dama Rama. Holy shit.
Y'all need to recharge. That was a lot of energy output that we just put out there with those ideas.
Yeah. Direct effect of the conjunction.
The greatness of the conjunction.
Yeah.
Thanks for God.
I have a feeling of
The
the
big
chilly
ideas.
goosebumps on my flesh now.
Wait, yeah, considering, no, think about that, about your first house and everything. Well, stimulus passes today, it says. Did it pass finally?
What's that?
I just got a message saying stimulus passed. I don't know if that's true.
They're saying they're trying to decide between two options, the 600 or...
Yeah, they put two different, well, the one of them is the standalone that they want to pass through, and then the other one is for liabilities. But the stimulus one is said to pass. I just got a message saying it passed.
I didn't get any of those. I'm too off the grid.
Crazy people.
They can let everybody just roll dice, and whatever lands on the dice, they just make that the stimulus check.
They can do it.
Make it like a craps game and shit.
They shouldn't pay them until they figure that out. They should have took their checks completely till they got it taken care of.
They are definitely not going for that.
Yeah, they'll figure it out quick when you take their money.
Right.
They don't care when you take your money.
The IRS in less than a second, they will charge you fees, interest, penalties, and shit. Yeah.
Oh my God, this is
that
crazy.
They will not take no time to figure it out. They already figured that out.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I'm liking how all of this is coming out. This is astrology. Little do we know, we're probably each representing some particular planet.
Yes.
And all of us together is a small macrocosm of the microcosm system, and we're orbiting in a particular way, playing out a mythology.
Yes.
That's exactly right.
Yes.
That's exactly right.
Nobody's here by accident.
Below.
As above, so below. Nobody.
Because I have like hemorrhoids still. So.
Look, you never tried that method.
We eat too much taquitos at Taco Bell, and these hemorrhoids are killing me.
You ate my anus.
Look.
Definitely Uranus.
You gotta try that method, man. I'm telling you, there's a method.
We all need to everybody puts the important aspects of their Vedic chart, and then we created our own planetary chart from those.
Ooh. We could create a group egregore with our combined attributes.
Ooh, I like that.
Ooh.
Something we could do tomorrow. Something we could probably do tomorrow on the 21st. Think about it.
We can make like a chimera unicorn kind of creature thing.
Yeah.
And see if it actually like comes to life. Like see what one person picks up on it in the future.
And then that could be the team mascot. And
Like
then that could be
Discord
merch.
from MLP. Discord.
And so we gotta have a
Yes.
It's gotta be a unicorn of something. A unicorn of some kind.
Amar's our mascot.
Huh?
Amar's our mascot.
Discord.
That's a Discord.
Discord.
From My Little Pony, he's this chimera creature, and he's like pure chaos that destroys everything. I don't know anything about it. I don't watch that show.
My daughter has it. It's the one, the dark one, right? The yeah. See, there he is. How cool.
And that's fucking Black Bodash right there.
Black Bodash.
Did you paint that?
No, it came in black.
No, there is a dark one. There is a dark one.
A dark Rainbow Dash?
Oh yeah, you got Rainbow Dash hair on it, but there is a dark one, a midnight one or something. My daughter has it. Yeah, look how. Oh my god, I love that. But that's Rainbow Dash hair. There's one she has with purple hair. The moons are on it, stars, and it's all black.
Oh, you're talking about Trixie. I mean, I don't watch that show or anything, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
The fun one. Always got the fun with them.
Friendship is mine.
Indeed.
Oh my god, I love it. She lights up.
Is that just
Oh, so cute. Show it, David. Show it.
I don't know what's worse, the fact that I have it or the fact that they're all in arm's reach.
You're surrounded by that.
Literally, if you could only see the other side of this camera.
I used to have a buddy like that. He was a toy fanatic. He loved shopping in that. What's that store in the mall? No.
Hot Topic. Hot Topic.
Spencer's, yeah. He eventually he got a job there just so he can get discounts on all the stuff that they sold in the store.
Nice.
I'm talking about he had his room, his man room. We went in there and it was everything. It made you turn into a child and wanted to touch everything inside of there.
Yeah.
He was the same way.
What kind of ego can you have surrounded by that?
You need one of those like modern weird houses, like they're made out of like carts that be in the back of trucks and shit like that.
Shipping containers.
They weld into like these fancy looking. That's the kind of house that you need. You need some odd, different type of house, man.
The modern houses, the shipping containers.
Yeah, shipping containers house.
I'd like a round house.
I actually want one of those.
Yeah, they stay hot too.
Looks so cool.
When
as
you
long
were
as it's got big windows, I'm cool. I gotta have lots of light in my house.
Yeah, I've seen some pictures. They had the whole front of it with windows.
Yeah, the whole wall. Yeah, I like that tiny house movement. But what I would end up doing is making like 3 tiny houses and connecting them so they wouldn't really be tiny anymore.
That's kind of what my man cave is. In Florida, they call them handy houses.
Yeah.
So I just insulated it and put walls up and wallpaper and I just do my thing in there. This is where I study. I watch TV and chill out. My other works, inside of here. But people live in these things.
Yeah, I like the idea of a man's study with a big library with leather chairs and that big wooden desk and the big globe and all the telescopes and the maps on the wall, and then you can climb up the ladder to get to the top of your library.
And it slides.
Yeah,
the ladder slide. Yes.
Yep. I will have that. I will. I want one so bad, and I want it to smell like musk in there, musk and vanilla.
That's kind of what that's what I was saying back in Connecticut. Those are the kind of guys.
Yeah.
They lived in estates like that, where they had that room was real,
wow.
And it smelled like leather and cigars.
Yes, that's the best smell. Rich people.
It was really real like that. I used to always go in their house, in their estates rather, and I would purposely look for those rooms. Like, yo, you got a library here? Like, yeah, man, that's my fucking father's place, man. You go in there, and it was that very setup that you see in the movies.
Yeah.
A real wooden ladder that go. Some of them had that upper top loft where you could actually sit down and tables up there. And one of this dude's house his father had like a small fucking museum in the house with real samurai suits and masks inside his house. With real cases, glass cases, with temperature gauges and shit.
Yeah.
Like the real deal.
Hell yeah. I was at the store the other day, and they had this candle that was mahogany and oak wood vanilla, and I smelled it, and it reminded me of one of those libraries. And I checked out, and like, this candle smells like rich people, so I'm getting it. And everyone laughed. I'm like, think I'm joking?
Them guys never had any new books in those libraries.
No,
they never had novels. They didn't read novels. They had all the greats, like the regular stuff, Moby Dick type of stuff like that. But their library was really filled with ancient history, ancient geographic stuff,
maps
maps and stuff like that. And that's the kind of stuff that I was always into. They never had no magazine or weak information in it. They had shit that talked about the earth, people, and science and shit like that.
Science.
Man.
It was pretty dope, man. I'm glad they were good customers, and I got an opportunity through the business to see how they personally lived. One guy lived around the corner from Diana Ross. So that type of Connecticut is what I'm talking about. These people were,
Ken Kniff from Connecticut?
Huh?
I said, Ken Kniff from Connecticut?
Ken Kniff.
I guess y'all don't know. I would think you would be old enough to know Ken Kniff from Connecticut. You don't know who Kenny Kniff is from Connecticut? Come on,
childhood memories.
This might be a white thing.
No,
this is
not
a
at all.
white thing. This is
not
a
white
thing.
thing.
This is
Well,
Eminem.
a white guy said it, but most people should know who it is. It's Eminem.
That's my
That's a white thing.
It's one of his older records, and he would call Ken Kniff from Connecticut. Yeah. So when anyone says Connecticut, I think of Ken Kniff, who smokes the spliff. Yeah.
Them kind of people, they had those real libraries, man. That shit was pretty dope.
Oh man.
So Trav?
Yeah.
Enough to work, brother.
Yeah, I'm in this mental place now of just like, I don't know. So a door has been opened and holy shit.
Well, I'm out of here.
You ain't the only one.
Ken back out now.
Because what will be, will be.
Whatever would be, will be.
If it's meant to be, it'll be, it'll be, maybe it'll be.
Exactly.
Oh, that song. I thought you were ad-libbing.
It'll be, it'll be. do like a cowboy theme, but on unicorns and sing that song, you know?
That's one of those songs you have to hear at work.
Baby, this is my baby.
That's the worst song ever.
And eventually you're gonna have to have an anime opening and closing to everything. You know it's epic. The anime cartoons have the epic opening song, and then they have an equally epic outro song.
Konnichiwa, karaka, imawa.
Yeah, who is that? That's perfect. I like it.
Konnichiwa, karaka.
Yeah. Oh my god. Karka. The Karka houses.
I'm like,
it's so much to think about right now.
I'm like excited and terrified at the same time. Like this is truly.
That's a good thing.
When they say the word awesome, like this is actually awesome. Not awesome cowabunga, but awesome. Like I'm filled with awe. Like.
So you know what I meant? That only the people doing the work are going to receive whatever energy the 21st is supposed to have. So
man.
We're just getting it. This is as early. This is the gift. This is the gift to you, Draft.
It's the pre-order.
Jeez Louise. Holy shit.
The creation of the arcane druids. You have a society for real now.
Cyberpunk 2077.
The lodge system.
You know what? It's funny.
Holy shit.
No, I'm not gonna say it right now. I'll tell you guys later, maybe.
That was funny.
I don't have nothing, man.
Darshan is going to be a part of the curriculum.
You guys know Madame Blavatsky?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's cool.
She's identical to my grandmother. I mean, spitting image. And my grandmother was also in the dark arts and the occult and all of the same studies. But the thing is, and she's from the same area, but my grandmother was abusive to my mom, so we don't know much about her background beyond a few things. She won't tell us much. So, but she looks strikingly identical. But I also know that nakshatras, you know what I mean? That's what happens. But that shit, when I saw her, I'm like, holy shit. It was so crazy.
Oh my god.
So do you think that she's related?
It's possible. It's definitely possible, but who knows? It might just be a nakshatra thing because, like I said, she was in the occult and some crazy shit, some dark things. She ended up doing some fucked up shit to my mom, but yeah, it goes deep. There's a lot of crazy stuff with it, but she was all into the occult big time. Maybe it's just that they share the nakshatra, and that's why they look so much alike and why they were into the same stuff. Sometimes people think that they're family, but it's really because it's a nakshatra thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or they think it's a reincarnation, but it's really just the nakshatra. So maybe, who knows? But
yeah, who
she's
says?
Very much. What'd you say?
I wonder if we can get her birth chart, Madame Blavatsky.
Yeah, I'm sure we can. If there's a time of birth home.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's in the book already?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do know that she, Purva Bhadrapada, Shravana, and Hasta always work together. And she's one of the three and one of her main nakshatras. I know that. Those three you always find them together. And usually Shravana is the head or running the things. Hasta is like the student who comes behind them. And then Purva Bhadrapada is like usually the outcast that they usually fall out with or some shit. Or the one that's trying to fight Shravana. Yeah, that happens a lot. They're usually connected.
Yo, my Jupiter is in Shravana in my ascendant first house.
Yeah.
Which is
I
Capricorn.
Remember. Yeah.
Wow.
Wowzers, man.
Man, this is a lot.
It says that she was born August 12th, 1831 at 2:17 a.m.
Yep, so you can do her chart. Her charts? Yeah, you can get her chart. She's in the book, so I know that. And I already know that she's got Purva Bhadrapada in one of her three main nakshatras.
She has from this book, she has of Hasta ascendant, and then her moon is in Hasta.
Oh, Hasta. See, yeah, Hasta. It's either Shravana, Hasta, or Purva Bhadrapada.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out what her sun is.
His son's Ashleisha.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
See that shit?
I knew it.
You see that shit?
Look, I can tell Aslacia eyes at this point, man. I'm telling you, I can see Aslacia eyes.
What are Aslacia eyes?
Cat eyes.
What? That's what that is, cat eyes?
Look at you.
They're Aslacia's light eyes, and they're catty.
Yes.
They're cat. Or they're sparkly bright eyes. And every cat woman has been Aslacia because it's the cat yoni.
Wow.
Cat energy.
From the movies?
Yeah, from the movies, from the TV show. They're all Aslacia.
Wow. See, Aslacia eyes used to scare me as a kid. They really did.
Every hood always has a cat lady.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and she'll literally look like a cat, not necessarily be a cat lady, maybe in her later years, but she'll look like a cat. She'll be very sexual, very attractive, but scary, very witchy.
It's a look. I'm telling you, it's a look. And I see what you're doing now, because like you, it was really cool how you were able to like collect all these different faces, and you can tell the similarities based on prominent nakshatras. And I'm starting to see that shit for real.
Yeah. Yeah, you won't be able to not see that.
When you find it,
do things.
When you find what exactly the connection is, it starts making itself readily apparent.
Exactly. Yeah, and it shows up more and more. What?
What if they're hiding their eyes, but their eyelashes are so long?
No,
you're gonna see it. Whatever they're doing, it's because their next is gonna show. Even if they're wearing a bunch of makeup and they're like exuberant, most likely there's a MAGA nakshatra happening right there.
It's a lot like this astrology stuff. You know, a lot of people on the mundane level are like, oh, if I don't want to miss it. I don't want to miss the conjunction. I got to go outside and see it. It doesn't matter if you see it or not see it. This isn't a physical thing. This is something that's going on behind the scenes. Likewise with what I'm talking about with this Aslacia thing. You can see it, but it's something behind the look. It's an energy. It's a presence. It's a feel.
Energy. Yep. Have you ever seen that show Sabrina on Netflix? There's the lady that plays Lilith. She's a perfect example of the nakshatra Aslacia. She is perfect. That is, if you could think of Aslacia's mascot, it would be her. Through and through.
I don't know who that is.
Because now I got to ask, what's the role of Purva Bhadrapada more so than just that?
Purva Bhadrapada is the one that's usually the selling their soul for the devil type thing. Everyone believes they've sold their soul. That's real common with Purva Bhadrapada. These people are the serpent of the deep. It's another representation of Shiva. So they pull up the darkness, the shadow. It's Billie Eilish. It's Tyler the Creator. It's Kanye West. They say shit that people are like, oh, that's dark. Why are you saying that? That's not right. They make you think. They break the matrix. They tell you all the fucked up shit and turn it into beautiful art. They love to play with the dark side.
What number is that one?
What was that?
How does that play out in like cooperation? Like you said, in the Purva Bhadrapada, the Hasta, and the other one.
Well, usually
it was them two and them.
Yeah. So what happens with Shravana? I mean, the Shravana, and then Hasta usually is the follower of Shravana, and Purva Bhadrapada usually is the follower of Shravana. And then what ends up happening is there's a fallout, and Purva Bhadrapada goes one way, Shravana goes the other way, and then they fight each other, and they say they do the same things, but maybe they have a little different ideas on what's true. So then they're going to fight with each other. They're going to try to prove each other are charlatans, or their side's better than the other side. So, but then you also have dynamics where they're like best friends. So you see them either coming as enemies or best friends. But the Shravana is usually like the teacher, and then Purva Bhadrapada wants to question that teacher and say, well, no, I see this as being a better way. And Hasta is the mimicker. Hasta is the one who impersonates, who mimics, who is really good at magic and illusion, sleight of hand. And they're often also caught with doing things like pickpocketing or
Red-handed,
or
Hasta.
trickery. What'd you say?
Red-handed, Hasta. They're a hand.
Yes, hands. The Hasta is the hands. So, but also Hasta people with their hands could be hands-on healers. But you also hear people that call those hands-on healer creatures frauds, right?
Yeah.
Right. So you see a lot of this. There are people calling them frauds, or so there's a lot of that happens with Hasta. Or you have the Hasta native saying, "Yeah, this is an illusion," and people that say it's not, they're frauds. So you have a lot of that happening in these three dynamics, and these people, the dynamics between them.
So is anyone a Shravana in here?
I am.
You are.
And Travis is. Yeah.
You are. I got Shravana Mars, but Bhadrapada Moon.
That's interesting what you said about Hasta. So it means that Pluto. So my Pluto was in Hasta. What does that say if Hasta stands for all of that? By it being in Pluto.
Pluto's power. So that's dealing with underground mafias, drugs, alternative things, being good at like a hidden hand thing, or just things that might not be legal at some point, but that can also turn it on its head when there comes a balance to someone who works good with his hands, someone who's powerful with his hands, who's healing with his hands, who can create with his hands. So it can be used for bad or good, but it depends on all the other aspects and what's happening, what dasha you're in, and all that too. So you can't just be blanket for your whole life. That might have been active when you were younger, and now that's not active, or not in a negative light.
You're making perfect sense, because I was involved in all the dark aspects of that Pluto Hasta.
Yeah.
But I'm also very good with my hands. I just changed my whole house water heater yesterday, so I know how to. I know how to fix things. I can do carpentry, and I was always a tinker with stuff. But that Hasta Pluto when I was younger, my whole young life was the fucking crack era. That's all. Cocaine. That's all I got to say about that.
Yeah.
So that's why I was wondering. I was like, damn, I already know the aspect of Pluto and what that fucking stands all about.
Yeah.
The darkness that comes with Pluto.
Mm-hmm.
Now you add Hasta.
Yeah. But Pluto could be good too once you see it in a different perspective. That's what Rahu and Ketu have done for me. Where most people are afraid of them, I see them in such a different light, and now I'm excited about them. Like, they make me excited. Like, I'm like, yes, I want to work with them. I want to focus on them and be grateful for what they do, because if you just change your perspective on things, then it works out differently. It doesn't it doesn't hurt you. It guides you, and it works better. Pluto is power, but it doesn't have to be evil darkness. It could be
empowering
powerful darkness that feeds you in a good way, that now you can see in the dark. Now you can do things in the dark, and you're not afraid of the dark. Now you control the dark in your life.
I can rock with that. I really like this Vedic. You really know your stuff.
Yeah.
I'm talking about you make this thing so unbelievable. It's not just me staring at the screen, looking at the sun and Scorpio and Anuradha. I can now ask a question and really get an answer. And then the answers that you're given, all I can do is sit back and actually laugh at myself and be like, yo, this is crazy that I really did. Yeah, that really, Hasta and Pluto, everything that you mentioned, the mafia and blah, blah, blah. I've had my hands involved in all of that shit growing up as a kid. It was just the neighborhood shit. I didn't do it for the fad of it or do it because Donald
You were a gangster? You were a gangster up there when you were young, man?
I wasn't necessarily, I wouldn't call myself a gangster, but my neighborhood, it just had that aspect up there.
That's just what it was back then.
And you had this, people, like I've told people that my particular reason for going to to the street is because something happened with my mother's finances. There was nothing to eat in the freaking house. So I had to go up the street and make some money to get something to eat. And then that became it became a lifestyle. You know, through the lifestyle, it afforded me a lot of time to go to the library, read book. I was always that. I was always the one who had a book. I was a backpacker. So I always had a backpack and I had books and I read. I didn't follow the crowd. I wasn't the individual who gonna stand in a corner and be that kind of corner person. I wasn't that. I was my own independent force. So
you was selling that ass. I'm just joking.
I was joking. So the whole thing is when you give these interpretations of these nakshatras along with the planet, you're actually hitting everything on the freaking head with this stuff, man.
I'm glad. I'm glad that it gives some kind of clarity and insight. I see things in images and pictures, so that's how I have to communicate it out. But it seems most people like that. They can see what I'm saying when I do that.
Oh man, you saying that you hit it, and it makes perfect sense that each of these planets don't stay there. So what particular aspect that Ahasta and Pluto had at a particular time, it didn't get stuck there, like you said, in a westernized mind that I'm gonna always be looked at and judged by the things that I did when Hasta and Pluto was working in the opposite, obverse aspect of myself. But
absolutely,
as I evolved, all the planets they moved on, and they now serve at different degrees. So that particular demonstration doesn't apply to me at this time and space now. So it makes perfect sense that I don't think a lot of people see their chart as a moving, evolving chart.
Right.
You know, because
right. They have that blanket snapshot of just the natal, and they think that it's always this energy, and that's not. And then they forget about transits. Your transit is your day-to-day, week-to-week type thing. But when your natal with the divisional charts breaks down even further the details of the houses, but then your dashas say when this shit's going to happen. So you have different periods when the sun or the moon or Venus or Mercury or Rahu are ruling your life completely. And then you have the two other planets that connect with that. So you have moments when your 5th, 6th, and 8th house are activated and your other ones are not being touched. Not at all. They're not happening right now. In a very small, minute way they might. But they're not the ones that you're not focused. Like for me, I'm in my sun dasha, in my Vedic, and in tropical I'm in my moon. My moon is in my 10th house, and sun is also is in my 8th, but it also has to do with the 10th house. So my 10th house is being activated strong on both sides because I'm Leo in the 10th house on tropical, and that's where my moon dasha is, and my moon is in the 10th house. So like it's those two are activating the same house right now, which is career, reputation, what I'm known for, and fame. So, and since I've been in my sun dasha or moved into these dashas, that is all that's been sprung on me. Oh yeah, and politics. It's politics too. So politics has been front and center, really. I never give a fuck about politics. I just don't. I know of it, but I didn't really care the way it's been really front and center with what's been happening. Not that I still don't like have attachments to it, but it interests me because I see his chart is so dynamic, and it's interesting to me.
You could be really rich from this. You could be doing this as a private consultant to business.
Because I was just thinking like I for real need a consultation because I don't know none of this, so I'm just like for real listening.
Serious shit because
the wealth of knowledge.
Well, I do charts. I do readings. I do charts, and I have. The problem is it's a lot of work to do. It takes a while. I map it all out by hand, and a big chart. It takes a while for me to do, and I couldn't possibly continue to do everyone's chart all the time. One, I would never be able to live my own life, and two, it takes so much. That's why I'm working on something to where people can learn it through things I teach and I can offer. They can get it once and then whatever, go and that's why I like to teach people how to read their own. It makes it easier where we can cover many people. So I can say this, and help give insight, and then everyone could read their own a little better. It's I know a couple other astrologers who won't do people's readings for a number of reasons, but you'll learn once you get good enough. People are going to ask you all the time, and the other thing is you're not going to always be able to read for somebody for a couple of reasons. There's a belief that if there's no past life connection, you won't be able to read for them anyways. Either you won't feel it, you won't feel right about it, or you'll never have time. It'll never work out. So if I'm supposed to read for somebody, it'll happen. And anytime I know I'm supposed to, I get this feeling and I do it. But there are times that people ask and it's off and I just don't feel it. And I'm like, I can't for whatever reason. So it just works out better if I were to offer something else so people could read themselves, because everyone loves themselves more than reading other people. Like, you want to know about yourself, you know what I mean? So you're going to look into yourself more than someone else.
Let me ask you a question. Why don't you have like a Zoom kind of classes type of thing? I have seen a lot of the people up there from YouTube that they offer, they offer like classes up there online. There is this Canadian guy right now that I've been following him. I'm not fully convinced. I don't know him, but he offered classes, and then he's talking about his master and how he's master teaching, and he goes into the religion thing, and something I go, oh, okay, bro. I'm like, no. So, and there is another guy up there that I also be following him, and they teach. I mean, of course they're going to try to introduce like the best of the best, right? Like the church and all these things. So I'm like, oh, so this is what she meant. So this is every time I hear that, it's actually you that it comes in the head. But then, so that's what she says. So that's what she means. So that's what. But now, once they finish with the program, or they finish with the video, they promoting themselves as, if you wanted to have a reading, you can call blah 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 blah. Yeah. And they are from India. So I'm like, how am I even going to contact to India? I'm like, right, dude, it's not going to happen. So one in Canada with like, yes, the Vedic, he and then he goes with the craziness on whatever his spiritualism might be, and everybody, I guess like everybody has to follow him. I'm like, it's not gonna work for me. And then the other one, it sounds like he knows what he's talking about, but he's from India, man. And then I'm like, what? No. So then I was trying to look something around nearby New York. I'm like, maybe somebody around New York. I'm like, maybe somebody might be like, willing to teach them and stuff like that. But how did you know the quality of the person too? Right. You know what I mean? So I'm like, well, maybe I should ask her next time for her to like teach. Like, yeah, teaching, but I don't know. It's just might be different. So yeah, that's something I'm definitely looking into.
You've already got quite a few people who are willing to be your students.
As you're still learning, you could put more out, because just the little stuff that you taught me, the little few times that we had conversations, like, I'm starting to look at everything as one now when it comes to my chart. Like, I see why I have Panurvasu. I see why my Mars is in Bhadrapada, which is like all my spiritual efforts, which is in the 8th house. And then even with my ascendant in Palgini, that all literally connects.
Purva Falguni, you mean?
You said what?
Purva Falguni?
No, Pal. I don't know. It's Uphaguni.
Uttara Falguni.
Yeah, so I have that as my ascendant, and that's all just, yeah. So you should really do it. I think you'll have really good success with it, man. You're ready.
Yeah, Trev and I are working on something, so talking about things. So we're definitely. I'm trying to. I want to make it lucrative, but also not time wasting, and something that's gonna be not, just something that works good and smart. I don't want to have to I don't know.
You You ever thought about looking at someone else's astrology course just to have so you can have a structure on how to structure yours? And then
No,
you
yeah, I've done that. I've definitely done that. So I've seen, I know how to structure it. It's just basically, and I know where to start and all of that. It's just basically putting it out there, how I'm going to put it out there, what platform I'm going to do it on, and all that. Like I've already looked into Patreon and doing something on there and having, like the monthly thing and just putting stuff out that way, which I think is a good idea. I've looked through YouTube. I looked at the YouTube. It's just figuring out which thing I really want to do.
OnlyFans is talking. I'm just kidding.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh.
OnlyFans, yeah. Yeah, OnlyFans. I had another idea for OnlyFans.
Hey, Amar, do you feel like Amar, do you feel like sometimes people don't understand you when you're trying to say something, or like you just can't get what you're trying to say out?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's
I mean,
also aspecting our fourth house. The same thing, bro.
yeah. I feel that shit a lot.
I gotta send you that video. The video compares us. You're gonna watch. That shit gives us a lot. I was gonna ask you that earlier because you kept doing it. Like every time you would you know how because I say like a lot too when I speak, or I pause and I'm trying to think about what I'm saying or how it's gonna come out. That's the Parnavasu aspect in the fourth house, man.
I feel like I'm like the I'm saying.
Wait, say that again.
I said I feel like I'm not giving, or like when I'm talking, I'm trying to like pick the words right as I say them so that they can like fit whoever I'm talking to.
But
You know, I hear your brother
trying to intellectualize everything. They say that we just have to learn to trust what we want to say, and then we don't always have to speak. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't always have to speak, but it's just trust what you're saying. Is we try to intellectualize it too much, or we'll think about, okay, can everybody understand this?
Yeah, like intellectualization a lot.
I hear that in your brother talking as well.
I'm going to say this, so to be honest, like when you speak different languages, there will be a point that you're going to say what you have to say, whether they understand it or not is their problem. Like, seriously.
I get it. I speak Creole and French also. So.
Yeah, exactly.
What did you say about my brother?
We can hear him.
I said that I hear that in your brother when he talks as well. That same the speech pattern that you have. I notice it in his speech as well.
His Instagram is Muslim Mystic.
Oh, okay.
Muslim Doc.
Trav, what are you doing? He's like, whoa, falling back now.
Y'all are funny.
Oh, your brother's lit.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start talking to him more because it's just been coming up a lot this past like 3-4 days.
So we're gonna have to do a ritual with a statement of intent, and we're all gonna have to wear robes to look extra spooky for those who don't know what we're doing, so they'll be scared away or intrigued.
I gotta get a robe.
Black robes.
Or
with red in.
just put a black blanket over your face. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
I've got a dressing gown.
Your dressing gown, whatever you got,
I'm gonna go to the robe.
Oh boy.
Amar, where did I send it to you, bro?
I'll use it on Facebook.
What's your Instagram? I have a business Instagram. I just don't have the personal.
Yeah, I don't know one.
I just changed my Instagram.
Yeah, what?
I just changed it to Dollarama. I mean,
It sounds like just the bead mantra you have on repeat. Goes down.
Oh shit! Now it's a mantra? Come on, man. Dhamma Rama,
Yeah.
Dhamma Rama, Dhamma Rama,
It's funny
Dhamma
though, because
Rama,
if you go on
Dhamma
Facebook,
Rama.
there's other people's with that name.
Rama's elevating swiftly on this 21st winter solstice. You know what I'm saying? He is getting his superpowers right now, man.
Yeah, man, that shit is activating. I can see that shit. Like, nobody has coincidences like that. Back to back to rapidly.
You were supposed to give us our magic powers, man. You're not doing
Hey,
it
man,
for everybody.
I gave the books. You know what I'm saying? We doing the practices. Whoever's been doing chakra shooty and japa jop, it should be coming online very soon.
We should all be the Dharma Rama.
Hey. I tell you what, man. Please,
I think I
listen.
did earn I think after having Travis for quite a bit, I have already a higher power, to be honest with you. This shit is awesome, man. Like, I fucking don't even need a lot of this shit anymore. And shit comes by and it happens, bro. I was like, that's the power, man.
Look, y'all, please, if you can, get a hold of this book. I'm telling you, the way that she breaks it down.
Put it closer.
I don't want everybody to see it. It's a secret.
All right, send it to me.
Yeah.
Okay, bam, I got it. Put it down.
The light is bright. It's too bright.
That's what she said.
Screenshot.
But check it. This is why though. When I first opened up Durana Darshan and I saw her picture in the corner and I saw how I just like peep a lot of different things, and the way that she was talked about as if like, oh, she's a great vessel for her master's teachings, right? It's kind of like she's cool. She's a cool representative. Like, her description was different than everyone else's. And I get also there's this thing in their culture, Eastern cultures with women and everything, whatever. But something told me like I should find out what she's written because, I don't know, just something about it. But anyways, I looked and she has like 4 different books or whatever, but I got this one because we went through chakra shooty. So I'm thinking, okay, Tatwas. The way she breaks it down and that practice at the end, if you've already done chakra shooty and the ajapas, then this should not be difficult. It's a bit more colorful and a bit more fun actually, but something about it. When you cleanse these elements, you feel it. But even if you don't feel it when you do the practice, at least get it for the way she breaks down the mind and the way that we interpret reality. I mean, if I had this one before Durana Darshan, I would have picked that one first.
Am I reading? Because you're saying her. So this book is written by
Shakti, female.
I don't think I have the same one.
I think you do, and I had questions about it because like it has the same page numbers. You know what? Here we go. What's the ISBN? Let's find the ISBN. It should be in the front.
Definitely not. Oh, wait a minute.
With the type of mind I have, whenever I read like the sutras or just books like that, it's like it makes me feel stupid. just because how intellectual the mind can be, it makes me feel like that intellectual side is actually just stupid.
That makes perfect sense, man.
And it's funny because my Mars is in Pisces, which is in Vajrapata, and that's the killing of the ego to access spirituality. So it's really great.
Yeah, Mars and Pisces, it usually doesn't do well in Pisces. But we've been going through Mars and Pisces. You got that emotional zodiac with an action, fighting, willpower, doesn't understand that Imushi shut Mars in there.
Yeah, so it's like it teaches me to not be impulsive with anything that I do, even spiritual. But it also says that like most of my Mars energy will be applied to the spiritual world. Thank you, Trav.
Yeah, you wanna look at it debilitated. I'm sorry, what was that?
Is there another Mars and Pisces here? I think Junebug was Mars and Pisces too. I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Carry on.
Why would I first look at twat shooty?
Twat shooty.
I don't know why I
Twat cleansing. Yoni steam.
Yoni steams.
Twat shooty.
That's good. I looked at it too fast, bro.
Let's save the youth. What's going on with the youth? The youth. What we doing for our kids? Did you find the ice? Okay, I see. 9788185787374. Yeah, you got the same one.
Okay.
Kristen, when you speak of mythology, mythology's playing out. Is that looking at the chart as a whole, or is that just the moon sign?
No, it's every single nakshatra in your chart, and each one you'll play out, and then when they're combined, so it's the whole chart, not just your moon, but with your sun is in a certain nakshatra in a certain house, and that's a certain nakshatra. You bring those mythologies together in that context with the sun that represents the body, the physical, the ego, or the face that people see that's, in public. So then that's the mythology that plays out with that part of who you are. You can have a different mythology that plays out with your mental state. You can have a different mythology that plays out with your ascendant, your life path, the things you learn, the things that you're gonna play out in this life, and so on. And then your Rahu could be your Rahu is the obsession in our life, what we obsess about. So the thing that we're gonna run towards, but never be satisfied in, depending on what nakshatra that is. Or if people have it in like Bharani or even Ardra, certain padas, you're definitely gonna have drug use there. You're definitely gonna have substances, and that's and there into certain nakshatras you can overcome that later on. Like Ardra, certain ones will let you overcome, but there'll be other aspects that, like Bharani, like we talked about before. Bharani sometimes, because it deals with Rudra, the god of death, which they often, not Rudra. Yama, yeah, I didn't even say Rudra. Yama, but the god of death, and so often you find suicides or suicidal thinking, or just thinking about it and not feeling like it's a problem. Yeah. So, yeah, you have depth because your life is detailed, right? It's not just one thing. You have many different things you're living. Well, that's all these everything you do is all this mythology you're living out, and it interacts with each other and makes new stories. It's not really new. It's just new patterns of the story, but these patterns have been there before and made before. You're just repeating cycles.
Yeah. It's like different scenes in a film, almost, like they connect at some point.
Absolutely. So, like the Rohini and Murgashira story with Brahma, the father there's many different stories or aspects of that story where he's the creator of the most sensual one, the childlike one. It's a creation story, and it's about beauty. It's about creating something so beautiful you fall in love with it. But it's also it's about then he lays chaste to the daughter. She doesn't want that. He wants to be with her. Then you got that incest aspect to it, and the rape or the cosmic rape or chasing of her. So you've got many layers to that, and depending on where that is in your chart, that could play out literally, or there could be people where they just hit on you a lot and you get catcalled, or you get told you're good looking a lot and it makes you feel uncomfortable, or it could even manifest where you're the one that's overstepping boundaries, where you're doing things you're not supposed to in that way, or depending on where it is, you know what I mean, and then what house it's in. So it's like an infinite number of possibilities that play out with each other. If you think of it like this, like a handful of dice, and each number in the dice represents a character or a play, you know, like a scene in a movie, like you were saying, or a scene in a play. And you roll the dice, and you can roll them all sorts of ways. And each time you roll them, that they all interact with each other. And you can keep rolling them, and that's just basically how it is. So you have this repeating stories over and over with all of us, all the people, in just different ways. But there's nothing new. It's just all the what is that called? The average, different possibilities. What is that? Not averages. What's that called? The you know, mathematically, when you have a certain amount of things that can happen, probabilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So what you're saying is, you know, you're saying that we can all have these mythologies played out on different levels, or basically the different aspects of ourselves all has its own mythology story that's being played out, right?
well, we all
So that
play out
means,
the mythologies of the stars. There's
yeah.
nothing new under the sun. Everything that's in our life is actually a mythology that's being played out from the stars above. And when it reflects in our life in unique ways, or we think they're unique, they're not really unique. They've happened before, but we think they're unique because the person next to us is doing something different. But this pattern's come out before. It's just a new pattern for you. You know what I'm saying? It's basically a bunch of patterns that keep shooting out. So here you go. You'll live out this mythology of being a superstar, but you'll lose all your money, and then you'll get it back, and then you'll die young. You know, just weird shit like that. Like there's different mythologies that you're gonna get all this, and you get what I'm saying? Like it's just a roll of the dice, and
So
there's a certain amount of stories.
Yeah, what I was thinking, it was just making me think that on the different levels of the etheric double, the astral plane, the astral light, each one of those particular realms, as we're operating on those particular realms. So we have our own individual different personalities, which are basically one personality operating on each different plane.
Yeah, and the personalities we have are not our own either. They're all from the nakshatras. Well, we think we're unique and that we're thinking for ourselves and all this. It's because of the nakshatras we are the way we are, all through and through. There's nothing that's really unique about us. We just represent. We are a mirror in every way of the nakshatras and the padas of them. We just mirror all that out.
That's why there's nothing to identify with.
Right.
Exactly. It's not really us.
Not even yours. You're not even real. You're just a character. You're just a.
So we're looking at,
cell.
And this is why they put so much emphasis on things like equanimity and things like being aware, right? Looking at these triggers, and when they happen, usually when they happen, it's because of attachment to something that we think is unique, that we think is us and ours, right? How many of us, we get offended by somebody, we have to defend our pride, right? Yeah. A lot of the fighting and the anger and all these things come from something that ain't even real and ain't even unique. I remember one time, and I told the story before, I had to catch myself because I was shopping at the store, and I heard this lady on the phone talking about, oh, you know, my kids, they always got something going on, and they always take my money. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have this issue going on, and she keeps shelling out cash to solve their problems, and it keeps happening over and over and over. And I forgot where I was, right? I thought I was counseling somebody online, so I went out of my way to go, hey, you know, da-da-da-da-da, to talk to her, give her some kind of advice or whatever. And she's like, oh, well, yeah, but I hear all that, but you don't understand my situation. You don't know my story. You don't know anything about me. Got offended that I would even offer any type of words.
Of course.
And I had to remember, okay, I forgot. This is a unique snowflake. And she doesn't realize that, you know.
Yeah.
None of this is
right.
You don't have to know somebody's story. There's a limited number of experiences and reactions. Limited. Nobody's that special and unique.
Nope. That's the truth. If you think about it like Nintendo or the video games, you don't see people tripping out like Mario's got red trousers. That's fucked up, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna go fight the fucking Koopa over that.
Well, nowadays they are.
Right. But it would be like literally getting tripped out over the way the avatar, the game, like getting so mad about, I have to fight this guy in the castle, and that's not fair.
Yeah.
Just play your game. It's just a fucking game. It's something you got to remember, because we can get lost in the script. Even though I'm saying this right now, tomorrow I can do my own shit and be like, fuck this. This is bullshit. It's not fair. And get totally lost in the script myself. Even though I know better, it's so easy with the senses to forget that this isn't real. This can change if you just change you. You can get pissed and stuck in the moment when things aren't going great. And then it's like, all right, well, what am I doing that's causing this? What am I attached to? How can I change this? But, it's just being able to recognize when that happens and step back and say, okay, detach, because it's not that serious.
You know what's super crazy about what you were just saying and how you correlated it to a video game? That's the total opposite on GTA Online. There is one storyline on the online version of Grand Theft Auto. Everybody who drops into that city comes in there with their own individual agenda. So everybody that's in a room, normally it can be about 40 something people in a room. All 40 of them people, unless you've linked up with some individuals, all trying to do their own thing. So anybody who comes over there next to you, you go to war with them. You shoot at them, you throw a grenade or something. But everybody has their own car, their own passion, their own everything. So that's right. Even played off of the video game, knowing how to distort that individual reality being one on a platform, which is a video game. I just thought of that as you were saying.
Well, but the thing with that is
Mario, there's a set pattern of the game.
Right. Well, even with this, what you're saying here, even if you're still just in a script, the outcome is to still do the same thing, is win the game, right? However you win it, however your style is to win the game. You might get involved and get this car and get this and do that and have fun, but do you really get all upset in real life about what someone else in the game is doing, or the fact that this setup in Grand Theft Auto doesn't look the way I want it to look, or it said the sign was offensive to me on this video game? No,
I never did it, but I'm saying that world. That's why I said it's a distorted. Well, the creators of that game world knew how to distort that, because anybody who plays Grand Theft Auto Online knows for people on there get pissed at a lot of shit. The whole game is based off of pissing someone off. That's why nobody likes a game troll in GTA. Somebody who just keeps blowing you up. Soon as you try to go, you're trying to make money on the game, and here comes somebody.
But that's in the game. Do you let that game affect your real life?
Not me.
You realize it's a game, right?
I'm thinking from a broader perspective of that game, how the game makers manipulated what you're saying. No, you're not supposed to get upset, but that game makes it so people
absolutely.
get upset.
Right.
There's subtle.
Because there is no winning.
There's subtle triggers of attachment and attraction, like what you're saying, Shango, and Kristen. What you're saying, it's absolutely right. What Shango's saying is that these people have mastered that and made it work so that you do get triggered by that game.
Exactly.
Like one of the things that he was saying, there's no winning. So that alone makes us more sensitive, because we've been conditioned to play a game, you win or you lose. But these type of games, they go on forever. So there's already this little sensitivity about the idea that you're losing. But the fact that you get attached to your character and your clothes and your money and your weapons that you unlocked and all this stuff, and then when somebody kills you, you kind of have to go back a few steps. The illusion of progress, you're not really going anywhere, but that illusion of your progress being disrupted, that can really trigger somebody.
Right, and that's literally what I'm talking about. That's a perfect example. We know in reality, we're playing this game, this ain't really affecting me. It ain't real. But I'm tripping, I'm yelling, I'm cussing, I'm throwing shit at the TV, I'm getting all into a fucking script. It's not even real, but I'm tripping. And your normal thought process would say, this is just a game, chill the fuck out. And that's what we have to do in our daily life, is when we get stuck in that in the game where we're all pissed off, everything's all fucked up, our wheels broken. Step back. It's not even that serious. It's just a script. It's just a script, and detach, and then shit starts to work out.
Some people are not even capable of even seeing it like that.
Yikes.
That's why they
Yikes.
being drawn through the grinder every day. And that's why, like I said, I'll take it back to the game world. So a gamer like me who know how to play GTA unemotionally, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going in the lobby and I'm destroying everybody. I'm going to piss the whole lobby off.
Yeah.
Now the lobby wants to do what? They want to kick me from, they want to boot me out the lobby because I'm trolling. Because I find it funny to make people upset in GTA.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what people do. That's what people do in the real world too. People who study people, personalities, society, and causes and effects know how to manipulate another person's emotion and keep them always stirred up. Isn't that what jobs do? They know a person is qualified, been working there for 15 fucking years, but they ain't never give you no promotion.
That sucks.
They do that to people a lot on purpose.
Yeah.
So they just do
and they feed off that emotion.
And they feed off of that, knowing this person cannot go find another job.
Right.
So they fuck with them every day just because their personal life may be fucked up, so they gotta fuck with somebody else because shit rolls downhill. So they gotta have somebody at the bottom of the hill to roll the shit on. So that's what.
Well, the energy source that the matrix runs off of is our emotion. Whether it's good or bad, that's why neutral. There's no payment of energy with neutral. That can be hard to get to a neutral place, sometimes. Even happy, you still pay out. Happy, sad, whatever. But it's an energy payout. You're like feeding the game. You're the energy source for the video game that is life. So they want all that emotional reaction. So this is Grand Theft Auto on fucking steroids.
Look, here's something also.
What makes this whole system important about what we're all doing is because we're talking it the way
we're learning the math. Yep.
People need to hear it spoken like this because they always think that it's easy. Like, no, there is resistance and there is opposition. So when you're doing this work, you have to realize that there is opposition. So you have to know the polarities. You got to know the causes, the effects, and the players in the fucking game.
Yep.
And I think you mentioned it. What you just said, neutral. There's no payout for being neutral. So you have to play the fucking game to either get some money, get your money taken, or.
Oh no! I mean, there's no payout energy wise. The energy, you don't get taxed on your energy if you stay neutral. Yeah. Staying neutral, that's where you want to be. So you're not being taxed on your energy. You're not being taken from. You're not in a state of lack or.
Isn't that
whatever.
the very definition of burning your karma? Isn't that burning your karma? Because you're neutral, you're not causing any new karma to be manifested. Yes. No cause, no effect.
Yep.
And that's what we aim for.
Yes.
I think what's really important in this coming age one of the reasons I do what I do is because I hope that this rubs off on people. A lot of people in general that I see, they just kind of take phrases and say them and run with it without any real understanding. And geez, that leads to some real darkness, right? Because somebody takes that cloudy, misinterpreted whatever, and then somebody builds on that, and they build on that, and now we are all going Super Saiyan on a magical day. But what I'd like to slice and separate is the actual study and getting into these words and really getting and defining what they mean. Like, this is what this camp does. We dig, we research, we find out what these words mean.
Yeah.
How can you be afraid of archons sucking your energy when you understand what that word means, where it came from, the history of it?
Yep.
All the stuff that we say include, and even for words like energy, vibration, and all that shit right there, we got to get to a point where we're able to clearly state what those words mean, because that way we can avoid continuing that karma of confusion that's rampant in this conscious community. If you look around at all these people typing and shit.
Take it. You know what, Trav? That makes sense. What you just said. You take it backwards now from India back to Egypt. You take it from what you think it's said by the way you read it into the very action of it. What does it look like to do that? This is what it looks like. It's not what you've only heard about it.
No
now
more,
you get to see it.
No more the buzzwords.
Energy. You've always heard what energy is. Energy's this, energy's that, energy. No, now here we're gonna show you what energy is.
An experience of it.
Ouch.
So when we use
just some fucking wonderful thing that, etheric double and the astral body and the astral light and the etheric principle.
You can feel energy. You can feel it. You know what I'm saying? You'll be able to feel it.
So if we stay stuck on these buzzwords in a way that prevents the experience, because you don't know what the hell we're talking about. Like, I can say the energy and the vibration, and you have that word is a little handle that you can be like, okay, I kind of know what you're saying, but kind of know what you're saying doesn't lead to an experience.
So, but when you actually mean energy and frequency, what else are you supposed to say? When
Well,
you literally mean
that's what I'm saying.
stuff?
That's what I'm saying. When in the discussion of these things, what I would like to see more of in the community at large, through study, is when maybe instead of using those words because they're buzzwords, we're able to apply words that more directly speak to what we're talking about.
The symbol behind
or show the demonstration of energy.
Or even show the demonstration. And please don't think I'm singling you out saying about what you just said, because I'm not saying that.
What else I would use for frequency when I mean the frequency literally? Like when talking about planets, the actual vibration and the sound and the frequency, they're coming together and making a new resonance. I literally mean frequency in that respect.
And that
how was that frequency made?
Sound.
How was sound made?
It's the vibration, and you just said that's a buzzword: vibration and sound and frequency of the planet, which is just light.
What makes the vibration?
It's just the light.
You see what I'm saying? You can't define it, so now you got to take it back to the all. So we're seeking to take it back to the very quintessence.
So then, what would I? So okay, well, hold on a minute. So then, how would I even explain how the planets vibrate and make a resonance and put the energy down if I can't say any of those words?
If you were to break down like throwing a pebble at water and how the ripple of that's how energy travels in a way. So you can just say that is, it's like just a break.
Well, why do I have to dance around it instead of just say out what it is?
Because people
still want it to be demonstrated.
Like, okay. I do, but that's how I talk anyways. I already talk like that. I already give the explanation in pictures. But when it comes to like the specific, the planets up there and the frequency, the light that they are, the emitted light, they're literally a vibration, a frequency, a buzzing, a sound. And when the two connect, there's a new sound that's created, a new frequency vibration. But I understand the buzzwords of energy and frequency. People say it all the time and don't know what the fuck they're really talking about. I get that.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. So since I'm not talking about you, it didn't apply to you.
No, I'm not saying you were saying it to me directly, but I'm saying like what would I say in place of that? Do you get what I'm saying? If we're not going to say those words,
I guess it would depend on the context. It would depend on the context of what we're talking about at the time.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I didn't say don't use the words. I'm saying that people in general who do use those as a buzzword to cover an umbrella of things, now no one can really derive any
understanding.
Right. In those situations, maybe there's other words that can be used. But when you're talking literally about, a vibration, which is motion that causes a frequency, I mean,
they're not giving any other context of those catchphrases. Like I said, it just is a catchphrase to some of them people. They're not able to give you. They're only giving, as I said earlier in the beginning, they're only giving definition off of something that needs to be defined within the linear realm. They're not able to give any abstract definition or perspective or activity of what they're calling energy. So that means that right there just separates their love. That takes them outside of our peer group.
Yeah.
They can't think from an abstract point of view.
Even the word melanin.
So, Trav, since we doing this, you gonna make us some rings, right?
Some what?
Some rings with the symbol on it.
Oh. Well, yeah. I mean, as the treasurer, you might have to help come up with.
He had a good comeback, man.
Have to finance that department, the manufacturing.
You got to talk to Mike too, because he's doing trading too, man.
I'm trying to launder the funds through internet marketing. It's not exactly
like Facebook ads.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to get with me, bro. I used to do I still do Facebook ads now, but I used to do affiliate marketing, CPA, back in 2017. So I have Facebook ad book and stuff. If you want me to send it to you, because I'm done with it, and I have Google Analytic book too. I can send those right to you for free, bro.
A serious hookup right there.
Yes.
My Jupiter's in the 3rd house, so my Jupiter's in the house of.
I'll answer him. The answer is yes.
Wait, when he rubs his chin, that means yes.
That's right. It's the female energy of Travis 777.
Don't be giving all my secrets out, Veronica.
I do know your secrets before I even met you. So yeah.
Some inside stuff.
That's scary. That's scary. I'm not a psycho, I promise.
It's all good. Rings. Not really a ring kind of guy, but
How deep did you get into internet marketing so far?
Which aspect of it?
The what?
Which aspect of it?
Did you learn how to build audiences? How to narrow your audiences? How to look at your CRM results? And
I don't know. How did you find me?
It's recommended by occult lectures. That's why.
Do you know why that happened? Did you know that in all my videos I tagged it occult lectures, Brother Panic, Bobby?
That's more of a, what is it called? S something.
SEO.
SEO, yeah, that's
finesse.
I didn't know what LVX777 was gonna be, but I knew that I needed to dominate that handle many years ago. So I used to tag a lot of stuff through Tumblr, and I think at this point, if you type in Travis Magus LVX777 on Google, a lot of that Tumblr stuff comes up, so no one can steal that name.
Yeah, it's the evil smile at the end.
SEO is really good when you do it right. But you know, a lot of that stuff can also be linked back to what we're doing with the occult. I mean, everything can be linked to it. But I think the important aspect that is to be taken from that is the whole thing about mimetic magic and grabbing attention. Because that gets down to the basic operating system of consciousness and what we perceive. It gets down to shapes and colors. The fact that zigzags and snake-like lines capture our attention faster than anything else. The color red catches our attention.
Action.
Yeah.
Green, that's why they have it on H&R Block. Trust me with your money, homie.
Yeah, and notice how certain colors are also associated with certain things. All these things are done intentionally. Comes from a study of this occult science. I used to wonder why they paid people so much money to make a basic ass logo, but it kind of makes sense if these people know what they're looking for. You pay somebody who understands color, shape, what catches the human attention and why, versus your cousin up the street who knows how to use Photoshop.
cousin do it for the 30.
Yeah. But if you got a Coca-Cola budget, then I you know, maybe they'll be willing to invest 100,000 on a logo. Oh my gosh.
People pay 100,000 on a logo. Damn.
Like 100,000 for food.
Man, I used to undercharge myself. This guy was like, you know, running a business, and I did a logo for him. I didn't know. I just learned the shit off of YouTube. And he's like, how much you want for logo? I'm like, $50. And he's like, here's 300, man. But you need to learn how to price yourself right. I'm like, $300. Come to find, I could have charged like 1,000 for it. But if these people have, then I learned, you know, these people who have the money to pay for these things, they understand the value of these things even before the artist does. That's why they're starving artists, because the artist is so focused on the abstract creation of art, and we don't focus on the money aspect. That's kind of difficult for us. So it's really important for us to learn business and structure and how to price our worth. Our worth isn't what we see it, it's what it's worth to the other person, how much they're willing to pay for what you've got. That's very difficult for artists to wrap around. So people get taken advantage of frequently.
Yes, very much so.
That man said, write your price. I said $50. He said, man, here's $300.
Yeah.
My mind was blown.
It's funny. Your mind was blown, and he just gave it to you out of pity.
Yeah, and that happened to me for a long time. I remember when I learned how to do music videos and stuff, and I went to Atlanta. Like, I'm used to doing it here for, you know, the homies at home, and they wasn't trying to pay nothing. I was just trying to do it because I loved to do it and I wanted to help. So I'm getting stressed out working extra hard for free. I get to Atlanta and they're like, how much you charge for your video? 200. Them dudes laughed. They laughed when I said $200. My homie pulled me to the side and said, yo, man, for real, we in Atlanta. We not back at home. You need to raise that price.
When that you in the South, they probably called you a lick. In Florida, that's what we call people. Oh, that boy a lick.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then they wouldn't even want it because they'd be like 200. Man, he might not. Nobody want no cell phone video, man.
Yeah.
Probably don't even got no real camera. You know what I'm saying? They just misinterpret you with this low price. Like, yo, he must don't got expensive equipment if he only charging that.
Right.
They smart.
They ready to pay $3,500. For the video, they didn't budgeted $3,500 for the video.
You coming out with $200?
Talking about $200.
And you know, being introduced by by his homie, so clearly you know the recommend. Oh, well, he must be something. Then you come out.
Yeah, he the dude, yo.
Yeah.
We'll drop him $3,500, and while they might be saying $3,500, they think they getting over.
Yeah.
Even outside of art. Even outside of art, with my astrology, I can't tell you how many times that people just think because you're either good at it or it comes easy to you, that it should be free for them. And then they'll beg you even, like, oh, just do it for free. Oh, come on.
Oh,
they don't
hell
give a
no.
shit. You can't feed your family and shit. They just, it's crazy. Or they're like, just draw me this picture real quick. Oh, just draw it for me. Oh, come on, just draw it. It's like,
now see, that's that broke mindset, and that's people who.
Paint my house.
That's also people who don't appreciate your value. If you can't give something for something that you want, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Come on now.
I'm like, would you come paint my house? I know you're a painter. Would you do that for free? No, but that's because I went to. This is what I do for work. I'm like, this is what I do for work. What are you talking about?
Right.
They think it's a hobby that you just tinker around with it from time to time, you know?
What I always hear is, well, you're so good at it. It's just easy for you. I'm like, do you think I didn't put time into this? I paid with time. So now you either pay with time as well or pay with money. I don't. That's just got to be what it is. Unless, I do help people a lot. I feel led to, so I will. And I like to help. But it's when people are pushy and they come at you like that it turns me off. I'm like, nope, never mind. Not doing it.
Yeah. And and I used to run into a lot of those, but I had to learn what they say. You teach
Yeah.
other people how to treat you. You teach other people how to respect you or disrespect you. I had to learn that hard and long over time.
Yeah. It's hard, isn't it? Because you don't want to be a dick. You
Right,
don't want to
and
be mean
this
to people.
and the compassion, you know, but
Yeah.
I also learned there's a fine line between compassion and not standing up for yourself. That's another one I had to learn.
True. Yeah. True. Same.
Because some people
Same.
will take advantage. Some people will take advantage of you for as long as you let them, knowing that they're doing it. They still go, well, hey, he ain't saying nothing about it, so.
So it's okay. They don't really. Yeah, exactly. My husband is dealing with that. Well, hopefully not anymore. But with his so-called friend that he didn't get, that he works for, my husband didn't get paid for 9 months. Why he worked for him? Because he was starting the business. He didn't get paid for 9 months. He's been there like 4 years. Still makes the same amount of money he did that day. He never gets full-time hours. Like, he's bringing home almost nothing. He has weeks where he brings nothing in, and this dude is rolling in the dough when my husband can't buy himself cigarettes. He can't, you know what I mean? It's just like, you gotta move on from here. So I'm like, you just expect your buddy to change, but he's not going to, because you're a bitch man to him. You are letting it happen.
Gotta
so
step up.
continue to do it.
Gotta step up.
Horrible.
You have to.
Gotta.
When your woman calls you a bitch man.
That's a rough place to be. That's a very rough place to be. And you don't want to stay there long. Please don't stay there long. Get up out of that. If those words have to manifest, it's time to make a move, because you ain't got long.
That's serious.
I've been there.
Well, what's good is that what's really awesome is the car thing that I went through was very awesome, because it showed true colors and that he had to see. This is supposedly my husband's best friend, that one he works for, best friend, right? It's 2 a.m. He's on the phone with my husband. He's like, oh, so Kristen and Gino, my youngest son, are stuck on the east, are stuck in Lorraine in the cold. Oh, that sucks. They're pretty far. That sucks. Can you work tomorrow? That's it. Like, do you need me to go get them? Do you need any help? What can I do for you? None of that. But my husband has dropped everything and walked to his house to help him move things for free and all sorts of stuff. It had to happen, because he was like, he doesn't give a shit. I'm like, no, I've been telling you, he does not care about anyone but him. Ryan cares about Ryan, not about John. You are his worker. He's the boss. You want to be a boss for yourself.
With that name, Ryan. Ryan's always be grimy.
Damn.
Maybe it's something in the numerology of the name.
I don't know, but I know a couple of Ryans, and they own like business, construction, and one of them was he built cabinets and they all did their employees like that. Like, I heard like a lot. They was like, man, fucking Ryan, man, I worked all day. They fucking pay me tonight. I'm like, damn, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Coming
They
home
do installs
dirty
and
and everything. Like, dude, what's up? Are we going out? Like, no, I'm not going out. I'm a fucking Ryan to give him my check. Like, what you mean you didn't give me your?
He didn't give me my check?
Dang.
I wanted to go talk to Ryan for them. Like, yo, I'm gonna go over and have a talk with Ryan. Nah, you don't go over there. That's my fucking boss. Like, what the fuck?
See, exactly. I've said this before.
There's something with these fucking Ryans, man.
I've done that too, where I'm like, I'm gonna talk to Ryan, because Ryan and me were friends first. That's how he met him, and we used to do business. He bought stuff off of me, and I'm about my money, and I knew how Ryan was from that time. So I know. So I'm like, man, let me talk to Ryan, because he ain't gonna fucking play me. But he's like, no, don't. So it's like, and I can't undermine my husband and do that. I can't do that. It's not right. Although I want to jump in his body and go to work one day and talk to Ryan for him, but I can't. I wish I could, but I can't do that for him. He's got to do it on his own. And he's a hard worker, but he's also someone that gets taken advantage of all the time.
A comic.
There is a way that he can do that because I did it with my job. When I used to work in I used to work for 2 years, 3 years as an acupuncturist, right? So the guy will make $1,200, $1,800 from the insurance of the patients. I was the idiot.
Yeah.
Paid $100,000 debt, which I still have.
Yeah.
And the guy, as soon as I graduate from school, he's like, listen, he's like, I'll promise you, I'll get you a star, I'll get you $30 in an hour. Then once you get your official license, you'll get like a $40. And now me, I'm thinking, fuck, this is a good pay, right? No, honey. As soon as I start taking courses for insurance liability, because I'm insurance biller as well, I start to see the real reality of the shit. Okay, the home is getting $1,200 checks for each patient I was treating. Okay, so what he did is that every patient that I was treating, he would report it to the insurance companies and stated to the insurance companies that he was the one who was getting treated, these patients. So the insurance companies came in and say, so how the fuck is this guy treat 6 patients, 7 patients in an hour, right? So of course hire more acupuncturists, and not that I want to like say that my boss was very mean person, but he could be better with us to paying us better. So he knew the weakness. As soon as you graduate from school, you're desperate, you need a job, you need to pay the bills. And that's how he grabs the acupuncturist. Now, I couldn't tell him, I am no longer working with you because you're an asshole or because you're a dick or whatever it might be. So what I did is I started taking other licenses, all the courses and other stuff. And I slowly by slowly, I told him, I am sorry, I'm going to reduce the hours with you because now I had these other professions or I had this other job. I'm doing something different and I'm starting to become a teacher. So now, slowly by slowly, from 40 hours to 50 hours that I was doing with this guy, I literally worked to 8 hours, 7 hours, 5 hours to 0 hours. So I didn't left him like whether I am fired, whether I'm coming back, but in a way he kind of understood that majority of us, that my generation who works with him as an acupuncturist, we left him and he did understood. And then he was kind of like questioning people, why are you guys doing this? Why are you leaving me? It is obvious that you're getting $1,200 in those paychecks from those, like I'm talking about guys, like I'm talking about like 20 patients, okay, 20, 30 patients. Sometimes in Saturdays we have like 34 to 50 patients. Now that's a lot, and I'm not just me. There was other acupuncturists, but slowly but slowly we did start to realize that this is not the way that we wanted to go. Now, how to leave him was for us to find all the different type of places where we started to reduce the hours and eventually tell him, I'm doing all the stuff, I get paid better if that's what might be, you get better, you get paid better, there's like benefits, whatever it might be. And maybe he's going to start noticing that, that your husband might want to leave because he find a better job in a way. So that's how I left my boss in a way. Now he called me, I will tell you like 2 months ago, and he's like, Vero, he's like, you want to come back to work because majority of the acupuncturists left me. I'm like, I'm so sorry, bro. I'm like, I already start working with the state. I already start becoming a teacher. And even though I'm not even working with the state yet, I'm like, I already work with the state. I'm like, that's it. So, and then he's like, oh, okay. So I see you got something better. I'm like, yeah, I'm like, I work with the state now. So I'm like, I'm looking forward to have like more like benefits and, insurance and stuff like that. I kind of like let him know in a way that he needs to offer these things to people. So, you know, and after that, he never called me back ever again, like into today. But doesn't mean that I don't have a bad relationship with him. Sometimes I text him and I ask him how he's doing, how's his health, blah blah blah. No long ago he has the COVID-19. So,
Ah.
it's not like I'm completely disappearing in a bad relationship with him, or just leave him. It's just slowly but slowly. How do you say, you disperse yourself out of that tightness with this person. You know, that's how I did it. So I don't know if that might help you or not. So
Yeah. It's an obstacle that it's got to be overcome by self. I mean, like, no amount of outside help or push can really do it.
Exactly. I was thinking about this. Is really weird. Yesterday I was driving. I was thinking about how I always want to do things for people. Like, I want to do it for them, to help them.
Yeah.
My kids, my husband, my mom. I'm like, let me just do it for you. It's real easy.
Yeah.
But it doesn't teach them. For me, I learn by watching people. That's why I feel that they'll learn from me.
Right,
if
right.
they just watch. But not everyone learns that way. So I always tell my kids or my husband, I wish I could jump in your body and do that for you today, and just be there and say what needs to be said and do what needs to be done, because you'd be so cool.
Just use your telekinesis.
Right? Oh my gosh, that would be fantastic. But I understand. I taught myself almost everything I know. I'm self-taught, and you can't teach anyone anything. The shit I learned in school, I didn't retain it unless I would put my focus into it. And usually I had to reteach myself on my own anyways. I couldn't, the way the teachers would, here, read this book. And if it wasn't an inspirational book, I was like, ugh, no, I don't want to read that. What does that even mean? But like, when I was able to get, when I was more hands-on, or like pictures, experience, when I went into theater class, that was different. I got to act out the plays and stuff. Like, that was a whole nother thing. And then this one English teacher I had, we got into an argument in the class, and she would say, here, just read the book. And I'm like, how is that teaching us? I was like, could you please, like, can we, like, read out loud and do something? I'm like, we're reading The Crucible. It's boring. Can we just, like, act it out? And she ended up letting us act it out, which turned into an amazing time. Everyone did great in the class. And she thanked me for it, because she said that, before that, people weren't really paying attention or handing their homework in. And she said that whole spark of interest, I brought into it by, making it more of a hands-on, like everyone reading it out loud and acting the stuff out. It made people interested. And I just see that we can learn in more like colorful ways.
So are you saying
better?
If we learn in more colorful ways, then it sticks better? Are you saying that we should read the Kybalion on the call?
That would be awesome. Totally.
Oh.
If you want to. I feel like when you read, or that's why I like to hear audiobooks. Now, I rather hear audiobooks than me sit and read it. The only book I ever sat and read in a day that was super thick was Angels and Demons. And that's because I was in jail. I had nothing else to do.
Oh, wow.
It was amazing. And I'm like, damn, reading's awesome. But I'm so fast thinking and going that I can't sit down and I usually have 3 books right by me when I'm reading. I have 3 different books, and I pick one up, pick another one up. I am always like moving and doing a new one, because after too long I get bored. So that's why I like the audiobooks in the background, or like when people have videos connected to their books and stuff like that. That's how I do better in pictures than in words. I've always learned that way, but that's also because of Neptune in my 3rd house. Neptune is all about pictures and photographic memory, and that's how I learn best.
Well, next Sunday we're going to be going over chapter 1 of the Kybalion.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Funny thing, Kristen, is the first book I read, well, the main book I enjoyed first was Angels and Demons in Jail.
Wow. You did too?
Yeah, and that's what got me into, like, from then I read like a 900-page book in like 2 days, just because I was like, yeah.
Wow, right. When I was in jail is when I read the most. I read so many books in there. But the biggest one was the Angels and Demons. But from that point on, I started reading all other kinds of books, and I couldn't believe I was actually reading. Before then, I never sat down to actually read a book. Never, never, never. Like, I knew how to read, but I never would actually sit down and just read for fun. That sounded insane to me. I'm like, fun? Reading? What? Give me a movie. But once I was there's something that triggered inside of me, and I was like, oh, this is fantastic. It's like you still see pictures in your head, but, you know, I really like it, but I still prefer audio, hearing other people read, because then I can make pictures in my head, if that makes sense. I can make a movie to what people are saying.
That's how I hear Travis when he reads like the Darshan, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm reading fast.
I like to listen to him read because I comprehend it better when he's reading it than if I'm just reading it quietly to myself.
Using them cities. I think when I read, it almost feels like I'm getting taught directly by the divine. It's like I'm attending a lecture from the divine. You know, when like this is the experience of me reading taught with Shooty. All books don't really hit me. Some of them I got to sit there and read it again. But books like this, it's like I'm literally sitting down and like face to face with her, and she's like teaching me this. And I don't want to put it down. Like it took me a few days to read this, but right after I read it again. And I'm reading it again now. And I'm gonna keep reading this book because I can't express to y'all.
You need new stuff each time, don't you?
Yeah, and I'm trying to just make sure that I really understand what the fuck she's talking about. Like, I'm not trying to not trying to be cool. Like, seriously, get this book. For me, it opened up so much. Like, this is definitely going to fill in some blanks. Like, come on, don't.
That's awesome.
Don't rob yourself.
Right.
I just ordered it. It's on back order. It said it won't get here till like after Christmas, before the 31st, but after Christmas.
This is one of the very few. I mean, it's probably gonna go on my top 5 favorite books of the year that I've read, but this is definitely one that I'm gonna be reading over and over, just like Mystical Kabbalah and the Kybalion.
Did I ask you if you had the book Alchemy and Mysticism?
Yes.
Yeah. That I got that a couple of years ago, and it's a lot of pictures, you know, a lot of the Hermetic drawings and stuff, but I've been wanting to get into it. I haven't read it or anything yet, but I definitely think that it's something that you would like.
And you said it was about the Tree of Life, right, Kabbalah?
Yeah, and Inner Alchemy. Let me pull it. Let me grab it real quick. Yeah, it's about, you know, what we talk about, and it's got a lot of like the old. Yeah, it's called the Hermetic Museum, Alchemy and Mystics by Alexander Roob, R-O-O-B. Instead of boob, it's Roob.
Instead of boob. Damn. Okay. What's the title again? You said boob, and my memory wiped.
Sorry. It's Alchemy and Mysticism, and I know you're gonna love it. It's 580 pages.
Oh. Rude.
It's a hardback.
That's
yeah,
what she
it's
said.
a lot of information, and it's the Museum of Hermetic Information. You know, it says the Hermetic Museum, and it's got everything you can think of surrounding it. There's the Tree of Life. There's paintings that.
LOL.
Yep. Let me see.
$500.
Thanks a lot, Kristen.
Sorry. I got this for. Hold on. Let me see. We have a bookstore here that I got it from. It's a unique bookstore. It's called Rare Books, something like that. And I got it from there, and it's actually really good prices. They have like discount days. I might have. Yep. No. Maybe that is.
No.
Oh yeah, that's the book. That's the one. Yep. That's the angel on the front.
You said Rube, and I saw Boob.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, I know you love it. There's a lot, William Blake. There's a lot of artwork in it because it depicts, it shows you the artwork through the times that were, actually connected to Hermetics. And then, I mean, it is full of, there's the Purgatory picture, the Jacob's Ladder picture, Opus Magnum. There's a lot in this. It's really, it looks amazing to me, and I've been wanting to get into it, and I've never had the reason to do it yet. But I think that it's something that, oh my God, there's a whole astrological aspect in this book, a whole thing on astrology.
Somebody's going ham with that keyboard.
Isn't that crazy? When I have books that I don't even realize that I have like Vedic scriptures in, and astrology, just the stuff that I've already been into, and it's in these books that I've had forever, and I never even looked in them.
Yeah.
So where's the name of the place that you purchase your books from?
Rare Books in Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay. Oh, so it's okay.
Oh, it's a store. So what I was gonna say is, if it is super expensive online, that I can go to that store and get it there if they have it, and then we can ship it. I mean, if that's a $500 book, we can get it. I think I paid $50 for this.
Yeah, the paperback is $16. I was just, it's always funny when they're priced so high.
Is the paperback gonna have the same amount of pages?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right, just wanted to make sure. I know sometimes the paperback is not the same pages.
Yeah. And
yeah, this is it's right up what we're talking about in detail. And I liked it so much because there's tons of pictures. I know that sounds very childish of me to say, ooh, pictures, but I learn in pictures, so.
Oh crap, that's in French.
A picture speaks 1,000 words.
Exactly, like photographs and pictures. When I remember something in my head, I see it. I see the memory. I see the situation that happened. I hear the music that was playing on the radio, and I can smell what the air smelled like. That's how I can recall things. So I always know what year it was by what's playing on the radio. I'm like, that was such and such year because this was playing on the radio.
Yeah. Speaking of which, that reminds me, Winter, I messaged because you were talking about servitors and stuff before. Actually, there's a chapter 12 in here that goes into mantras, yantras, and mandala. I mean, that's all. That really relates and connects to the science of working with servitors and tulpas and all that type of thing. I mean, ultimately, we're working with mantras, which is like the word that we use, and sigils, which are mandalas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which are attached to yantras. Once again, all coming back from India.
That's amazing.
In the tantric system, the mandala represents the visual, iconographic form of a higher force. The yantra represents the abstract form of that force, and the mantra represents the subtle form. Goetic magic in a nutshell right there.
See that?
That's why when I took the approach of working with Goetic magic and everything, I needed results fast, and I didn't want to go through these long ass boring rituals, so I just started experimenting with stuff, and just a candle to focus on, drawing the sigil and putting my heart into it. I figured out a system of making it work, and it turns out that it's simply meditation on a mantra and a symbol, which connects to a abstract force.
Mm-hmm. Oh wow.
Tap 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 tap
Tap tap tap tap tap.
tap 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 tap.
Is that you?
No, that's you.
No, that's not me.
You sure?
Yeah.
It was me, sorry.
Oh.
My mom, man, she steady texting me, asking me all these random ass questions. My fault. I was wondering why y'all were doing that.
I'm gonna send you some pics, Travis.
Yes.
Of some of the stuff that's in the book.
Oh.
That I'm taking pictures of. I think that you'll like. Wow, there's a lot of stuff about astrology in here. That only makes sense. This is a big book, though, so I'm not gonna bombard you with too much. Okay.
Yo, I literally said those exact same words to Travis like 2 days ago. I was like, I'm not gonna bombard you with 15 pics. Yeah.
Wow. What is up with us? That's so
Yeah.
cool. All right, I sent them over.
Oh, great.
Yes.
And you know what's funny is you can always tell now when it's truly ancient wisdom because the diagram of the Earth is different. Because as soon as heliocentric views come into play,
Mm-hmm.
you know which time it is. It's not far back as they say it is, because if you go back far, it wasn't heliocentric.
Right. There's even like I think it's called Vedic cosmology. I'll have to find it again. But there's this awesome video that even watching it started to induce trip type of vibes in my brain, where it was showing like the diagram of the universe and how the Earth was a flat plane, but there's levels above it and below, and it like extends all the way up to the higher realms, and it showed sushi. Oh man, I'm gonna find that video again. But
I think I might know. Is it the one with what's his name?
You're talking about Kenny, that Kenny guy, Martin Kenny.
No, fuck all that.
40-minute one.
Fuck all that. This is before them. This is before them.
Yeah.
I drew a diagram.
You're talking about the synthetic. It's a synthetic cosmology.
I don't know. I couldn't remember the name.
Holy fuck.
I know I can find it again. But the way that they had it listed was it showed the universe as an up and down thing, almost like a tree, with Earth in the center.
Yes.
And of course, it's on top of a giant turtle and everything, which of course we know now is symbolic because the turtle moves so slow, but it's also very sturdy, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I got to go back to it now that I understand a bit more. I'm gonna find it, and I'm gonna share it with you guys.
And also, the turtle symbol deals with old, ancient. Turtles lived for a very long time. So when they used that symbol, that was a symbol language letting you know this is ancient shit that we giving you.
Yeah. And they said that the turtle carried the Earth on its back.
Yeah.
It was it's not a globe, it's a plane.
Right.
But yeah, there's a couple of, if you go back past Eric DeBay and Quasi and all of them, and then there's a couple that have what you're talking about similar, but Santos has one, because he was one talking about that, giving it connected to the Vedic, where there's 7 above and 7 below, and the circles, each circle with the plane in the middle and the tree that comes up through it. But so was Quasi. Maybe you're talking about Quasi?
No, this is an old like 3D animated video. There it is. The Vedic tour of the universe. See, I didn't even know the word Vedic before. I'm gonna send it to you guys. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to like smoke or something for
Of our universe and beyond. Is that the one?
Yes. Yee.
Lava.
Yeah. I'm definitely.
Yeah, this is what you'll. Yeah, Santos has one just like it.
Definitely gonna have to go back into this with what I have now
That's awesome.
come to understand a bit more. All right, guys, check that out whenever you get a chance.
Awesome.
So cool.
Yeah, I just pulled that up. Cool.
All right, y'all.
Oh, see, and it even gives the mythology. Talking about Brahma. Do you remember the guy on Martin that used to come through the window and they would call him Brahman?
Oh man, yeah, hell yeah.
Well,
on the fifth floor.
Think about
fifth
that.
floor.
Brahmin, you know what I mean? I always thought about that when they would say it. Because I know that Brahmin was a term or a name in Hindu. I never put two and two together, but I always thought about it when he would come through the window. Like that's a god's name.
Why was this man coming into another man's window on a regular basis?
Yeah, there's got to be some kind of mythology there or something.
Yeah.
Considering that the name, the way, you know what I mean?
Whether they knew it or not, it still played out.
Yeah, that's what happens is nobody, like with Rohini, they're so to the book when it comes to their artwork. It's all so similar. None of them know each other. None of them know they're Rohini. Maybe they do. I don't know. But most of them don't. But yet they're all in these real similar roles and movies, and their artwork and their books are all real tied in and similar. Always about like a portal and food and connecting the scary and with childlike wonder and portals through new worlds and fairy tale and a universe that beautiful.
Those they represent the Eshu spirit, the playful type of guardian jokester.
Oh
because
boy.
the same thing as Brahman coming through the window, he was like an uninvited guest. The same thing was on Seinfeld with
Kramer.
with the dude that always open up the door and just bust right in there.
Kramer.
Yeah.
Kramer. So it's that same kind of. They represent like one of the Orisha.
I see. Yeah.
He's a jokester.
Yeah.
They represent the court jester.
Yeah.
The fun.
Mercury.
Fun aspect.
Mercury's even seen as a trickster. So like in a more of a unbalanced, or if you want to say negative way, it can also be the trickster as well. So the moving back and forth, the gesture, but it's also seen as a trickster at times, like if it's an unbalanced way.
Oh, that reminds me. For you guys that are gonna be here on Thursday, let's go over the Bharani Nakshatra, the second one.
Okay. Awesome.
Bharani.
Okay. I still gotta write my stuff down, but I'll do it tonight.
Bharani.
It's worth it.
That's Chris Brown's nakshatra, Bharani.
When you write your chart down, at least for me, I speak from my experience. When I wrote my chart down, now it's almost like it's locked into my head. Before, it's just a bunch of names and words because there's 27 of them, and we keep speaking and saying. But when you write your own, those stick out more. So when you're learning more about yourself, you learn deeper. So yeah, it doesn't take too long. Write your chart. All of you in the YouTube land.
It's true. That's exactly right. You will, when you write it down, like I said, you want to have a notebook. Write everything down. Just sketch your notes. Write things out. Even if you do it wrong the first time, cross it out. But don't throw it away because you want to see how you've grown. And then you come back to notes. I have books upon books upon books of all my notes from Vedic astrology just on its own. And I have so many charts in there that I've mapped out for people and then just studied. It's the best way to do it. When you do it by hand, for me, it helps to like soak into your head.
Barani.
What was that website again that everybody was doing their charts on?
Indastro. Indastro.
Indastro.
Yeah.
I got Berhani in my D9. Oh, my bad.
Oh, I didn't even check the D9s yet.
Bro, like...
I would like to write out my chart and figure out how to keep up with it. Maybe on not a maybe a a day to day or maybe a week basis as it moves.
Yeah. And just because I understand that I've got a ton of things on my plate, so if I sit down and try to do it all at once, it's not going to work out for me. But just like, at least for every time we get together, maybe like right afterwards, but just a little bit a week, it starts to build over time. I wrote a list of, my nakshatras and where they are. And then I wrote my diamond chart out, and I put what house everything was in and what planet was in each and everything like that. And I don't know, it whenever I open an astrology book or whenever something comes up, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, I've got Capricorn in my first house. And like, I just start to pick it up the more that I just casually search.
That makes sense.
Oh, wait. They say that Capricorn and Saturn are going to be conjunct. And see, I wouldn't have known that if I wouldn't have cared. Cool stuff. But yeah, I think that this conversation can go on for another 3 or 4 hours. But some of us probably need to go eat food and play video games or charge some sigils.
How are we charging them?
Can't reveal all the secrets. Can't reveal all the secrets.
What'd you say?
Oh, nothing.
Are we gonna reconvene tomorrow? How are we gonna do this thing tomorrow? We are?
It's just gonna happen.
Okay.
12, well, if 12 o'clock is the apex, I guess maybe we can start a little bit earlier, maybe 11:45 or something like that.
12 Eastern, right? It's always Eastern time?
Yes, at least that's where I live.
Oh yeah, that would be better because I got to work at 10:30.
Ooh. Wait.
So I could
10:30.
12 Eastern. No, that's 9. It's 9 o'clock our time.
Yeah,
so
that's why. Yeah.
You guys are 3 hours ahead of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
You in California?
I mean,
yeah. He's in. I think he's in Vegas, right?
Yeah.
Damn.
It always works out. It always works out. It's just naturally works out. Won't be long.
What? Oh, my fault. What were you gonna say, Trev?
It won't be a long thing. We'll probably just be on, say some words, look spooky, and then go about our way.
Hey, what part of Florida do you stay in, bro?
I live in a city called Ocala, Florida. It's north central Florida. I live about 45 minutes to about 50 minutes north of Orlando.
How far are you from Jacksonville?
Jacksonville, I can get to Jacksonville maybe like right under an hour.
Whoa, we live pretty close then. It takes me about 45 minutes to get to Jacksonville.
Yeah, Jacksonville is not far at all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's where my bestie lives.
And I don't drive the speed limit, so that you know.
Who does?
I'm giving you my times. You know what I'm saying? I'm not giving you GPS gonna say a whole nother thing.
Yeah, like
right.
So it's 4 hours to get to California. I get there in 3.
It's always a game with the GPS for me.
Arriving at your destination in 2 hours. Damn, you're fast.
So you live on the Georgia Florida line, then, Trav. You live South Georgia.
I do, right on the water.
My brother lives in Ocilla, Georgia. Have you heard of Ocilla?
I have never heard of Ocilla.
That's like next to Tifton.
Heard of Tifton.
You guys live very close to the Hicks and Shango. You live close to where that dude got hung like a year or 2 ago.
I live about 30 minutes away from Sanford, man, where the whole Trayvon Martin thing and all of that. I live 65 miles away from Rosewood, man.
Rosewood. Remember that movie?
That's a real place.
Yeah, they like in those parts of Florida, bro. They still have like jails that have no AC, no TV.
They don't even call them jails. They call them chain gang camps. That's the. Why do you think that's what you see on the side of the road? They may have county, suits and stuff on there, but them dudes are chain. That's the chain gang.
Back on the chain.
Cleaning the side of the road. You know what I mean? It's crazy, man.
You really gotta go catch them snakes too. That's the funny thing. Those little water snakes, they be doing a lot.
Yeah, you don't want to fool with some of these snakes. Them things be water moccasins. You catch that, you ain't gonna catch nothing else.
That's gonna be the last thing you catch. It's a wrap.
You didn't caught the best of things that you're gonna catch. So it's ending your catching career.
That's
so
a
yeah,
wrap.
in Florida, it's a little interesting little city. Has like one of the world's largest underground aquifers, which is called Crystal Springs. Silver Springs is where they used to film the old black and white Tarzan movies. So they got little cheesy hits. They got these little glass bottom boats that you can get on, and you can see straight down to the bottom. It's actually a pretty awesome piece of nature. You know what I mean?
You guys
alligators out there.
If you guys ever come to Vegas, my friend's dad, he owns the biggest crystal store out here, and like he will get crystal worth like that's like 15,000 pounds and stuff like that, bro. Like the crystals are huge, and the energy as soon as you step into there is amazing. If anybody comes out here, let me know because I get a discount there too. So
I got family in Vegas too. I love Vegas.
Yeah, the crystals in that place though, man.
Well, I'm by Chicago. We got mild sauce and a lot of other stuff.
It's cold in Chicago right now.
I'm so over Chicago weather.
If you had to compare an ancient city to Chicago, what city would you?
It's honestly, it's not really
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, well.
Yikes.
I don't know. It's like it. I love Chicago. It has its, pitfalls, like a lot of other cities do. I think ours, just for the most part, they don't have a problem with putting us on blast. Like a lot of these other areas, they don't really blast them as much. But you're always going to hear about Chicago. But the same thing that's going on in Chicago is definitely going on in other cities. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know really why Chicago has such a bad rap, huh?
Chicago has indigenous energy there as well. That's one of them old cities, city built on top of Native American holy lands and shit like that. That's why it's bad karma. That's what it is. The people just.
You know what? I was telling my uncle because he just moved from up here. He moved down to Georgia. What was that, last year? He moved to Douglasville, and he was trying to get me and my family to move down there. And I was like, I want to move out. It's just, it truly feels like there's like this dark cloud hanging over this state. I don't know what it is, but you can definitely feel it. It's not really a place. Like I said, Chicago is beautiful, but it definitely has some other stuff going on. Like you can definitely feel like it's not the place to be.
It was an industrial. It was supposed to be one of an industrial cities. One of the great. It was meant to be a great industrial city. You know what I'm saying? But then it fell on hard times, and it's always had an underground crime scene. So that was just that energy, something, because it was you can't be trying to be great built on somebody else's greatness.
Oh, and that's what they always do.
It was just built on top of that ancient, you know what I'm saying? It's an ancient indigenous. Basically, that shit was the whole place is a burial ground.
Honestly, if it was a burial ground, like you can tell because the energy here in Chicago, not throughout Illinois, but really just Chicago. Outside of its rich history, like you can definitely feel like the energy is off.
All industrial cities are like that. Detroit, Chicago, the city I come from, Bridgeport, Connecticut, was once the world industrial capital of the country. That was the city where P.T. Barnum was the mayor, the Ringling Brothers Circus, and all of that. Singer Sewing Machine, um, GE, Rim Grip, Remington Arms, Sikorsky, all these major companies in the world of industry when America was the great industrious nation. Bridgeport had all of that shit was there. And then eventually as time go on, these things fell away because it was always infested with crime, always big time mafioso crime and shit like that, and death became associated with that. And that's all them cities. Like I said, Bridgeport, even New York, Chicago, Detroit, parts of LA. Them cities was a lot of like a body that have certain areas that may have been overworked than other parts of the body. So those be the parts that like your lower back hurt and shit like that. That's like certain parts of the United States represent a body that hasn't been taken care of.
Wow.
Yep.
And it starts to show effects of not being taken care of. It's a off balance body. The chakras are off.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
So it may appear to be like, all the black areas and blah blah blah. A lot of what is called the black areas were once not black areas.
Facts.
It just became
Big ass facts.
It just became accessible to particular people after certain people started moving to the outskirts of the inner city. Nobody really wanted to live in the city because you don't have no nature. So people move to the county area outside because they want to have more trees and they want to go home where it ain't a bunch of cars and shit driving around all night long. So as they moved out to that, the people who was there that couldn't afford to move out, it was what it was.
Yep. They want to be by us naggers.
Whoa. Jeez. That's harsh.
I said naggers, like nagging.
No, I know. I was just playing.
Hey, what's that Brother Panic quote?
Some people felt like that, but all of them didn't feel like that. They just wanted, they don't like living next to each other some fucking time. You know what I'm saying? So that's why they moved to those rural areas where their neighbor is 10 miles up the fucking road somewhere.
You know what's crazy? I was watching a YouTube channel the other day of people that actually are from Cleveland. They're hilarious, but they just moved to a real nice house, and they were typing themselves, and they moved into this neighborhood, and they go, look at that black dude. Why is he in this neighborhood? He's not supposed to be in this neighborhood. And I was like, and they're like, yeah, we didn't move over here for that. I couldn't believe I saw that. I was like, you're black. Or, whatever, black. You know what I mean? I was like, whoa, I can't even believe they said that.
Wait. You said there was a black group of people that said that?
Yes. They were husband and wife. Husband and wife, they just moved into the nice neighborhood, and they go, what's that black dude doing out here? Why is he over here? He shouldn't be in this neighborhood. I couldn't move
like that all over.
You have racial profiling by your own race.
Yeah, I was like...
That's funny.
They were dead serious, too. They watched him and waited for him to leave, because they said he better not be breaking into nothing.
He better not be breaking into nothing.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was like...
I wonder what kind of conversations go on in their home on a day-to-day basis.
Oh, they're actually pretty funny, but I'll give you I'll send you the video.
Funny, all right.
But they're comedians. They play pranks on each other, and it's hilarious. But they're definitely not they might be offensive to certain people. They say stuff, they say some things without.
Who don't get offended now?
Yeah, well,
Everything is
they would say
offensive.
stuff that would offend people, and like they're always hitting each other. So if certain people watch their video, they're like they might think that it's an abusive house, but
We just hit each other. It's not abuse. We just hit each other. No, it's cool.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's
I hit
more
her.
like,
She hits
it's not
me.
like they're like he's beating the fuck out of her and she's him. Like they'll argue or they'll play pranks on each other, and then like she'll hit him and like he'll be like, you better knock that off. The fuck, and scream at her, but it's hilarious. You gotta see it.
I see.
It's just they're funny people, but I was surprised to see them say that. I was like, whoa, that's weird. They're racial profiling.
It is what it is, man. It's amazing where confusion will show its head in many different aspects of lives.
It's not the first time that's happened though. I've had my brother-in-law is black, and he would always be leery of. He's like, what? He would say things that would just confuse me sometimes. I'm like, why did you say that? Because he's black. I know. I'm like, just because he's black. I'm like, isn't that messed up? Don't you hate when people do that to you? So crazy.
Some people don't make it past that part.
Yeah. Exactly. I don't know.
That's just the way it is.
I guess maybe, I don't know.
Some things will
I grew
never
up
change.
with, my best friend was black. She was adopted by a white mother, but like I was always around people of other cultures and colors, whatever you want to call it, skin hue. But so I would get offended quickly when people would, because I've dealt with it my whole life with the looks or offensive, just because I was either I had my girlfriend over, or I have black boys with me and I'm a white girl, so I've always heard it, my whole life growing up, and I know that I would get pissy and I'd say something, I'd get pissed off about it, and I remember Isaac telling me that it's easy. It's different. I could get upset. He can't get upset. He can end up in jail if he gets upset and says something. So I kind of like, I don't know. I guess maybe I'm a little oversensitive in some ways. So like when you were saying the word you said a minute ago, it like I instantly go, oh my God, like that's so terrible, because I grew up where it would instantly trigger me if I heard that word because of my best friend. So I would be like, that's fucked up. Don't you dare say that. So I don't know. I feel like I might be a little extra sensitive in that area with that, but I was still surprised to see that they would say that about someone of their own skin tone.
They do it all the time. People are crazy like that.
Yeah.
They don't care, And then, you look at where are they from? Where did they grow up? You know what I'm saying? True. What kind of people were they being, influenced by? All of that stuff plays a big part in how people interact with each other. So, I mean, I done seen it all. You got a black girl who grew up in Iowa in the 80s. Yeah. So, with being in the Army and then, being in Illinois, I've been around it all, and I can tell you it's universal. Like, people are truly different and act in ways that you would think that they shouldn't be acting and say things that they shouldn't say, but
they do.
I guess they do. Yeah, they absolutely do.
I feel like, I don't know, maybe it's like I could say it because I can say it because it's my race, so I can say these bad things about them. It's like, I mean, I don't know. If you don't want it to be done to you, why would you do it? I don't know.
Right. But like I said, some people don't make it past that part.
Exactly.
They will sit up and dog you out to somebody and then get offended when somebody does it to them. Like, well, how are you talking? You just did this shit yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Like,
true.
Confusion. Confusion, confusion.
Hey, Trav.
Yay.
What is it? 11? It's gonna be 11:45 tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what you gonna do? Send a link out tonight or something like that?
Yeah. I guess we could still use this link here.
Go. Okay.
Yeah, we can use this same link.
So that'll be what, 10:45 for me? I'm with it. I actually, you know what? That is so crazy because
15 hours.
I have it in my calendar from 9:45 a.m. to about 11:45 a.m. and that's Central Standard Time.
Yeah.
Wait, what's that gonna be?
That's like, the solstice, the energy for the solstice.
That's gonna happen in.
No, not the. Is that the conjunction? The exact conjunction?
Or it's one of them. You know what it could be because I put in my calendar the great event, so it could be the conjunction. I did this earlier this year.
Holy shit!
Okay.
Now you're re-peaking that excitement here, because sometimes
Travis,
when I hear
what
these
time
words,
do
I
you have
think
right now. What does your clock say now?
15 hours from now.
No. What does your clock say right now, Travis? What time is it for you?
8:48.
Okay, me too. Good. So I follow your time. So you said 11:45. We're gonna. Okay, cool, perfect.
When you say the great
Let's
conjunction,
get out of here. I got hella laundry to finish. I love talking to you guys or listening to you guys mostly.
Same, Tasha. It's always
Tisha,
awesome
Tisha.
talking to you. Tisha, my bad. I said
it's all good.
didn't I?
I get it a lot. It's all good. All right, y'all. Peace.
Peace.
Take care.
Peace.
I'm getting ready to check out myself, everybody. So I will be back in tomorrow, 11:45.
See you then.
All right, everybody. Take it easy.
Take it easy.
Peace. The great conjunction is the coming together of this group.
Right. Oh my God, Travis, that is serious.
You remember us talking about this? First, Shango brought it up, and then you brought it up, and I was like, I don't know.
Right.
We should date first.
right.
I don't believe in sex before me. This guy wants to come into the meeting as we're closing it up. Ain't this some...
Oh my God, Mike.
Ain't this...
Oh yeah.
What the fuck, bro?
There he is.
He coming right at the end.
Mike.
I'm trying to wrap this thing up.
This thing.
Y'all go ahead, wrap it up then.
Hey, check it out.
He said, wrap it up then.
That's what she said.
Hey, guys, let me wrap it up then.
Hey, Mike.
You gotta tell Mike about tomorrow. Yeah.
Hey, Mike, were you able to hear anything before that we were talking about?
No, I just got on.
Man. Okay, so we're gonna meet tomorrow around 11:45 Eastern time, because noon Eastern time is roughly about when this conjunction is supposed to be at its apex.
Oh, okay.
And it just so happens to be occurring in the nakshatra of Abjihit.
Yeah.
And it is said that whatever is initiated in this nakshatra is to have
Victory.
Victoria.
Yeah.
Victorious one. Undefeatable. Unbeatable.
The undefeatable one.
We're gonna officialize this Magus Society thing.
And we're gonna conjunct as a group.
We're gonna conjunct. Do you want
conjunct in the trunk?
You trying to conjunct in the trunk tomorrow?
Hell yeah, I'm off tomorrow, so I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be up.
All right.
Perfect.
We finna conjunct.
Bro, it sounded like a gangbang when y'all say conjunct in the trunk. I'm like, whoa.
That's the tongue in cheek, that's the conjunction.
The great conjunction.
The great conjunction.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I'll definitely be there.
This will be good.
Yeah.
This will be good. I think everybody has a planet in their chart that is the most dominant, the strongest. I think we should all learn each one about who is dominant. So everyone should find out
the Karaka?
Yes, find out which one is the most dominant, and then we should tell each other so we could find out. It would be a trip if we all represented one.
Which?
Saturn.
Wait, what? Say that again. Say that again. What are you looking for?
So you want to look at the planet that holds the most strength, the most power in your chart. You can see that on the chart in Indastro. There's a graph with will show you the strength of your planets and the one that's most powerful. And that's the one that would be the one that's the most powerful. So that would be one that strongly represents you, that planet, over all the other ones.
Oh, that little bar graph thing that I ignored?
Yes.
The part that I ignored.
Right?
Okay, so like on Indastro, it says is it the Optima Takaka?
Yeah.
Okay, so for me, on the Shambhala chart, it says Saturn, but on Optima Takaka, it says that in Indastro, it says my thing is Venus. But on another chart that I checked, it says it's Rahu.
Okay, then that's not right.
Uh-oh.
You need to find, it needs to be hold on your industrial chart, find the graph. That's the up and down graph, those lines. You want to find on there the planet that holds the most strength.
So I'm outside of the club and you think I'm a punk. I go to my... What's the next line?
So this is basically like Saturn.
There you go. So Saturn is yours.
Loaded Tech 9 and
that's
open
your
the trunk.
Main planet.
I told him. I ain't
That's
never
confusing.
scared. East side. I ain't never
Why is
scared.
it confusing?
West.
Because like one thing says Rahu, the next said Venus. Now this is saying Saturn.
Well, you just look at that chart there. So I don't know what your other ones you were looking at. That'll tell you which one is the strongest. Hold on a minute. I have to pull up my
Vedic birth chart.
The Shadbala chart. Shadbala.
Ooh, I got a strong ass moon.
Mine is sun.
My moon is standing up very tall, towering above the rest.
So yours is moon and mine is sun. Isn't that funny?
Oh boy. Shadbala.
Yeah, my sun, and it goes sun for me. See, sun, Saturn, Mercury, and Jupiter are all real close for me. But sun is the highest.
Saturn overtowers mine. Sun, Moon, and Mars are very close, like 10 points off, and then Venus follows.
There you go. So, my Venus is also the lowest. But, so mine is sun, yours is Saturn, John, yours is moon, right?
Indeed.
What about yours, Amar?
Mine's a Saturn.
Oh, another Saturn. Cool.
Bro, this is weird, bro. Saturn, Panuvasu, Rahu.
Yeah.
No, Rahu on the same zero axis.
Do you have any like Purva Shraddha in your chart?
I feel violated. Let me see. Nakshatras?
Yeah.
Nope, I don't have none of that.
Oh, okay. Because those are my Mars and Mercury placements.
My Mars is Radhapada and my Mercury is Ravati.
Ravati is my K2, yeah.
Nice.
My K2 is Kritika.
The cutter. Kritika. The one who cuts.
Is Shaka? Is Shaka? That's my Rahu.
Shaka. That's cool.
So, Kristen?
Mine's in Shata Bishta.
Shut up. Yeah, shut up.
Hey, Kristen.
Mine's Purva Bhadrapada.
Okay.
So if I'm looking at these different D charts and I'm seeing that everything's completely different, do I just read it as if it's its own chart?
I'm sorry. Say that again. I didn't hear what you said.
All these different D charts, when I look at them,
Yes.
of course, there's a whole lot to it, I understand, but just as an overall, do I read these charts as if they're their own charts, or do I compare them to my own at all?
Well, yes. You still read them as an own chart, but then you combine them with the birth chart and the other charts. So the divisional charts, like your D9, is your marriage and the kind of, and it's also wealth. But your D10 is like your career and what you're known for. So your D10 is more about your 10th house, where the D9 is marriage and wealth, and it's not necessarily just the 7th house because it entails a little more. So each one you do on its own, but you then connect it to your birth chart.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And just looking at the main part at the very top where it shows on every page your name, your time, your date, it says Nakshatra birth star Rohini. So technically, your moon nakshatra is your main nakshatra. Is that right?
Yeah. The most important one is the moon, and then ascendant, and then sun. But those three are the top.
Hence why the
look more like your ascendant or sun, but the moon is the mind. You know what I mean? It's what you think, how you think, and even mother's influence, which is it's super important. Mother's influence, ironically, I see more of that over the chart than father influence, because it's in a couple places. Although Jupiter can also be, Jupiter could be husband, but also father. But there's so much female mother energy all over the charts because it's lunar based. There's a lot of lunar, which moon is mother and mind and subconscious. So.
Holy cow. Taking another look at these dashas, and it's just amazing how these periods line up with different events in my life.
Yeah.
Like
isn't that crazy?
How does it get this accurate? I mean, I know, but it's still amazing to behold.
It totally is. It's insane because you're like, well, that's why I was fucking going nuts during that time.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally like a switch changed when I turned on to my sun dasha. Like, I became somebody different. Like, I feel like you're reborn into a new person each dasha, because a new planet is majorly influencing you, and it's like whoever you were before is now done and gone away, and now there's a new you reborn. It's drastic that way. I'm serious.
I'm in my Jupiter dasha now.
I know. That's why I said this is huge for you.
Yeah, that's
wild.
That's wild.
Jupiter / Mercury. It's a Jupiter, Mercury, Venus dasha right now.
Oh my God, that's all 3 benefics. I can't wait to see what happens. Oh my God.
It ain't gonna take long because I got from it started 11/11. It started 11, and that's pretty much around when you got up in here.
Yeah.
Because I remember us talking about this back then. It started 11/11, and it goes until about the end of this Kybalion study.
That's crazy.
Oh, you said you're in your Jupiter?
Yeah, Jupiter dasha. Jupiter, Mercury, Venus.
My prana dasha is in Jupiter right now.
Prana.
What is your main dasha?
My main dasha is my sun.
So you're in Sun, Jupiter, or what?
Sun, Rahu, Jupiter.
Oh. Sun, Rahu, Jupiter.
This is wild.
Wow.
How you check a damn dasha?
If you scroll down.
The astro, huh?
If you
scroll at the bottom, and it'll show you all your dashas.
Scroll down, you know where you see planetary chart. Right beneath that is Vimshatori dasha.
You went all the way to a 4th one, because I know they do go all the way to 3, but you went even further to a 4th.
No, because I use this app called Cosmic Insights.
Yeah.
Yeah, they go all the way to the prana dasha. The 3rd one I think is called the Sukshma dasha.
Yeah, but so I hadn't even heard KRS talk about Prana Dasha. So what are they saying? What does that one entail? Like,
I mean, it just tells me the dot. Like it just tells me it's in Jupiter.
oh, it just tells you. Oh, okay, I
It
see.
doesn't tell me any like thing else.
Yeah.
Okay. So you said the Vim Shatari
Yes.
Dasha?
Oh
Yes.
shit.
Yes.
Yeah, your dashes. Yes.
Okay. And so mine shit says, so what do you check the date between this time?
Yeah. Check your date.
Okay.
And you can
So
zoom in
7,
about 3 more times.
okay. So this one is K2 that ends in 2024. And then so you said right around this time, right? 2020 to 2. So mine is in Rahu. That's what it
Yes,
looks like.
I think we looked at Rahu, and what's your secondary?
So the first one was K2. Then I clicked down on the little plus, and then I went to Rahu.
No. I mean, you have 3 planets that are ruling you right now. Your main is Rahu. Your Antadasha and Mahadasha.
Okay, so the order it has is Saturn, Mercury, K2, Venus, Sun, Moon, Mars, Rahu, Jupiter.
No, yeah, I know that, but I'm saying the one that you're in now, you click on it, and it'll break down dates, and it'll break down. It'll say your main one's Rahu, and then you'll have like Mercury, Venus. There's 3 planets that rule. Yeah. So,
3?
but it's no, not the first 3 like you just read. It's you click on your. I don't know where you're at. I'd have to like see it. You click on the Rahu. The Rahu Dasha. Click on it, and then you'll see there'll be a bunch of dates, and then Rahu with only 2 other planets there below it. It'll show you like Rahu, K2, Venus from here to here, Rahu, K2, Mars from here to here.
Hey, Kristen.
Rahu, K2, Saturn here to here. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So what I did was on Indastro, I clicked on that Vim Shatari Dasha. It pulled up a list of like Saturn and the dates, so from like 1981 to 2000, and then Mercury, and then it did K2 Venus and all that stuff. So I clicked on the one that is most relevant to this time, which is is K2, and it starts 7. What's the month of September? Is that July?
Yes.
Or July 28th, 2017 through July 28th, 2024. I click on that plus, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
You do.
There's
And then
an easier way. If you go back to your basic chart, to your basic chart.
Okay, basic details. Basic chart.
All right, now scroll all the way down to the bottom. You're gonna see Mercury. You're gonna see the planets listed and then dates underneath them, all the way down at the bottom. It'll say list of important dates and timelines in your life.
Okay, Dasha, Artar, Dasha, Pratyandar, Dasha. That one right there.
Keep going. Just keep going down. Are you all the way at the bottom?
I'm all the way at the bottom of the vision charts.
No. Hold on. You're on the basic. You went back to your basic page, right? Basic chart.
I went back to the basic page that has the.
Now you gotta scroll down.
You're in the right.
Down, you're gonna go past
you're in the right place, Mike. You're just reading it. That's the right place.
Detailed. It's gonna say detailed horoscope reading, and then right underneath that you'll see it says list of important dates and timelines in your life, and right there's where you need to be. You don't go all the way. Don't go too far down where there's Don't go to the division charts or the year charts. Go above that.
Yeah. Can I share my screen?
Yeah.
Here? John?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can share my.
You're in the right place. What you were just reading is the right place. If you click on where it says View More, it's going to take you right back to where you were before. You were reading the right thing. When you click on it.
Well, I'm trying to show him actually something easier to where he's going to show all of the accuracy. It's going to show his 3 that are ruled instead of just because that other page is not going to show the details. He's reading down instead of across. He needs to read across, not down. That's why I took him to this page.
Yeah, because I'm on it on my phone, so I don't know if it pops up for that.
Yeah, I'm on my phone too. It should. Let me send this to Travis. It should look like this, and then maybe he can send that to you.
It's funny during my. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
To say if you scroll down, but not all the way down to where you're at the place where it says your charts and divisional charts, you're above that. And there's a space that says review and rating, a place to write stuff. Go above that, and then there you'll be right there where it says Mercury, Mercury, Rahu, Jupiter, Saturn. This is the dasha area. But what you do is you'll see it'll give you the dates. You'll click on it, the date that that we're in now, and then when you click on it, it'll show you the 3 planets that are ruling you right now, and it'll be across, not down.
See, that's odd because I'm looking at the one that astroindustrial.com. I'm
It's
on
going
just
down?
yeah, okay. I'm on the same one. I guess I could hold on. Damn, I wish I could show my screen. Planetary chart. No. Go back all the way to the beginning. Basic details. Clicked on basic details. The basic details show basic chart, then it has my chart. Moon chart, which has my chart.
All right, go down a little bit more. Yeah, if you want to go down to where it's giving you the reading, where it says as a lover, as a husband and partner, as a boss, special Vedic tips, go underneath that. 2021 horoscope, past that. Then it'll say list of important dates and timelines in your life.
You should be able to share your screen now.
Where the dashas are.
Okay, hold on. Let me share my screen real quick. Screen. Start now. Come on, zoom in. Gotta give you permission. Okay, you guys see my screens?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let me go back to. All right, so let me just start from the beginning. So I'm on my basic chart. This is what I clicked. Basic details.
Yes.
All right, now I'm scrolling down.
Slowly scroll down. Yep, keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Hey, what's that strong planet?
Keep going. Yeah, see, this is different.
The strong planet is sun, I think.
Sun, yep, it's the sun.
Okay.
Just like me.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, this is different on yours.
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay, scroll down a little bit more. Let's see something. Let's see. Keep scrolling down. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Wait, you can scroll up.
Hold on. No, just hold on a minute. Just keep. All right, go back up a little bit. Okay, let me see something. Go to your. I don't know why it's doing that different on your chart.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Yeah, yours is different.
You scroll up.
You want me to click
Click
the
free
shot?
report.
Free report?
Yeah.
You have for his dasha?
Well, yeah, kind of. Hold on. Keep going down. Let me just scroll down again. I want to see if it's gonna show up like, not just his major dasha, all 3 of them, but I want to see if it's laid out differently, across, not down. Yeah, keep going, hon. Yeah, keep going. It should be underneath here.
There it is, right there.
There it is.
Oh my God.
All right, so you are in K2 dasha right now. Click on K2 right there. Okay, now let's scroll down. So, yep, so now you go to the, all right, hold on. Don't go too fast.
Okay.
You are in your K2 Rahu. You're in your K2 Rahu dasha. So now scroll down to K2 Rahu, even lower. Yep. All right. So now you're in your K2 Rahu Saturn, and you'll be going to K2 Rahu Mercury next.
Okay, Saturn, K2 Rahu, Saturn, K2 Rahu, Mercury.
Yep.
Okay.
That's funny that you're in your K2 dasha right now. So many people I know are in their K2 dasha, but that's your second house being activated. Second house of money.
Yeah.
And with Rahu there, that's also your 8th house with is other people's money, stocks, insurance, taxes, trading. That's all that kind of thing. So that's funny.
Let me stop sharing.
Kristen, I'm
Is that
scared.
all that you need to see?
Yeah, that's it.
Is that all you need to see?
Yeah.
Okay.
You just wanted to go. Yeah, because you can't read it down because it goes across. So
I got you.
yeah, it wasn't like you don't have like 7 dashes all at once. Apparently you have 4. I mean, I guess you could keep going, but it's the first 3.
That fourth one changes every like multiple times a day, though. I think.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
A day.
Every 2 minutes your chart changes, your dashes and stuff. So that makes sense. So yeah, also that makes sense that it's more like a thing throughout the day. But the first 3 are your are what's going on right now. Like those are the main influences. The first one is the most, and then the second and third. It's a lot of 3s, you know, the sun, moon, and ascendant kind of energy.
If there's other planets in that, like, so I'm in my sun dasha and my sun is in the same, like, basically like the same degrees as my moon and Jupiter. So would those also activate?
They'll be aspected, absolutely. So for me, I have Rahu with my moon, and being in my moon dasha and tropical, that also activates Rahu by aspect, since they're conjunct.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, because just the geometria from the conjunction tomorrow, it's in my 8th house, and all my Venus, Jupiter, and Mercury, it's at 6 degrees, so it's 666.
Wow, that's awesome. That's the birth of something. That's the birth of something tangible, because 666 is the carbon-based, you know, that's like the birth of something physical.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
That's awesome.
Wow.
I guess we do need to get rings then.
Hell yeah.
Kristen, I don't have much long apparently. I saw my Saturn.
No, you're good. No, remember I told you that doesn't. You had Saturn returns.
It's too late. It's too late.
3 times.
It's too late. I know when I'm gonna do my Tate death. I know how long I got to do my to learn how to meditate to death. I'm ready.
Oh shit! We can see that shit.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Don't
Saturn.
look for it. Don't look for it.
No, but no, Saturn. Remember, what's his name died during Rahu Ketu? The dancer. What's his name? Bob Fosse. Whatever that guy's.
So it can be activated by aspects too.
Yeah. So and the thing is these things come many times in our life, and it's a death and rebirth. You don't always actually physically die. But when you're coming to your end, like if you're in your 90s and here comes the end, the last 2 years of your Saturn dasha, yeah, something's coming. You're coming to the end of something.
Why are you trying? You people always rob me of my peace. You know, maybe I wanted to go.
And maybe you will. Who knows? If that's what you want to do.
Oh boy.
Oh shit. So you said we're gonna be back here tomorrow at, you said, what time is it?
11:45 Eastern.
11:45 Eastern, so it's 10:45 my time. Okay. All right.
Should be about 14 hours from now. 14 hours.
Yeah.
Am I muted? Hello? Am I muted?
We can.
Oh. This is so interesting. Man, I laid down and said I'm going to take a 2-hour nap, and I literally set 5 alarms. I didn't hear a single one of them, but I happened to wake up at 10 minutes before this thing started. I should have been out cold, but I went to bed with this feeling. I wanted to play devil's advocate with myself, and the book that we were interested in, Amar, that you already have, but some that I'll be receiving tomorrow along with my superpowers. somebody was talking to me with doubts about it, and they were saying with that book you get into contact with these beings of great magnitude, and through the process of studying this book you lose yourself and allow them to take over your body as a vessel. And I'm thinking to myself, well, what if that's what's actually going on? What if this talk with Shuddhi, chakra Shuddhi cleansing and all this is me just removing myself so that some higher energy can utilize my body?
Whoa.
And I went.
That higher energy is another aspect
Oh, yeah.
of yourself.
Wow.
I went to
It's
bed.
on a subtler plane.
Oh,
but not yourself as in like the, yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it's absolutely true. I already know it is. But I laid there and I've been going to sleep in my death pose lately. Like, I lay on the bed and like I tuck myself under so like I can't move. Because usually when I sleep, I'm all over the place and I wake up like upside down and like my arms are fucking sleep because I twisted it and shit. But lately, since I've been doing these meditations, I go to sleep and I tuck myself in so I can stay like this. And I try to meditate on out. And I was thinking about that last night. And, oh, wow, it all left.
Wow.
But yeah, if that was the case, I was just, mulling over how would I feel about that? Do I even feel anything about that? Like was the person that I was that even important enough to, does it matter if that's the case, right? These are just thoughts to myself. I don't think it did. I wasn't doing shit but trying to get laid. But all that to say that, if such a thing were happening, then that would make sense for me to not have to worry about anything or rely on alarm clocks or be concerned with any of the bullshit, because there's literally something bigger than me that is needing to be done. And I'm just a physical vessel for that thing to be done.
Yep.
And I'm going to have to maintain my Rahu Ketu balance so I don't become like, say, like a Malachi Z. York, where I think that I'm from the planet Risk and I'm here to liberate the people.
I think that you're very balanced in that way. I don't think you would ever allow that to happen at all.
Oh boy.
You're very K2, so that helps ground you.
I'm not a person anymore.
You're not anybody. Illusions.
Guys, you know what I just realized? I went to go put a chicken wing in my mouth. And I realized why I went through the hardship I went through for the past 3 to 4 years. Like 3 years ago, I had any and everything I wanted, right? But it's a lot of things I didn't need. These past 3 years, the way my income is now too, it showed me how much I don't need and how simple and free I am. So it's crazy. That's crazy. Wait. This chicken wing, man. I'm just kidding.
Chicken wing.
After you said chicken wings, my fucking books, we chilling. Papa Shooty.
Yeah, for real.
So like it was removing that material aspect of me, which is a part of the destiny anyways. And I was sitting there bitching and crying throughout the process. But it's like I feel more fulfilled now, knowing I don't need so much, knowing that I can attract anyone that I want. Not anyone that I want, like someone that I put my mind to if I really wanted to with nothing. I've like, what I'm saying? I've been to the point where I had to start at zero during these past 3 years again. And the type of women that these people wish for, which I don't even care for no more, I was attracting them. They want rich, like these type of girls that you'll look at them and be like, oh, they just like rich dudes. But it's like, I was able, you know what I'm saying? So it just showed me a lot. It showed me my true power, not the putting power on outside things. So that was very.
Tree Marie called them wisdom wangs.
I like that, wisdom wangs.
Get your wisdom wings. 10 pieces.
You know, Kristen.
Buzzed off this kombucha.
Kristen, didn't you mention?
Oh, sorry. I went and grabbed something. My bad. What was that?
Didn't you mention something about whatever's birthed tomorrow will be something that's akin to an Antichrist type of thing? You said that, right?
Yes. What I mean by Antichrist is
So I wonder, does birth have to be out of a baby, out of a womb, Like a baby birth.
Well, there'll be many kinds of births. So there'll be many kinds of births. So it's not even, I mean, there'll be physical births that birth things, but there'll be also things that people start and birth that will be important and huge too. So, I mean, there'll be many things across the board happening.
Exactly.
That are magnificent.
Exactly.
Whoever's born physically at that time is going to be a powerful person. Indeed.
I asked you that so you could say that again.
Yes.
And you did.
Oh, for me, what I realized, because
wow.
with Mars and stuff in the 8th house, what I'm going through is like a rebirth, right? Even some dude 8 months, 9 months ago, he's in the Freemasonry. He's Freemasons. He tried to get me in and stuff. He was like, yo, bro, you're about to go through a rebirth. You're about to be blessed for 9 years of good luck. I'm like, oh, okay. So this rebirth that I'm re-seeing is me balancing the material and the spiritual, which is my Rahu and Ketu aspect, right? And the Navamsa chart is the balance of material and the spiritual. And overall the destiny, because I connect on my nakshatras.
Your Navamsa D9 is like your wealth and your marriage, family life.
Yeah. So yeah, because mine is at the eighth and second axis. But like for tomorrow, what I realized, because a lot of the things that I've been striving for, I've been stressing about it for the past month, but I don't know, the past 2 days, oh my gosh, I hit the new income level. Something, and I wasn't thinking about it. It was the letting go, and also,
hell yeah.
Also,
that's awesome.
But just the balance overall. So that's what I see for myself that I'm experiencing right now. Definitely for tomorrow, that rebirth of a new personality and the start of a new journey for me. And also, this is what I was gonna say. I've been fed so much baby milk, and going from baby milk to meat, that's like graduation. Now it's just straight meat when it comes to spiritual knowledge. You know what I'm saying? It's just straight meat. So that's another situation I see too. So
that's all.
Wisdom.
Yeah, I got Mars in my 8th too.
Wisdom Wangs.
Wow.
We witnessed the birth of Dhammarama.
Yo. That's wild.
I'm scared. We've been cleaning.
That's something else I'm going to be starting tomorrow too. So it's going to be very successful. I already know it.
Amar, when did you have that Kali dream?
Oh, it wasn't a dream. That's just like I do, like, that's part of my meditations. I just visualize that.
Oh, I had that dream when I met the mother of my child. And then my ego got cut down because of her. So it was crazy. While I was with her, I had that dream, and she's a Libra, and I think she draws Kali, a lot. So
wow.
It was for her. It was Kali and Lakshmi. Those are the two things.
Yeah, Lakshmi. That's my girl.
You know, before Jesus could be born again, he had to be baptized in the river before he could receive the Holy Spirit. We've been working on cleansing processes. I know once I hit chakra Shuddhi, I didn't go past that. I knew that was what I needed to do, and I stopped right there and just kept doing it.
Yeah.
We've been working on the cleansing of vessels. Now we're talking
about that technique is found in
Dharana Darshan.
Okay, yeah, cool. I already have that.
I'm just pondering here. I've been dissolving myself all this time. Oh boy.
Dang, and it's so funny. It's like as I was reading the astrology chart, my ego was taking hits to the head. Like I was hurt. I didn't want to read some of my stuff. I was like, damn. Like before I thought, because certain people, they say Mars and Pisces, oh, you're lazy, you're this. And it's like, what? I work hard when I want to. But then when you go to actual astrologers, they actually give you a deeper meaning. Like it doesn't mean you're lazy. It just means like you might not be as hardworking towards material aspects, right? Where my Mars and Pisces in the 8th house might not be hardworking towards its material aspects, but you'll be obsessive about spiritual aspects. You know, so it's like you have to find.
There also might be more of a illusionary idea of money for a while, like deception or a fantasy like idea of what money is.
Yeah, yeah.
But also the thing is with this aspect is these people are the underdog, so they go through some shit and they learn through hardships, big hardships, and sometimes the fantasy that they have in their head is built up as a defense mechanism because reality has been too fucked up. But these people always end up coming out on top in the end because they keep a positive. They refuse to give up or let themselves be crushed. They are their best uplifter. They uplift themselves. So, and it's that aspect of like using the fantasy world to do it. Sometimes getting lost in things that are mystical or creative or fantasy thinking helps them to overcome things. So I have Neptune in my third house, which is also because Pisces and Neptune are linked, which is also that fantasy mindset, that mystical, magical thinking, and it helps to keep somebody uplifted as opposed to a pessimistic person. It's more of an optimistic person. So these people don't usually give up very easily, and even though they go through some hard times, they are the underdog and they always come out on top later on.
Interesting.
Yeah, Gino's home.
My Neptune is in the
Where's your Neptune, hon?
in the 5th house.
This?
Yeah, so it's not really aspect. My aspect.
Well, it's still yeah. So it's still Pisces, wherever Neptune is, Pisces will connect with, even though it's Jupiter for Vedic. But I would still look at our Neptune still rules Pisces. So your 5th house, which is creative endeavors, smart endeavors, entrepreneurship, sex, fun, family, and children. So you would be the kind of father that did fun shit with the kids, that watched cartoons with the kids, that did cool stuff with their kids. You would be imaginative and I don't want to be, but you would be probably someone who was adventurous in bed. And then, yeah. And then you could gain from mystical or writing or the occult in business. You could gain in that. You can even having anything in the 5th house can also bring fame. So, and with Neptune there, that's pictures, cameras, photographs, models, people that are very attractive and on screen. So that could be something that works for you too.
So like when I first created my YouTube, I got like 600 subscribers in like in 2 weeks, and I passed my 10,000 hour stuff in like a month. But then I took down all my videos because my Rahu likes to be alone. Leave me alone.
Or your K2 likes to be alone. Your Rahu is more K2. Yeah, your K2 likes to be alone.
But it was like the vlogs that I was doing vlogs, and it was like I more gave up on it because it wasn't for me. More it's like teaching, because you know my son is in my 9th house, higher learning. So
yeah,
and it's in Venus, so it's like
that's a love of those other cultures and other teachings, mystical teachings. And higher learning, why sometimes it means like education in school. Higher learning can also mean the mystical higher learning, like the true higher learning, which is the cosmos and stuff like that.
Yeah. And one thing that I see with all my nakshatras, and I advise everybody if they could, pay attention to, most of my nakshatras are either emotional healing, wealth, and or anything that has to be spirituality. And most of the planets has to deal with wealth and like the way they aspect in each stuff. It's always wealth. It's always a balance between material and spiritual for me.
Yeah, you find that in actually a lot of charts, but yeah, that's definitely with that access you have, that's definitely going to be something front and center, because even though eighth house is still money, it's just other people's money, like your lover's money, inheritance, lottery, government, stocks, trades, insurance. It's also mystical, occult, and stuff like that. So it's wealth in all kinds of manner. Now, your second house is your bank account, what you bring in from your own work and your ability to save it. So it's you know, it's a good, and you have K2 there in the second, which is that's the detachment.
Yeah, that's the D9 chart.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right.
It's crazy because he's in the second, and then he's in the. So like when I looked at my birth chart, I was like, okay, 4th and 10th house. So Rahu likes to be at home. He likes sex. He likes. I'm looking at the 10th house. K2. He doesn't care for work, but opportunities and all that stuff comes to him. And then my D9 chart, I was like, 8th and 2nd house. Okay, so I'm like, Rahu likes to be at home, likes sex, likes this stuff. And then I took it and I looked at it at the D9 chart. I was like, okay, so Rahu's in an 8th house. Rahu likes to work at home on other people's money or dark arts, anything that has to do with mysticism. And K2, once again, he can attract the money, but he can care less about it. So
that's what when I did your chart, that's what I was telling you too.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's what you showed me how to read that too. So thank you.
Yeah, it's in there. It's definitely the whole thing with K2 in the second is just about K2 will bless you the minute you don't give a fuck about whatever it is that you thought you cared about. You know what I mean? The minute you let go of money, or you don't care about it, and you become neutral, you are going to get tons of it. But anything that we become attached to, which second house could also be food and family. So you could do it during a K2 dasha, if there's like an attachment with a family member or some kind of unhealthy attachment, there can be a loss with that. So if there was a second, if it's in your second house, because your second house is also like your immediate family. Excuse me. And anything to do with the mouth, singing voice, and also the stuff that goes in the mouth, like food.
It's crazy how that aspected me, because once again, it's a pull back and forth, because the second house, if you care too much about your mom, you might lose her, right? Something like that. But then the Rahu in the 4th house makes you and your mom best friends. Or certain people, they say with JFK, he lost his mom at a young age. So it could be one of those two with Rahu in the 4th house.
Yeah.
True love and appreciation. So that kind of caused me to more balance instead of be attached. Like when I had the fact that Rahu in the 4th house and then K2 in the 2nd house.
Second, yeah. Yeah, when you have Rahu in the 4th, which is really cool. My daughter has that, which makes us, and we're super close. Where I had my K2 in the 4th, and I went through shit with my mom. So, it's strange. Whenever I wasn't getting, and this is what happens with Rahu K2 in this axis. Whenever I wasn't getting the love of the mother, everyone else loved me. Like the public, my friends, everyone outside of me, but I was still wanting my mother to give me that love. I always looked for mothers, so I always befriend not elderly, but older women. And as a mother figure, I'm always looking for that. And it says that you'll always look, because you're not getting the love of the mother. This is why a lot of famous people have this alignment. You'll get the love of people outside of you. You'll get a public that loves you, or you're a big outer circle that you get the love from them, because you're missing it from mother. So our charts, wherever we're lacking, the other end is picking it up.
And then with Pluto does what to each planet? Because I know Jupiter expands it. Pluto does what?
Yes. So Pluto is power, puts strong power behind it. Rahu is like an atomic bomb. So this is where you see the sudden fame all of a sudden, like the guy that did the ocean spray thing on the skateboard.
Yeah.
That's Rahu. That was Rahu through and through. So
I got, that's crazy. Yeah, on my D9, Pluto in the ninth chart retrograde. I mean, in the ninth house, and then on my regular chart, Pluto and Rahu in the fourth house in Scorpio.
Oh wow! Did you lose your mom? Did you say?
No, my mom's been sick, but she like emotionally, she wasn't super.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah. So so that's what can happen. Where and mom could be eccentric too. When you have Rahu in the fourth, mom could be eccentric or different. You know, she might be a tattoo artist or a cultist herself. Those kind of things. It's different. The mom's usually different than typical moms. It's a different dynamic.
It's crazy because like once again the axis, right? So my mom was there for me, K2 in the second house. She provided for me. I can never complain about her.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't get everything I wanted, but she provided for me with exactly what I needed. And it's funny because my when I was born after 1995 till 2014 was in Saturn. So I went through a lot of restrictions. So me being home on the game too much, and then Saturn's like, nope. You know what I'm saying? And then Saturn kicked me out the crib so I could learn about the spiritual journey. Because then when I started my spiritual journey, when I was homeless, I was in the Rahu. I was looking at my dasha. I was like, yo, this is crazy. Yeah. I was in Rahu dashas.
Yo, y'all, just real quick, for everybody that's in the chat, we're going to go ahead and take this off of YouTube now. But be sure to meet up with us next week. We're going to be covering the Hermetic Philosophy, which is chapter 1 in the Kabbalah. So be sure to go ahead and read that before you come back. And we will be talking about it. If you are watching and you haven't joined, go ahead and join so you can join the chat and share what you have come to discover in this study. But everybody that's in the video, you guys can keep going. But as far as YouTube, we're going to go ahead and stop the stream.
Bye-bye, YouTube.
So I appreciate you guys. I do.
Peace, YouTube.
And if you do care to be here with us tomorrow, we're going to meet at 11:45 Eastern Time to usher in the official blessing of the Magus Society, Baby Jesus, Antichrist.
Baby Jesus.
As an official as an official science research occult group. 'Cause apparently we're like the only ones that are public that are doing it like we doing it. So
hell yeah.
Tree Marie, you can always join. You don't have to give the sad face. You're the one that wants to be shy.
Guys, don't miss the rebirth of Amar.
The rebirth for nigga who lived the ill life.
Amar's gonna start floating like, what the fuck?
Damarama. Damarama, 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 Damarama.
I'm keeping that my IG for sure. Like that's gonna be that's an entity.
Yeah, I just.
You should all pick new names tomorrow.
I bet people are really gonna believe that you meditated like a motherfucker to get that name.
I'm coming.
I received it in the ethers.
In the ethers.
I'm coming to terms with the fact that I've been possessed with an entity of cosmic magnitude, and my old self is long, long dead.
Hell yeah. The old me's dead and gone. Dead and gone.
I wasn't celebrating about it, but it is what it is.
I mean, that's essentially like what Panic talks about too. He gets at that, like, you're gonna get to a certain point where like that old you is just dead and something else has risen from it.
Yeah.
The old me, the identity, the person that we think we are, what is it? But the thing that attaches to an identity and gets triggered by all these emotional traumas. But when all the traumas are healed and solved and the triggers are gone, what's left? It's not the same person at all. Now you take that and it's touching something that's higher than intellect, higher than conscious thought. I guess I was gonna go, but there was one part that I wanted to share about Tatwashuti, where she talks about at some point you gotta leave the mind behind, and I did say that before, and it was so cool to see that she was saying the exact same shit.
Oh yeah.
The exact same shit.
I think that's one of the like cores of like Vedanta or like Hindu philosophy, is that like your intellect is only gonna get you to a certain point, and you're gonna have to like let that intellect go.
Okay, here we go. If you guys don't mind, it's probably about 4 paragraphs, but it's important.
What page is it?
It's on page 113. It's called Intellect, an Obstacle in Sadhana. And sadhana is basically it's the practice of, attaining enlightenment, samadhi, whatever you want to call it. And a sadhaki, sadhki? Whatever that word is. That's a spiritual aspirant. But anyways, the 4 paragraphs go like this. It has been stated time and again in all the textbooks on Tantra and Yoga that an aspirant should try to eliminate all intellectual barriers in respect to his spiritual sadhana. As long as you approach your sadhana through an intellectual process of logic and reasoning, your experiences will remain static. The level of mind that you're trying to reach is beyond the entanglements of intellectual bantering. Questions such as, why am I doing this sadhana? What do these visions mean? Am I making any progress? Where are all these experiences coming from? Well, where will all this lead me? These are bound to arise in every person. However, these and other intellectual acrobatics have to be avoided. Use your intellect for your worldly day-to-day life by all means, because it is necessary and it serves a purpose. However, sticky pages. However, in sadhana, this same faculty becomes a hindrance and is an obstacle. That is why Sri Aurobindo has said, intellect was the helper, intellect is the barrier. Transcend intellect. This should be the motto of all sadhakas. Intellect is all right up to a point. It is through discrimination of your intellect that you begin the practices of yoga. However, in order to go higher, you will now have to step over it. This may not be possible all the time, but should be maintained at all cost during the period of intensive sadhana. Faith, love, and devotion are the mediums through which the higher experiences begin to manifest, because these qualities absorb and nullify the cold and calculated reasoning of the intellect. Therefore, let us approach the sadhana not through the severity of intellect, but through the transforming emotions of bhakti, which is worship. In the Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, Devi says that jnana and bhakti are the 2 pathways that lead to her. Study and practice. But jnana and bhakti are knowledge and worship. Right? Knowledge and devotion, knowledge and worship. But she says in the Srimad Devi Bhagavatam, Devi says that jnana and bhakti are the 2 pathways that lead to her. Try not to hinder your progress by the process of analysis. Drop these tendencies which exist in every ordinary person and try to enter the realm of pure experience by elevating the awareness beyond the barriers of intellect through bhakti or devotion, which is worship. And this is what Dion Fortune was talking about with these 2. No. What Ophiel talked about, the Hermetic path and the Orphic path, which is the left pillar and the right pillar.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. Give me the phone.
Give me the thong.
I didn't do the damn text. No, it's not, babe.
This is where the whole aspect of study and practice comes from. The devotion to the knowledge and the devotion to the spirit, to the love, to the worship of this thing.
It's not in front of me.
Wow, man. That's beautiful, man. Wow.
Yeah. Major clue. And all that. She said it's about the study, right? About the knowledge, but at the same time, there's a place where you have to leave that intellect behind.
Yeah.
So it's not just about the analysis and being able to talk about it in front of people or on Facebook. It's about an understanding that goes beyond just, let me get some ammo to debate with.
Yeah, but now it's late.
Yeah.
That's like a repeating theme I see, like in the Yogananda Bhagavad Gita. Like that's the whole, in Arjuna and Krishna, that whole thing. Arjuna is using his intellect, like, yo, like I shouldn't be fighting this and that, and he just keep on coming up with excuses and reasons for him not to do it. And yeah,
They passed the freeway.
And that's what we find ourselves doing. That's what everyone finds themselves doing. Oh well, I'll meditate in a minute. I didn't read it.
They passed stimulus. Did you guys hear? They passed the stimulus. Anyone on unemployment, they got 11 more weeks. So if any one of you are on unemployment, damn, I told you, system's unavailable. I'm gonna have to wait till after. Now we're gonna have to get it a day late.
Federal unemployment benefits would be extended at a rate of 300 per week.
So 300 extra
for 11 weeks.
and no retroactive.
Oh yeah, would be not be retroactive.
Of course not.
Trav, your patience was at like 1 million, bro.
Man,
I'm not a person.
It's that study and practice, player.
A crucial flow. More hope is on the way.
Oh, my phone is off. It's not on mute.
I'm not a person. But yeah, it's important. It's important. Okay, YouTube, I love you guys. I'm going to tune it off because it's so long. That's what she said.
I thought you got off YouTube already.
I had to read that part. Hope she don't tell us.
It also goes over that same concept in the guru chapter. Like that's what a guru is there, as in like you're supposed to listen and put your trust in the guru because he knows, or he or she knows what you need to get out of that wherever you're at because they've been there.
Yeah.
But hey, Amar, it's when it comes to finding gurus for us, for us, it's hard to find them because like we're picky. Like we need that right one with the Panavasa.
Oh, yeah. Most of my gurus are dead. Quote unquote dead.
All my homies dead. I'm just kidding.
No, but I really do in my with my imagination. I really be like I really take them everywhere with me. Like I'm not kidding. Like they're always in my pocket.
Hell yeah, man.
I wonder what Osho's chart was like. That man had how many Rolls Royces, but he was doing Tantra too.
Oh, I know he has fuck.
I know he was a Life Path 8, which is all about material. And it's crazy because I'm looking at the dashas. The dashas have like 9.
Osho is a fucking G, bro. Oh my gosh. I love his lectures.
So like the dashas have like 9 sections to each one, to each dasha for each period. And then, numerology, it goes from year 1 to year 9, personal year.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's an 8.
Mike, do you remember the video that you sent or that you posted on Facebook where the lady was asking the question about what she should do as soon as she leaves this meditation place, this ashram?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I thought you were gonna say something.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say it's wild that you say that shit, especially about moving out of the way, because that video, he goes into that a little bit even more deeper, like who am I? And he goes into that deeper. And it's crazy that you say all this stuff with the study pattern and getting out of your way, all this other shit. And I was listening to that earlier, man, like, because last night I came to work last night, and something happened where because every night on Saturdays, there's an update. There's like a nationwide update because we went from Qualcomms and all that other shit to ELDs, electronic logs devices. So everybody's company, this fucking tablet updates and stuff like that. So the system shuts down. So nobody can really do shit. Like your dispatchers, they can't do shit. If you got caught in that little window of time and you don't have a load, you can't do anything. So I ended up going home early yesterday. But I was up kind of listening to stuff, and I was listening to Shanya Marti. And it's crazy how like he was talking about just that similar, like living your life to a point where by doing this practice, by meditation, you start to automatically like detach, you know what I'm saying, and pretty much go through this process, and then you'll find yourself going deeper and deeper into simplifying your life. And I remember you commented about that.
Yeah.
Wow, man.
That's one of the things that I saw. I mean, ever since I went to Vipassana, it didn't happen instantly, but year after year, my life started getting more and more simple to the point where there's a lot of things that I'm not involved with right now that the average person, just thinks it has to be. There's bills that I don't have to pay because I made a for example, I don't have a phone number. I haven't had a phone in like 2 years. And I'm not suffering for it. Because before it's like, oh, well, what if there's an emergency, or what if someone needs to get in contact? None of that's ever happened. And besides, I'm near Wi-Fi enough that why am I paying that extra money for a damn phone bill?
Yeah.
Things like that I started to remove from my life to the where it's so minimized. I mean, I'm
K2.
pretty much off the grid.
I'll even tell you this too, bro. A lot of billionaires, bro. I used to listen to a lot of Sam Oven on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I think you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
And he has all those videos where he talks about like basically detachment. It's the same shit that we're talking about, but like all of these billionaires, like they like minimalist, and Alex Becker, like they all talk about.
I love Becker.
Minimal. Yeah, whatever his name. Yeah, was it Alex Becker?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's dope. He's dope.
Yeah. And I used to listen to a lot of it because he was actually influenced by Sam Oven, and so they always would talk about like how the billionaires would just we would see like Steve Jobs wear the same fucking outfits. You know what I'm saying? And they would just be super minimalist. And now you have them doing the fucking videos with like an empty ass fucking, apartment or some shit like that in the middle with just the fucking desk and their fucking laptop and a boom mic, for their fucking podcast or some shit, But just that whole concept of, there you go. Just that whole concept. Oh, did you get when he was offering his training for free? Did you get it?
I happened to pay a lot of money for his training.
I was
Alex Becker's training.
Wait, what access is what you're talking about? Like the whole minimalist, like wearing the same shirt type shit. Like I know what's his name did that too. Mark Zuckerberg, right?
Yeah.
He would wear the black shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that like astrology?
Well, I think the concept behind what they were talking about was that that they understood that, and you have only a certain amount of good decisions to make. Yeah, good decisions.
I was heavily thinking about doing that. Like, just yesterday, I was like, "Yo, I think I might just get three or four black shirts and just have that."
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing, bro. Because I'm
black shirts.
Oh yeah. It's clothes in here that I haven't worn since I moved into this place. I just wear the same looking black shirts and black pants, and I'm about to fill up my wardrobe with the same shirts and same pants.
Exactly.
I'm on that vibe.
Exactly. Yeah. And so it's like they just understood the fact that you can only make a certain amount of great decisions, and it usually starts in the day. And they don't want to waste time on what outfit am I gonna wear? Yeah. So
I feel that makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Though, because, just even thinking about you could be doing so much other shit besides thinking about what you're gonna fucking wear.
Exactly, man. It's like putting energy into the shit that really matters, and that's what they did. They live a simple minimalist, like a minimalist life. And I mean, they had stuff, you know what I'm saying, but they just detach from shit that people think that you need, you know. And I wonder what their placements was, but that whole art of detachment, man, is fucking, you know, is on fleek with these people. Like they have learned to do that, and yeah, it's man.
That's almost like sublimating the lower processes of life. You know, like, what am I gonna wear tomorrow? What am I gonna eat tomorrow? I'm sure if you look at their food, it's pretty much the same way. They've probably got it down to a basic, you know, open up the fridge, drink this little protein sea moss type shit, and keep it pushing. You know,
That's exactly what they do.
might eat fancy every now and then, but on a day-to-day basis, it's probably pop open the fridge, mix up that little nutrient thing, drink it, same shirt, pants, and get to work. Spend all the rest of the energy on the important stuff. But the little things like that, I'm pretty sure it's that humanity side is probably all nice and packaged and placed over here. Yeah, goals.
Yeah, like that's exactly what they talk about, man. They outsource the fuck out of everything. They got chefs and shit like that. And people be like, oh, you could cook your own. No, it's about me allowing other people to, to do this, and to outsource these areas of life, so I can spend so much time on focusing
save time.
Like if you think about someone like Bill Gates, like he doesn't need to waste his time fucking making himself food.
Right.
Right.
Jeff Bezos, Rahu, fourth house, K2, 10th house.
Look at these gurus and stuff. They wear the same outfit and they eat the same food as well. They prepare simple ass meals and they wear that same robe and shit. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Got to get up on the robes and the and the sheets and shit.
I might just get a different color robe.
Every time we come up here, do that shit.
Like a blue one, maybe.
Bro, it's so crazy. Yo, what's his name? The dude that Jeff Bezos, right? Rahu, fourth house, K2, 10th house. You see it because he says that he tries to work he tries to make 3 decisions per day for working, right? He'll focus on these 3 things and he'll try to be off within 4 to 5 hours. And then he'll spend time with his family. And that's K2 in the 10th house, which is like, you don't want to be too obsessed with work.
That's my placements, 4th and 10th.
That's
10th. Yeah, and if you look at like Jeff Bezos, how he was like business wise, he when he was I don't know if he was a millionaire or billionaire, but he was still in his fucking 1990 or 2000 Corolla or Camry. Like he was still mobbing in that when he could afford like he had millions or billions from Amazon, but he was still mobbing in the fucking 2000 Corolla or some shit.
Yo, and even that ability, bro, of him being able to not be like other people in business. Like he's willing to operate at cost or even at a deficit in order to starve out competition. A lot of people get into business, because he's not thinking about the money now or anything like that. Like, and he's willing to operate. They're willing to operate at cost or even at a loss. So people's like, oh, your business, you guys been operating. No, he's fucking starving out the competition because everybody else is looking for profit. So they gotta match the market. They gotta kind of find a median as to prices to put their shit at. You know what I mean? And do all that shit. But he's using this platform to survey a lot of shit too. Because I remember when I was doing drop shipping and we were getting into Amazon FBA and to Amazon FBA at the time, and I know like we were having issues with like fucking Amazon, like they would like scope out who's the hot sellers and shit, and then the hot products that sell, and they would scope out the analytics of it, and then they would fucking rebrand their shit. They would find a supplier and then brand, and then now you're seeing them fucking doing the competition. But billionaires, they create marketplaces, man. They create marketplaces and charge fees.
Right. That's the big level right there. Marketplace.
Man.
Fuck being a seller in the marketplace. Fucking create a marketplace and charge everybody fees for rent and shit like that.
Hell yeah.
But hey, it takes steps to
that
get
shit.
there. It takes steps to
Yeah,
get
it
to that
does.
point. But if you've got a plan and it makes some sense, by all means, now is the time. The world is being turned upside down. This is an excellent time to start bringing out new things like that for those who've got the mind to do so.
I'm shutting it down. I'm just shutting it all down.
Shutting it down?
I'm
Yeah.
just, I know, I meant,
She's shutting the world down.
yeah, I'm just gonna
This
hold
shit
it
is
all
over.
inside. I'm not gonna tell anybody no more anything. I'm gonna hold it all myself, not get it.
There you
not
go.
give it to anybody.
Or how about this? How about this? Let it play out in the mythology. Write it down. Draw it out.
Draw it out. Oh no, yeah, I meant that I was just joking, saying that I'm not gonna give any more information. I'm gonna hold it down and not share anymore. I was joking.
Oh.
I was joking.
You know, I'm starting to get used to that damn harmonica sound. That's not good.
That's my husband's phone in the background. Every time he gets a damn message from his.
I'm starting to get used to it, as if it's like somebody in my home.
That's funny. That is funny.
Oh boy. Look, y'all. I'm trying to. Yeah, we gotta go ahead and call this one.
Trying to get you on some study, bro.
Trying to charge some sigils.
Oh, okay. Do you charging, bro?
No, I don't know, man. I'm in some deep thought right now. I'm realizing what's been going on for the past couple of months. This transformation, where it's been leading to. I never stopped to think about what the hell I was doing. I've been so foot on the gas. And now we're on the brink of Superpowers Day, and I'm thinking like, wow, what have I been doing?
Yeah.
And I don't have any emotional anything to it.
Well, I think it's great that you guys, you know, like we're gonna get on here tomorrow because I don't know how many people are doing something of the likes, but I'm sure we can bring in some appreciation or whatever it is that we're gonna be doing tomorrow.
Invincibility.
Yeah.
Group ritual, right? Group ritual that seems open-ended, but is actually, look, everything that happens, it's a play, it's an outplay, it's a symbolism of what's going on in the cosmic realm. So just by us even doing it, doesn't matter if we say what we're gonna say is incorrect or correct. None of that matters. The fact that it's being done shows that there's something above.
It's the mythology. Yeah.
Something above necessitated this to happen below. That's what makes it important. That's what makes it divine. Nothing that's gonna be said. The fact that it is happening.
Yeah. Wow. And I was amazed that I was gonna be off this day too. I was gonna be off, and like I was amazed at that because like for the longest, remember like a few years ago, I know you gotta go, but like a few years ago, I had learned my wife and I had from Martin Kinney had learned about this time, and we actually we were going to do our little our fasting, our water fast. We only did 22 and 23 days, but that was all to prepare for this fucking time of the year, bro. Like we was actually like trying to get ourselves clean, you know what I'm saying, and mentally prepared for this. Then Corona hit right around that time that we actually was doing our fast, but I didn't realize I was going to be off that day. And the fact that you guys are doing that, like that's all of that shit is lined up. And I would even think that people who are taking those efforts or is doing that, it could be something, the energy or some type of thought process, consciousness, or whatever that happens, whatever happens. Like, I think we'll all be able to share in whatever happens too by doing this type of stuff. Like, it's meant for us to share in that.
Right,
you
right.
know? Even if it's just a realization of something, you know, we'll be able to get that little special piece. You know, if everybody didn't become a fucking guru and, you know, stay in a mountain to do their work, you know, that's gonna really get some shit or whatever happens, you know, if anything happens. But
and
I'm just excited.
Tomorrow.
Huh?
I'm about to become a jumper tomorrow.
A what? A jumper?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh shit.
Oh man, that shit is.
For me, I was thinking either the jumper power or limitless. Well, no, forget it. That's unlimited intellectualness. That's gonna block me from spirit. I'm Gucci. I'll still take it though.
You know, if we had to talk powers and shit, I think what I'd do is I just want to make it where I didn't have to worry about any of this shit down here, and I could just spend the rest of my being exploring, you know, the shit that I'm looking into now. Like actually being where I can dedicate 100% of myself to it. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
You're looking for some Doctor Strange powers.
I don't want nothing to do with this physical plane anymore. I just want to be dedicated to the work, period. Fuck humanity.
I just want extreme focus, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like shit that deals with the process of being able to influence my subconscious mind, you know what I'm saying, and get shit done. You know, it's pretty much along the level of what you're talking about, John. Like, fuck this shit down here. Like really, like shit that is going to serve you from here and beyond. You know, and the ability to maintain a hyper focus on anything, concentration, like that's what I would fucking want to get. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever I look at, I'll just absorb into it immediately, like, and forget everything else.
Yeah.
So my experiences with doing shit down here, with study and maintaining, you know, retaining that information, go through 1 billion books at, you know, once or whatever. Like, but just the focus, that's what I would care more about for me.
Oh, speed reading. Sorry. When you said read a book like 1 billion books, that would be dope.
Power of non-attachment.
Yeah.
You know, and I say fuck humanity, but if it were necessary for me to still have, like, say, 1 foot on the ground to at least maybe help, I would certainly be up for that. But I don't know. I guess thinking about superpowers, I don't want anything extraordinary. I think I want what I'm already doing, just a higher level of it. Honestly, a higher level of it.
Hell yeah.
Who was talking last Thursday about your inner reality's got to be the same as your outer reality? Well, last week, was that you, Kristen?
I think that was Ifadai.
Yeah. You're talking. Say it again.
About how your outer image has got to be the same as your inner image and what other people see.
Oh, we're talking about the Ahankara, the Mamakara.
Oh, I thought you were talking about. We were talking about the feng shui and the outer and the inner.
Somebody was talking about how you see yourself on the inside.
Yeah, I was talking about that's the Mamakara, is how you see yourself from the inside, and then your Ahankara is how people see you. And then there's another one where it's like what you project.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
With those 3 things in alignment, I mean, that's harmony of life right there. That's feng shui of your body.
It was from a Nityananda video. I'll send it to you.
Nityananda. I gotta have a theme song with my superpower too now. I gotta have a Nityananda theme song. What amazing things I do.
It's like the heart chakra, because he says that your Mamakara, which is your internal representation of yourself, is directly correlated with your heart chakra. So if you're not, basically, if the inside does not match the outside, you're just going against yourself, and there's always going to be disharmony between that, because you're like living a lie internally and projecting something else externally.
Can't do it. Don't live.
Usually, it's pretty hard for you. So, I mean, I don't know. It's usually pretty hard to put up too much of a falsehood, because your inside is going to mirror in your environment.
Yeah.
So even if you're trying to put a facade, that's going to mirror. You're going to be able to see it in someone's bagua. You're going to see that they're putting a facade up. But I understand what you're saying for sure.
And you know, love. Can't hide love. And of course, you know that's a lot to do with denial too, because like you said, what's on the inside is going to come out, but it's that denial, and it's that failure to see truth as it is. That's what keeps. I mean, because how many people do we see out here who say some shit but don't live it? Who live some shit but deny it? That same couple you talking about, oh, there's a black man here. We gotta watch him. They're black. That's an example of the inside not matching the outside because of denial.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
We're in a white neighborhood now, so we're no longer. Nah, buddy, that ain't how it works. Oh my goodness.
Yo, the Nidhi Nana videos and all of them, they be sitting on like fucking golden thrones with like lions and shit on them. Damn, bro, what the fuck y'all at?
That dude is a trip, bro. Like, what the fuck?
All thrown down, his hands are like,
Yeah, he got accused of having a cult. There's this lady online who was an avid follower who got out and she exposed all the stuff that took place there. So she says it's a straight up cult with the stuff that goes on there.
They're gonna call everything a cult, man. They're gonna call it all. The book that we talked about last week, they call that a cult. They've said terrible things about Satyananda Bihar School of Yoga. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is a cult.
Oh no, she's talking about like abusive things that have happened, like straight up. Like she believed in the spiritual aspects, but behind the door, what was actually happening to what he was saying was two different things, and she witnessed abuse and crazy stuff.
And there's a lot to be said.
Yeah, what was that?
There's a lot to be said about that, and I've been actually looking into that, and I don't know. Like I wonder if that's actually a part of something that we just don't even know about yet.
Yeah. The minute you said that, the first thing I started thinking was trauma, repetition, and symbols.
Because I'm thinking to myself, we got a group of people who are like spiritually advanced. You know, they're doing these things, they're detached, and all the stuff that they're talking about. Yet you hear these stories going on of abuse. And at first we're like, oh, they're liars, hypocrites. How dare they? But, you know, that's emotional reaction right there. So stepping out, I'm just thinking, like, could it be that there's just something that we don't know? Nothing to do with, hey, this is good or bad, approving of it or disapproving. Could it be that maybe there is a reason for these type of things, if they're actually happening? Because there's also people who make shit up because they didn't get their way.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
But just to say that it was happening, what if there was actually something behind it? Because we also talk about these, you know, the elites and these wealthy people and all the stuff that they're supposedly doing. Could it be that it's not simply discussing animal behavior? What if there's actually something to these practices that the general public just doesn't know about? That's kind of what I was hinting at when you shared your story about that Masonic dance.
Yeah, it was so weird.
I wonder.
There's something to it for sure. You know, you were being watched. It was like we were on display in some weird way.
Display. On display.
If they're getting beat for some reason, like without even really thinking about it, but the first thing that popped in my mind on that was the destroying of the ego.
Well, it's something about the children. There were children there that were being not fed and abused and hit, and because they have to there's something that they have to do that brings in money, and if they don't get the people to accept or do it, they don't get to eat until they get the people to pay. So that was one of them, and then some of the kids were getting beat who lived in the vicinity. There's a couple of people that have come out about it, but it was never. It was usually the people that worked for and behind the scenes.
Right.
Never. I haven't heard anything directly like he himself was hitting kids or anything like that. But the kids that were doing some kind of, I can't remember what I have to go back and watch, but there's something where they get people to buy like a session or something, and if they don't get to eat that day. They don't get to eat until they get someone to buy, and then they can eat. And so that was one of her issues at first, and she ignored it for a while because she just figured, okay, it's part of the process or whatever. You know, she has the whole thing on it. I used to watch her when she was a huge avid participant of his, follower of his, and then when that came out, I'm like, whoa, this is crazy.
Wow.
It's such a drastic change. And then she said, it was disheartening because she believes in the practices, but the activity she found behind closed doors was different. And when she brought it to the attention of the higher ups, like they were shutting her up and they were just telling her, ignore it. And, I guess it got really bad. I don't remember all the details, but I'm not going to say, oh, I believe 100% or anything, but I listened to her story.
Yo, Mike. So another possibility is that, like what Kristen said, it could be that it maybe not be the people directly involved. It could just be some of the underlings who run like the lower stuff.
Yeah.
That's another thing it could be. Because just like with the BR School of Yoga, they ran a lot of charities and stuff that involved with a lot of kids. But at the end of the day, I don't know.
Yeah. And also different cultures like discipline their kids differently,
Mm-hmm.
So we might think that's harsh, and it might be something commonplace there. I don't know why. I know, it just sounds. It sounds like not great, but I don't know. I just remember her being she was upset because Teal Swan was repackaging his free teachings and selling them for very high prices.
What?
And so that's, oh yeah.
Damn.
Yikes.
Yeah, so that's how I found her, because she was exposing Teal Swan for that.
Yikes.
She's like,
not Teal.
Yes.
Oh,
Hey.
fuck, not Teal.
Nothing new under the sun.
Yeah.
I never even watched her. I never even fucked with her like that, to be honest.
See, all y'all YouTube spiritual gurus, all you got to do is come out and just talk about where it came from. But no, y'all want to try to repackage it. Now you're getting exposed.
Yeah. And so, and it wasn't like she just put a spin on it of her own thing, and it was like a super expensive. Like she was charging a whole lot. So, for free teachings, you can get free through
YouTube, or like whatever.
Yeah, well, directly through him, not Yanda.
That's funny. That's funny.
Hey. So that's how I first came across her videos, because she was saying that this you can get this free. This is the true teachings. They're from the Vedic scriptures. They're holy. Don't pay for it. You can't pay for it. And this, she went all into this. So she
pay for my version of
it. For
it.
years, I watched this, and she would talk about the practices and everything. And then all of a sudden, I Escaped the Cult video came out. I'm like, what? And she wasn't dressed in her normal garb. Her orange clothing and her beads and stuff. So, and then she gave a story about what happened.
A lot of interesting things that happens,
Oh my God.
Yeah, her name is Sarah Landry. That's Sarah Stephanie Landry. Brainwashed by Nityananda.
Damn.
Now I'm speaking out about his dangerous cult. But that just like that I think about sometimes is Doreen Virtue. You know who that is, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She made all those tarot cards and oracle cards, and she was like the famous psychic. But then she had this, I guess, she was reborn a Christian, and so now she says all of that stuff she did was the devil, and she denounces it.
It's just the general devil. Hard knock life, man. When you got to go back to Christianity.
Trev, we can't hear you.
Oh. I was just saying that's a hard knock life when you got to go back to Christianity and renounce everything that you you didn't learn.
Yeah.
That man looks sweaty. Okay, look. I'm going to gonna go so that I can eat some more. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I've been eating a lot of like Debbie cakes and sweets and shit like that. How about that's in my chart? How about that's in my
That's
chart?
crazy.
Yeah, they said specifically in this time frame, with Jupiter getting closer to where it is now, it involves me eating a lot of cakes and sweets. Huh?
Yeah,
Is that
Jupiter.
Is that like one of your nakshatras?
Yes.
Because
And it's in the
that's
first.
interesting. Because mine's like mula and associated with the roots and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom, she just cooked like this thing this morning, and she said that it's made from a bunch of roots. And I've been like eating a bunch of like root like shit, like supplements and
wow.
that stuff.
Yeah. You just showed. What did you show? Ashwagandha, was it?
Ashwagandha, yeah.
That's a root.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my mom, she's a herbalist. Like she got her from India, so like she knows like her Ayurvedic shit.
Oh shit.
So like,
hell yeah.
She actually got the real fucking root and she grinded it up in her little thing.
Yeah.
And that's what I was drinking.
That's why that Barani was good, yo. Oh, yo.
Yeah. She like for all her food, she cooks it like she'll crush up the stuff. Like she doesn't use anything boxed.
A mortar and pestle, right?
That sounds amazing.
It's fire.
I don't even know what the dish was, but I already know. I was reading about how in Jupiter's about, it's represented as being big and fat and full.
Yeah, the heavy one.
So it talks about a lot of cakes and sweets, and I don't normally do ice cream or no sweet shit. Like that's not me. I don't do that. But recently, it's been getting more and more like, I don't know.
On them zebra cakes. I see you, player.
Hey, I got oatmeal cream pies this time.
Oh shit, those are the shits right there, dog. Oh man.
Hey,
I'm a coffee cake kind of dude.
Yeah, those are good. I just polished off a whole 10 of these damn things.
You know, that's strange that you say this because, well, I don't eat sweets like that, but I got a chocolate cake for my husband and the kids, and I actually had a piece, and I'm like, why am I eating this? It's so sugary, but I like had a craving for it. I'm not even joking. That was yesterday. So that's funny.
Oh my goodness.
But I do know that Jupiter does do that, especially when it's debilitated. It's known as the heavy one, so it'll make you gain a little bit of weight or
the heavy
eat
one.
Sweets. The heavy one.
As long as it's going to the right place.
Oof.
All right.
Charge your sigil, man.
I'm
charge that joint, bro.
I'm off to charge sigils and eat sweets.
Yes, cakes.
Cakes.
Bring in abundance with them cakes.
Yeah. Bring in abundance with them cakes. That's what the pimp said to the hoe.
Hell yeah, them cakes. Them cakes.
Bring it. Go manifest some abundance with them cakes. What a silly, dumbass world we live in, man. This place it's funny, but it's also stupid. I love it. It can't get no better than this, man. This is a ridiculous fucking dimension. Do y'all see this place? Do y'all just sit back and just be like, wow, this place is silly.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let me go and catch up on my death sleep. Watch that Vedic Tour of the Universe video. That's pretty cool. It always gives me trippy vibes. I'm gonna watch it again before I go to sleep. All right.
Wait, where was that video? Hold on.
You sent the link?
I didn't post it. I thought I posted it.
Was it just this recent one?
The recent one was it might have been the one above.
I'll post it again.
Oh yeah, it was the one above.
Yeah, I didn't have it. Get for that. Get that. Let me get that, bro.
Make sure everybody's got this. And see, a lot of people talk about the flat Earth and stuff, not realizing that too comes from the Vedic. But it's not meant to be like let's argue on the internet about it. It's a conceptual, spiritual thing. You're not supposed to go in a spaceship and look for a flat Earth. It's meant to put things in perspective.
A level playing field.
Has everybody got the chat? I mean the link.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Get on the level.
Get on my level. I got this Snitch and Ando one too. Okay. All right.
Oh yeah. All right, guys. Peace, y'all. See y'all tomorrow.
See ya.
Bring your cakes. Bring your cakes.
Bring your cakes.
Bring your Twizzlers. Bring your Snickers.
I'm gonna bring my wisdom wing.
Yeah, you bring the wisdom wings.
All right, y'all. I'll catch you guys
later, man.
Peace.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, Fidel.
Peace, Fidel.
Cheers.
Night.
Okay, everybody on YouTube, thanks for coming, and thanks for being here as well. Join us tomorrow, or not. The Jupiter-Saturn conjunction is going to happen with or without your participation, and so will the concretion of this group. Adios, amigos. Until next time. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Peace. Enjoy your superpowers.